Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap your screen and share the live. That'll help get us out to the FYP, and hopefully, we'll be able to get all of our friends in here and a few other people who might actually be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Yes, Cat, 20 minutes turned into 70 minutes. But I'm here. Late as I may be, I'm still here. But welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, Sage and Cat. Also, Big John, welcome in. Welcome into Danny Grax and Martha, so good to see you. Welcome into Danny Mathis and Pigeon, welcome. Welcome, April Rain. I like that name. Also, welcome, Hypnos and Medixie, Aussie Man, Factualist. Welcome, LJ and Dion Anderson. Good to see you all. Welcome, welcome. And anybody who I didn't list, well, it's because I didn't see your name yet, but that doesn't mean you're not here, and I'm glad that you are. Make sure that you're tapping the screen, sharing the live, and also just share it out, but you can add it to your story or repost it, which all helps get us out to the FYP. April says time only exists in the human world. Well, then, I'm only late to humans then. Normally we'd have started just about an hour ago, but we're here now. And if you can question your belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to tear you down or tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know, if you can question it, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And I think we're ready for, yeah, there's our questions. Tale of, I'm not going to finish that name, says, can you question your belief of no beliefs? I'm fairly certain I don't have a belief of no beliefs. I mean, I believe some people don't have no beliefs. I mean, I believe some people quite follow. Steve says, is there ever a reason to be done questioning? I don't think so, Steve, but I could be wrong. I would question that. I feel like even if you have something you know is certain, you hold it as an absolute, you should definitely question that periodically, if not consistently. You know, Grace, I've wondered that myself. Not that they don't believe, but do as many people that say they believe actually believe? Have they convinced themselves that they believe something, but they don't actually hold it as true? Is it performative? I have wondered that. What convinces someone that their belief is even their belief?
What? I'm sorry.
That wasn't directed to you. It was just still me thinking out loud. But welcome up, Hypnos. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 14. Oh my gosh. Is there a...
Yeah, I'm pretty get banned from Alive. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're lying. you right now, and you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, well, you're going to want to request back again only if you're over the age of 18. Obviously, this lie, and you have a belief, well, you're going to want to request, obviously, unless you're an adult, in which case your life is flagged or beliefs. Here, stage. But while we wait for somebody who can question their beliefs, I'm definitely gonna thank Shell and Danny, and also Birdies. Appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for helping with the goal. Sage, why did the person who said they were 14 get banned? Because they were either lying. Well, they were lying in some way. Either way, thank you so much for who said they were 14. Either way, I'm not here for that. Hey there, April. Who said they were 14? Hey there, April.
Years old today.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Something like that. Yes, I certainly do. I believe that, in fact, there is an energetic force to be spoken of in such a manner that you could give it a title if you prefer.
What do you mean by energetic force?
I mean that there is an energetic force that exists that connects with us as humans, animals, as living, breathing, organic creatures, with the plants, with the mushrooms, with the stars, with the tide, breathing stars, with the tide, with the water, with everything. If you were to want to give it a title, or not a title because it's not conventional, but basically Mother Nature is my goddess.
Mother Nature.
I believe, or yes. So, and I believe that she exists as an energetic force. Basically,
Your goddess.
Energetic force.
So energetic force. I'm still not following what you mean there. What do you mean by energetic force?
Okay, well, I mean, you got your basic energy can be nor created nor destroyed. It exists.
What is energy?
It just transforms. Energy, in my opinion, is simply a bipolarism. Energy can.
What is energy?
It's bipolarism. Positive.
I'm sorry. What's a synapse?
It's something that happens between two other things. So it's a connection.
So not brain synapses, but something that happens between two things.
Yes, something that. Yes, and it kind of sounds silly, but I can't think of a better word to use for it, honestly.
Synapses.
Between two, I can't think of a better word. And you've got a connection between two forces used for it. Honestly, got a reaction to that connection.
Positive and negative connections is energy.
I think so. But again, I'm willing to question that. So, I'm curious as to what you think about that. Is energy. I'm curious as to what you think about that, or anyone else on the panel, or
positive.
Or.
So you're saying that you believe that there's an energetic. That is, and energy is the connection between positive and negative. Make the connection between positive and negative. Exactly what it is that you're.
You could look at it. I can sort of just throw out some generalities, like say love and hate, white and black, night and day.
So the connection between love and hate is energy.
You could look at it.
Energy.
Essentially, it's created from energy. Yes. Yeah. Reaction to love or hate is energetic.
The reaction to love and hate is energy.
Yeah.
So the reaction to black and white is energy. The reaction
Mm-hmm.
to night and day is
Yep.
energy. What?
Yep.
I'm not following yet what
Okay. So
the
when you
energy is. Like
react to
I'm
something,
hearing the reaction between two things, but I'm not hearing how that is something that cannot be created or destroyed.
well, how can you take it away? How could you
How can
take
you
that
take
away
what
from
away?
someone? Their personal reaction to something. You can't.
So we're talking about people personally reacting now. We're not
Yes. Oh,
talking about.
yes.
Okay, so then that's not the energy. I thought you were talking about energy as in physics when they said energy can't be created or
Well, it's all
destroyed.
connected. It's all
You're
connected.
saying that a human's reaction can never be created and never be destroyed.
Well, no, not quite exactly like that.
So it's
Um,
not quite the energy you were talking about in the beginning when you said there's an energetic force.
it's all
You're
connected. Well,
out in the beginning. You know what that
okay,
is.
well, yeah, there's okay. I'm actually talking about like two separate kind of different energies because one is a reactionary sort of spiritualistic energetic force, and the other is a practical one. The practical one, we'll just let that go for now. That's
So
just
practical
science, right?
energy.
That's just science.
So practical energy is just science. Then
Yeah.
when you're saying that energy can't be created or destroyed, um, you're talking about the science energy, right?
Yes, yes,
So
you can
not
say
the
that.
spiritual energy, because that wouldn't
Well,
be
I don't know. Let's
proven by
explore that
science.
concept. Let's explore that concept. And again, you're
The spiritual energy.
and again, it's a
My
great.
life says I'd like to question beliefs,
Well,
Katie.
I don't know. Your lives.
To question beliefs. Can you?
Oh.
So when we talk about spiritual energy, what is that? What is energy in that context?
I believe it's energy from a human or any organic life source. Okay, so energy is something coming from and or encompassing
Context.
human is something coming force. On the side of the road has a life force. The mushroom in the forest has a life force, and or you have a life force. The forest, the trees,
And
so
that
you have a life force, right?
and
So
that life
that
force, is that the energy you're talking about, or are you talking about something
yeah,
else?
on the side of the road has a life. The
Force, is that the
so that energy
the
field,
energy you're
yeah,
saying that is spiritual energy you're talking about, or are you talking about life? Is spiritual energy?
what
Do you
causes
not
it to
think?
move is just electrical force.
What do you mean causes it to exist?
Okay, when I say energy cannot be created nor destroyed, I mean there's an infinite amount of energy on our plane, let's say, or in our universe, in our world.
You say
And
infinite amount. Are you sure?
no, not yeah, I think that's the wrong word. Like a contained amount. Like there's only so much.
So
You
there's
know what I
only
mean?
so much, and
Yeah,
it can't be created or destroyed.
right.
Um,
Every molecule is a molecule. Will never be anything other than a molecule. It's just what
are you
makes up that
sure?
molecule that changes. What makes up that molecule is what changes. I'm
Are
not
you sure?
entirely sure. I'm not a scientist, but this is just what I feel.
Are you trying to plug a spiritual idea with a scientific idea?
I think I am, yeah.
Do you do you think it would make that it might help if you had a better understanding of the science you're trying to use here?
Probably. I mean, I truly and firmly believe that we should always be learning, and that the day you stop learning is the day that you should die. And so
Mm-hmm.
of course I'm going to want to learn more. And so if I can evolve my understanding and my knowledge of any subject, I always want to do that. So yes, I firmly believe that me knowing more about scientific realities and information would benefit my belief system, definitely, for
So
sure.
if energy in science is just defined as the ability to do work, how does that fit inside of your spiritual framework?
I don't think it is just the ability to do work. I think it's all connected.
I'm sorry, I was just saying if in science,
Oh,
if the ability framework. I'm sorry, I would work. Would that
Right.
fit within inside your spiritual framework, or would you need something more to that definition then?
I would need to elaborate a little on that. Yeah. Yeah.
Science inside yours
I would need to elaborate.
can't be created or destroyed. Um, they also reference it being in an isolated or closed system. So
Right.
energy can't be created or destroyed in an
Right.
isolated system. That would also be referencing that kind of energy, the ability to
Yes.
do work. Are you saying that you're trying to make that idea of energy not being able to be created or destroyed in a closed system fit not only with your spiritual energy, but also with the universe as though it were a closed system?
If I had to give a one-word answer, I would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
If science doesn't know that the universe is a closed system or not, would that or not
I'm sorry.
created or destroyed if the system isn't closed?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying. Did you say?
Is a closed tip on that? Could it?
I just want to.
Yeah, I'm asking from hypothetical standpoints. I'm not trying to tell you what is or isn't.
Yeah. No, I understand. Okay. Um, I would say so. Essentially, now that okay. And by universe, I mean our particular dimension in the universe.
What does that
So,
mean? Our dimension in
well,
the
there's.
universe.
I think that there's probably multiple dimensions. There's multiple realities. There's
I mean, our.
dimensions. There's multiple realities. There's, in my opinion,
Don't
that
worry, I
is.
didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I don't think that there's any cause to believe that we are in fact the only intelligent um what's that word? Uh Asians, um sentience. Yeah, I think that's it. Sentience on or in the universe. Therefore, that means that there are other intelligent sentients in the universe.
So that doesn't help me understand, though, what you meant by dimension. So when you say that
Okay,
there's
so
a dimension within the universe,
mhm.
um, how does that work? Like, what do we mean by dimensions?
I mean that, like, okay, if you looked at, say, an orange, like the fruit, and it's got segments, right? If you looked at and there, you could say that they're all separate, but they're all part of the same orange, but they all have their own enclosed space. They all have their own enclosed cells. They all have their own enclosed seeds, and they all have their own enclosed juice, right? So they're each completely um, functional segment of the orange. So if you were to sort of, on a very basic level, take that and look at that as our universe, there are
Why?
different segments of it.
Right. Why
Therefore,
would you?
different dimensions.
Right. Why would you apply that to our universe? What implies that we are, instead of being one encompassing thing, a segmented
I
thing?
think it's probably the amount of ego work that I've done, shadow work, and things like that.
I'm not sure how that helps you to understand the nature of the
Well,
universe
because
as being
it's
like an orange.
well, I mean, I was just using that as a
Right.
pictorial
But
example.
segmented sections of what exists doesn't, like, I'm not sure how you doing internal psychological work is going to help you understand the nature of the universe that way. How does that lead to that?
Well, what I mean is that my doing that work has reduced my amount of egotism to the point where I no longer consider myself to be very important. And now I'm not trying to, derate myself or anything like that at all. I'm just saying that I don't find us as a species, as an existence, as an energetic force, as a whole, humans, even our whole world. I don't find that it's so special. I think it's mind us a so special.
It's one of many. But how
Yes.
does that inform you that the universe is in some way segmented?
Well, I think that that's a really good question. I wrap my brain around that for a second.
Could the other worlds you imagine be within our universe with no
I think
segments?
it's, I think maybe, and I'm just spitballing here, um, but perhaps it's like and again, totally spitballing. This is not something I've thought of before
Mm-hmm.
because you're taking me down roads that I haven't thought of, and this is exactly what I was hoping would come out of this conversation. So this is great. Um, this is not something because you're leading me, um, but I'm feeling like differently, and um, different outcomes were the result of that. That's kind of like what the other universes are like. That really makes sense either. So
So you're
I'm really
saying
not
that
sure how to
people
answer
making
that.
different
I
choices
I,
might be different universes.
I think that there's a high likelihood that people in other universes that would be, you could say, essentially parallel to us in this universe could very well make different choices and therefore have different outcomes. Therefore, their lives could be very different in different parallel universes. Um, but again, I mean, we're talking
Are
quantum
there
physics here,
infinite
so
are
at
there
this point,
infinite
I
parallel
I get a
universes?
little bit lost, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Do
think
you think
infinite. No, I don't
every
think infinite.
choice, every option,
I think there's
every
12.
movement, every thought even
I
universe,
get it. No, I
every
don't.
thought even actions, just
I
big
think
ones?
that if I know, I think it's that it affects your universe, not that it spawns new
How does
ones.
it affect it?
Okay, for example, I wake up in the morning, I make actions, I do things.
Mm-hmm.
I walk, I put my feet down, I put my house coat on, I brush my teeth, I go make a coffee.
Mm-hmm.
These are all things that are affecting the fact that I brush my teeth, maybe makes my teeth more healthy. That's an effect,
An effect
right?
on your reality here,
On
but
my reality in this universe. Now, that
does
could be different in a different universe.
that's what I'm asking. Does each of those
Hmm.
choices, when you get up and put your robe on, if you skip a step along the way to brushing your teeth, does that spawn a new universe? Is there a
No,
universe where
I
you
don't
didn't
think so.
skip that step and a universe where you did?
I don't think that that's necessarily
So then, what is making these? What is it that not makes, but what is it that separates these universes that you think are there?
that again, a very good question. I don't know. I don't know. This is something that I've learned recently, actually. I'd like to share this with you. Um, the power of the words I don't know are immense. And I'm just learning this. I'm 50 years old and I'm just learning this. That saying I don't know, this is something that of the words I don't, and I'm just learning this to learn, right? That you are not aware of this knowledge seems like to me, old and I'm to learn, right? That you are not me a very great way of listening to yourself, you know.
I don't know is
So
great, and I
yeah,
have no problem with that. It for some people does open the door to learning because they've closed the door by assuming they know something. But I
hmm
can appreciate that opening the door with an I don't know, and so much so that it's actually one of the stickers in this live is W's for I don't know. I always appreciate that.
oh
Um,
really cool.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
so
great.
big W's. I don't know. I appreciate the I don't knows. I do, April. But I wonder why your I don't knows start at alternate universes and not at the structure of this universe or the idea of a energetic force
Well,
that is higher power like.
I think I worked through, quite a bit of it. That's why I believe that the I don't know is start at that level, is because it's legitimately where I don't feel either. confident or even remotely confident on
Do you feel like the I don't
suggesting an
knows?
answer.
Do you feel like the I don't knows should maybe start a little sooner before the orange?
Well, there's a lot of I should know more, or not. No, I take that back. There's a lot of I could know more. That goes right back to the beginning. I can always learn more about
Maybe start a little
know more, or it goes right back to the beginning. Learn, the better it is. Or it goes right. A lot of and I could always learn more, and it would, like completely. I could all, like completely.
force that is the answer to the question about higher power. Do you believe that your energy about higher power at the beginning? Do you think that that energetic force is something conscious, sentient, that it has force? That is, do you think that that energy will or intention?
Force as a separate
Well, I'm asking
consciousness
you
or
if you think it is.
entity. Okay, all right. So the way that I look at it is that we're all basically ants in a hive, and that hive, the hive itself, isn't just a pile of sand and turd and spit. It's actually, yes, I guess the answer to it is that it's actually a sentient, energetic force that affects all of the ants.
Why do you assume that
I know that doesn't make sense.
Why do you assume that it's sentient?
Yes, I guess that affects.
Assume that it's sentient.
Kind of. I've.
43.
Okay, so we're very similar in age. I've witnessed in my life various things that have led me to that kind of. I've
43.
Various things. I always learn more, and my opinion is always up for renewal. As in, I am not concrete on anything because I always consider myself a student of this life and world. So, I'm not saying I know this. I always learn more, and my opinion is always up for student of this life and world. I'm not saying I know this. I'm things that I've witnessed, things that I feel, things that I know. Like when you just know something in your gut. I trust
So you're
that
just
feeling.
feeling that you know things in your gut, and you know in your gut that there's a conscious mind behind the movements of the universe.
Yeah, you could call it faith.
So, what is faith?
You could call it faith. Faith is what I just described.
What is faith?
Faith is that knowing in your gut.
Do you think a knowing is in your gut? Do you think that that is always accurate? That is always true?
No, I don't think it's always accurate. That's what I just described.
Do you think a no?
No, I don't think it's called your second brain for a reason. And
So
it could be wrong.
Do you through?
No, it's called your second brain for a reason.
Could be wrong. Your gut feeling that the universe is conscious.
Yeah. Which is exactly why I'm talking to you this fine evening, because even though I know it and I feel it in my gut, that does not necessarily mean it's right.
If it's from
as
faith,
I evolve,
if it's a feeling in your gut that's from faith, is it really
know it and I feel it right?
Is it really?
I think it's more of a feeling, I guess. So when you say I know, really you should be saying I feel.
In your gut.
No, you're saying I feel.
Right.
To say I know implies that you are 100% sure that it's correct. And I don't think that's because you know implies that you are 100% the case in this situation. You know implies it would be
behind the forces of the universe.
It's correct. Right. More accurate.
Feel that there is a
luck.
What is the time or convenient times?
Well, no, not necessarily that, although that's a part of it. A lot of people look at no, not necessarily as part of synchronicity because it.
Do you mean synchronicity?
Synchronicity, yes. Sorry, it's very late where I live.
That's okay.
And I'm also extremely thirsty. If you don't mind, like just taking a break for one second.
City.
So, and,
A drink, and while you
yes.
do live, we're at 4.4 thousand likes. I think we could be a lot further along if we all tap just a little bit. Bet we could break 10. A drink live, we're at fit. Bet we could break 10K in no time. So synchronicity. I'm trying to find out. I think we could be in no time. Out if it's not just things happening in convenient ways.
I think, in my opinion and in my experience, synchronicity means more along the lines of things happening in such a fashion that they facilitate each other. I know a lot of people look at saying, oh, if you see 111 all the time, that's a synchronicity. If you're always you hit every green light or blah blah, that they facilitate each other one all the time, that you hit every green light, associate with synchronicity in their own vision of their own world, and that's perfectly fine for them. I'm a little bit past that, as in I still appreciate that. I think it's cool. I acknowledge it. I see it, and I go, "Oh, that's really neat." That this is happening this way, but I don't think it's necessarily a message from the universe or anything like that. However, when you say, for example, think about your Aunt Jill, and 2 days later she calls you and you haven't talked to her in 20 years, or you dream about her and then that happens, or you say, I really, really don't like this car. I really don't like this car. I just want a new car. God, please just give me a new car. Like, I just don't like this car. And the next thing you know, somebody rear ends you and they're at fault, and you somehow, through insurance, get a new car out of it. Those are the kind of synchronicities that I'm talking about. These unusual happenings that.
So in that wanting a new
you,
car and you get rear-ended, you, I guess, hope that you don't get injured in the accident as well.
Well,
right?
yeah, yes, I would.
So that would it still be synchronistic if you were rear-ended and had spinal damage for the rest of your life?
Well, it kind of would be, because that would be a part of what you had sort of asked for. However,
You asked for
that's
a new car
very
and you
shitty.
asked for spinal damage?
Yeah, no, that's what I mean.
I don't
That's
think
an
that's
extremely
quite. So it's kind of monkey's paw.
shitty. Yeah, it's very
Synchronicity,
monkey's
isn't it?
paw. That would be a
Ask for spinal damage.
shitty. Yeah.
Still synchronicity.
What I'm trying to get at is that I think synchronicity is the concept of creating your own universe, creating your own reality through your thoughts, through your thought system, through your mental imagery,
Creating
through your
reality
desires.
through your thoughts. So you think that the
your
universe
own reality,
responds.
your
I've
own
got to
reality.
finish questions. I don't know if we're going to actually finish this conversation.
Okay.
So I feel like you're not. I feel like you want to question, but you're kind of fervent in a little bit of this. You feel like the universe is responding to your wants, your wills, and your desires in some way.
Yes.
Because of a situation where, say, you want a new car and you get rear-ended, or you, I forgot the other examples because the rear-ended one stuck out as kind of not very fortunate.
Yeah.
But you're saying that you will this reality, you shape one style, born with a terminal illness and lives their only experience of this life in excruciating pain before unaliving, that they willed that into that experience into existence.
Some people that tend to lean
victim blaming.
Yeah, no, and it's terrible. It's terrible. No,
if anybody's got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on up. I didn't want to hear the rest of that.
Yeah.
God or God, request on up. Whether God or God's higher, request on up. Maybe think about that, April. Think about whether willing that into existence for them. That's called victim blaming. I think you should think about whether or not that's part of your actual framework of reality. Maybe it is. If you have a reason for it, that's fine, and I think you should question that. But I'm not in the mood to question it anymore. But yeah, I do appreciate you, April. I do. Thank you for at least coming up and answering questions honestly and trying to go through the exercise. I do appreciate that. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your honestly belief or beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue or tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know if you can question it, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, Ahmed. Doing all right. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I just want to... And why? Hello, Ahmed. Doing all right. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? And do that?
Questioning my belief.
Do you belong to before?
Islam.
Oh, that's a hard one to question. It kind of tells you not to in some ways, doesn't it? I know it tells you to, and then it tells you not to.
It was of it.
I can. I know it.
To question it, especially like when you question coming from the.
I know it.
Or any of that, they tell you that's all coming from the devil, and you should just not. You just ignore it because it's coming from a dark place, and it's gonna lead you. Any of that is coming from as well. So you're encouraged, and the indoctrination is very just ignoring any childhood, and a lot of people romanticize that, and they think it's true and they believe it, and it becomes part of their identity, and it's really hard to convince them otherwise, to be like, hey, it's actually just what you grew up with, it's not really what you believe or whatever, what you know. It's not what you know, it's what you feel.
It's what you've been told.
Yeah.
Oh, and I like that, what you fear.
Yeah.
So what is it that got you to start questioning Islam?
Well, when I grew up in a very Muslim country, it's like 99%. I think there is one different religion in the whole country, one church in the whole country. The rest is all Muslim.
Do you feel comfortable telling me which country that is?
Mauritania.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And it's one of the few countries that still, it ingrains Islam in its own constitution identity. So if you leave Islam, you're...
Sharia law is the law there.
Yeah, you're considered a traitor, so you're sentenced to death if you leave the religion. So questioning my belief is actually comes with a cost. It's not just wishy-washy thing to do.
Do you still live in that country?
Nah, I left.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that's my biggest achievement that I kind of like questioned what I grew up with. I mean, it put me in a spiral, and it made me very depressed for a while. It made me something I hated. It made me like a very kind of like hateful anti-theist person. But it was coming from a very, like reactionary place. And then, after a while, I just started to see religion from a sociological perspective, and it's just that something like a human construct, just like God. We created God ourselves in our own image, and
What do you think is the what do you think is the biggest breaking point for you in getting away from Islam? What pushed you out the fastest, or ended your questioning?
It's the belief that it was special, that was something that I was like, okay, this is something special because I believe in it. And then I traveled. I think travel is what
fastest.
the belief that it was live in it and the world, and I saw people from all different, religions, all different backgrounds, and they all have their own special guy or their own special thing. I kind of was like, maybe mine is not so special after all. Everyone maybe just, I think that's when it kind of struck me the first time. Yeah, mine is not so. I kind of, yeah.
I think that was a big one, as the people around me believed, our God was supposed to be certainly like.
What was your God, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, oddly enough, it was the next incarnation of yours. Have you ever heard of the Baha'i faith?
The Baha'i faith. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I have.
I was raised, but they also recognize Jesus, and then they said that Baha'u'llah was the next prophet in a new cycle. So that's how they got around the seal of the prophets that Muhammad claimed. So he sealed up a cycle, and Baha'u'llah began a new one.
So they don't believe in the end of the prophets with Muhammad, like another.
Yeah, that's how they get new prophets.
I mean, it's very convenient.
It is very convenient, which also adds to a lot of the questions about how Muhammad was able to be a prophet after Jesus was supposed to, deliver the last word. There wouldn't be more, and how Jesus is supposed to be the Messiah. It is very convenient, which also adds to after Jesus was, and the messianic prophecy. So it certainly seems, when I looked at it that way, that each of these religions were just as made up as the one I was in.
Yeah, but once you see it, you can't unsee it, and it's very hard for people, especially religious people, to grasp that. Because I have a lot of friends who still think that I'm just like having a phase or something.
Let them think that. Maybe they'll join you on the phase. No, Sage, I don't have verses. It's just something some Christians claim. Sorry, had to respond to that. But Ahmed, I do have just a couple questions then for you. Sage, I don't have verses. It's just something some Christians. Ahmed, I do have just a couple questions.
What do I think might convince me? Because I truly think that God is a creation of our own imagination. It will be very hard to undo that. So it's in a sense, it would be, I think, only science could convince me. It would be the only. It would be the only, like, something that is like not sacred, something that is like able to be questioned and proven throughout experimentation and stuff like that. And I don't see a material way of proving that. It's kind of like really, yeah, it's a very feel stuff like that, and I don't see I don't know, to be honest. I never thought of this.
I don't know is a fair answer. It's a tough one, especially if you've come out of a faith and you have good reason not to believe in that God. It's hard to imagine what God you would believe in or why. I wonder, I don't imagine if somehow Allah was proven to exist to you, you would be eager to rejoin his ranks. But would you? Would you want to, if Allah did exist, would you want to worship him?
From my studies when I was a kid, when I was a Muslim, and all of I learned, I completely disagree with the morality of Allah. So no, I would pass on that one.
I don't blame you. Can you think of a God that you might want to, if not worship?
I think they're all like stories, but they're just that. They're not like, they're just like, to me, they're just like Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings. That's it. That's how far I would go to revering them. I think they're all like, to me, they're just like Harry Potter. Far I would go to revering them.
That you would want to exist, or that you would at least be least objective.
The meditation aspect of Buddhism kind of like is appealing to me. I mean, Sufism was very appealing to me a little bit.
Can you think of any of those actionable to existing?
The meditation aspect to me a little bit, you know, Idat al-Hulul wal Ittihad, which is like the oneness with God, when you are like one with God and you're part of it. And I think that wishy-washy stuff, that kind of appealed to me at a certain point, and it still does in music and poetry and stuff like that. So that is like a God, Hulul wal Ittihad, with God and you're part of a point, and it still does. That is like a God of love. It's from a like that. So like sometimes, but like I don't know, artistic kind of like stuff like that. Point of view.
Mm-hmm. The Sufi philosophy is very artistic.
Yeah.
Which sect did you believe?
Artistic kind of like.
Philosophy is could have been worse. Yeah. Philosophy. So, do they give you room to explore, to say that you don't believe, or do they even know?
Nah, they don't know. My
Understandable.
mom would break her heart, yeah, to know. Yeah.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Ahmed, but I really appreciate you coming up and sharing your story with us, and what questions helped you find your way out of Islam. I really appreciate that.
Thank you guys. You're doing great work. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you keep asking questions, and if you do come up with any new answers, make sure you bring them back to us. I'm going to want to question those too.
No worries. Bye.
Thank you. W's for Ahmed in the chat. He's definitely...
You're doing great work. Thank you.
Answers, make sure you bring them back. W's for Ahmed. I really enjoyed that. I am looking, though, if you do have a book. W's for Ahmed. I really enjoyed that. In a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable. He's definitely or anything like that, and you're capable of looking to tear you down or even prove your God wrong. I just want to know if you can question it. Well, then, what is that belief? Go ahead and record your God. What is that belief, and why do you believe it? Your God wrong. Well, then, what is? It never fails. There's someone in the queue until. And why do you? It never fails. There's no one in me to that. Our first one wasn't terrible. But our first one wasn't terrible either. It just was a little hard to get past the. There is no one on. It was a really good. Well, we'll let that guest think about it. Maybe they'll come back with the first one was. Maybe they'll come back with different answers. Oh, it was trivially true. Well, true. Well, I mean, I have to think about which statement you're talking about, Sage. I mean, I made a few. That's right, Grace. That's true. It's true. If there's someone in the queue, there is someone in the queue. There isn't someone on stage. Is what I meant, Sage. Someone's in the queue waiting, and then as soon as I finish the conversation and go to bring them up, they're gone. It happens nightly. Yeah, Grace, I definitely needed my cogs put in motion. Nightly. A little while before starting the live. Still don't feel awake. I'm working my way through a blueberry coffee, though. And now we just need somebody with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. And we'll see if my cogs really are turning. But welcome to everybody who's just joined us. If you are just getting here, we are not here to debate or argue or tear you down. This is a place for quiet reflection, questioning, and calm introspection, not shouting matches or debates. We're not here to tear you down or make you feel like a fool. I just want to quiet, calm the fool, a higher power, or anything like that. And you're capable of shouting matches. Just want to know anything like, well then what is that belief? And why do you believe it? A higher power, that. Get some class and become. I'm not sure that I'm a cog or a sprocket man, but you know, sometimes they have to work together. Sprockets and cog. Sometimes work together. Sorry, Grace's comment. You only need to operate on quarter capacity tonight. I feel it in the heavens. Need to operate on quarter. Well, now you make me want to question. Sorry, Grace's comment. The heavens and stars above. How do you feel? It is a Saturday. Well, now you want me. We're coherent, but it was a majority. It was about 50-50 last night. Don't neglect your fiber intake. Or your protein. Oh, yeah, nope, that one doesn't exist anymore, Sage. Well, at least not in this space. In this space. Belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that. Go ahead and request on up. Kira says they can always add fiber later. I don't know. I wish I'd known about it sooner. Some of these names in chat, I was just about to read a comment and I read the name who posted it. I don't want to say it out loud. It was a funny comment, though. But yeah, I don't know if you should be imprisoned over well done steak or not. I am from Texas. We do something else here. something else here. I don't know what you're talking about, Kiera. I sound just like I'm from Texas. Yeah, and around these parts, if you order your steak anything more than rare, well then, you're gonna get some funny looks, and maybe a few go on back where you came from. Thank you, Shell. I appreciate that. ZZ Top voice, yeah, a little bit. Does a deep South California accent count as a Southern accent? Is there a twang? I can't think of a Baltimore accent in my head. There's no accent, just increased vocal fry the further south you go in California. Three Pip says it's more of a twang than a twang. Sage says that Arn Arned and Arn Arn. I'm not sure what an Arn is, but Arn apparently Arned it. Aaron earned an iron earn. Arn earned an Arn Arned an Arn Arn. Yeah, I have to hear a Baltimore accent, still not making. Apparently. So, I'm just going to have to hear a Baltimore accent to know the difference. In my mind, as soon as you say Baltimore accent, like my brain wants to do a Boston one. Park the car in Harvard Yard. To know the difference. A Boston one. Be interesting. Be interesting. Be interesting. For a believer with a belief that they can question. I'm definitely going to make sure that I thank Sebastian Shell, Heather's Descent, 3 Pips, DD Chickadee, Dash, and Kiera. Thank you all so much for helping with that goal. I do appreciate you. And if we linger on accents too long, what'll happen is I'll start using one, and we don't want that. Because I don't know which one I'll use. I might just start trying them out. Do with a Scottish accent. That would go lovely. I might just start do with a Scottish. Surprisingly, Grace, I don't do a very good British accent. Like, I mix them. So I could start in Liverpool, end up in London, by the end be speaking with an RP accent, and it's just not good. I should probably practice more. I think we do have a request. Let's see who we've got. Hello, Jar. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
You're really quiet. Let me turn volume. Okay, say that again.
I was just asking for your age.
Oh, 28.
You said 20? And do you have a belief in
28.
a God? 28. Age. You said, okay. Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Not really what I believe. There could be something, but I don't really can say what there is or isn't. If that makes sense. So no. Really can say what there is or
So you,
yeah, it's like it's cool if there is, but not really.
it would be cool if there is, but not really. Do you lean more towards wanting there to be a God or not?
I think not, because I believe more in like scientific stuff, so no.
Can you think of what might convince you that a God exists?
I think no. Kind of like if I ever prayed for something and it like just poofed up and it was there. Like unbelievable that could happen and it happened. Yeah.
So, if you prayed for something and it poofed up in front of you, then you would be likely to believe that a God exists.
Poofed
up in.
Just unbelievable, I guess. Yeah.
Believe that. Would you worship the God just for existing and answering this prayer?
Yes.
Answering this prayer.
I don't know if I'd worship them, I'd thank them. I'd only worship them if they've for sure done something for me.
Hmm.
Like I knew they did it for me for sure. But if I didn't know that they did, I'd only worship them if they did it for me for sure. I'll just probably.
What might convince you to worship a god?
I truly don't know because it's on a daily basis.
I don't know is a perfectly good answer, Jar. So you don't know what would convince you to worship a god. You think that maybe a miracle prayer being answered might convince you that a god existed, but you'd only think it for that, and
Yeah.
think that maybe it, but you'd only think. I am kind of looking for someone who's got a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, to see if they can question it. And it sounds like you're already doing a fine job of questioning. I might have more another time, but I think I'm going to move on. I do appreciate you.
Yeah, but I usually join this just see what's going on.
Well,
But I hope you have a lovely night.
Thank you, Jar. You too. Take care. And keep
Bye.
asking questions. Yeah, we got some W's for Jar there. And I don't know, one, what would convince her to worship a god, and some interesting thoughts on what might convince her to believe. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. And if you have already requested up, and that's you've got that, a belief that you can question, then go ahead and throw one in the chat so I know who might actually be curious enough or courageous enough to have already requested a question. I have a couple of you in queue. You're all right, Cat. You can wait till you're quiet. It's all good. We have possibly a ghost in queue. Yep, thought that one might be a ghost. And then maybe another ghost in queue. Okay, possibly, maybe. Okay. So this is why I asked everybody to put ones in chat if you were in queue and had a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that. Because it doesn't seem any of you are really even there anymore. But we'll see. Maybe the next one. Yeah, God doesn't instill very much patience. Well, thank you guys for tapping us up to 21,000 likes. I appreciate all of you getting us up there. And if you keep on tapping, I'm sure we could get a few more people in here who are curious enough or courageous enough to 1,000 likes. I appreciate I'll get a few more people who beliefs. Talk TOS. Get a few beliefs. Talk TOS.
26.
Your beliefs. Talk TOS. Higher power or anything like that.
I do.
And which gonna move on. When you're done eating, you can come back. But I don't want to listen to you smack your mouth at me. Nope, not interested. You can request back up when you're done eating. Thank you, Grace Moore, for the Panther Paws. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here for the come back. You can request. Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here for 10 seconds of smacking in between me.
Hey.
Hello, Eric. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 46.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that? Yeah, I'm not here to answer questions. I'm here to...
Yeah, 46.
Yeah, I'm not here to answer. Believe it. Yeah, I'm not here to answer. Believe it.
Well,
Sleep it off, and then whenever you're... Believe it. Sleep it off, and then whenever you're... It's a Saturday night. I expected more incoherency, to be honest. We've had a few guests that were actually capable of questioning their beliefs and sounded lucid enough. It's a Saturday night. We've had a few guests that were actually... That was good, but we've had a few guests that were... That was good. Let's see. Do we think the next one will be obnoxious, lip smacking, drunk, or actually able to question? Yeah, Shake. I think I'm actually having a lag on the streaming device and a lag on. I just realized what it was. We should be a lot.
I
Welcome
finished
back,
my
Captain
food.
Redclaw. Excellent. A belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that.
Yes.
And just quick back
My
power 26?
26.
And which god do you believe in? Congratulations.
26. The Christian God.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No.
Why not? Goodbye.
Because though I believe in the Christian God, I don't believe in the
you lied.
Christian
You lied.
Bible.
You're done. You're done. You lied. You lied. I'm not interested in... Why not? I'm not interested in talking to a liar. Literally still smacking your food in my ear. Literally still smacking your roast too. You were still chewing and still roast too. Still chewing. And finish your food, clear your passage, and then maybe you can come up here and talk. But I'm not interested in listening to... It's gross. Oh, it's not what I heard. It's not what I heard. Gaslight us all now. Drink some water. Clear your mouth. You want to come back? Light us. No, I don't want you to go on video. Hello, Danielle. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, I'm super nervous. I'm 39. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay.
Okay. I've never done anything like this before. Okay.
Well, I'll promise not to be mean. Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I actually was raised as a Southern Baptist, so um, yeah, it was extremely, I guess, oppressive, and I feel like I'm kind of like raised as norms at this point. Um, there's a lot of pressure in the South to be feeling pressure in the South to be Christian as well. None of it makes any sense to me. Norms and as well, none of it makes any sense to me. Um, so I've done a lot of searching. I find that Hinduism is probably most aligned to. Um, I just feel like that's the closest thing. I just feel like that's the closest thing that I can wrap my mind around, being that, you know, there are at my in the news and whatnot, but
So you believe in reincarnation?
I hope so. In the news and
You believe that there is a God or a higher power involved with that process, or is it just
I
us
don't,
being? Is it just
I
us
don't
being?
per se. Um, and I was writing in the chat, trying to hear your thoughts when know if it's in like I okay, so my grandmother passed away right after she passed away, and um it was her getting on almost like a writing on almost like a Viking
Dream that your grandmother got on a Viking ship.
and
Ship.
yeah, she was basically starting her journey to whatever's next.
Dream.
I stood there and waited with her, almost like a train platform, like you know, and I just stood with her until she got on, and right, she got on, get emotional. So she passed away very closely after that happened, and very closely, in the dream, it was very violent. There was the ship that she got on was traveling via really violent waters, right? Island, yes. And I started thinking, every time I feel like someone passes away in my life, it rains. It rains and lightning and thunders tremendously. Death in the family, which is my grandmother. And I was thinking, just what if lightning, when lightning strikes, and in a lot of cases in science, even you can prove that the lightning actually comes from the ground up. So I started thinking, well, what if souls travel that way?
So you're saying because you think lightning comes from the ground up,
Well, not
that
necessarily.
souls might travel.
Not necessarily that portion of it. That's just a way of me kind of rationalizing the idea, and trying to make it fit my narrative, because I do want to believe in something. I do envy, those devout whatever people, because I, I'm trying to make sense of it. That's what I find is so interesting to me, because I really can't find any, like, prove me wrong. What is the strongest form of energy on the planet? Yeah, I have no idea, but it's powerful. I mean, it goes back to ancient times, I guess. Back to ancient times, I guess.
When you're saying energy, what are you trying to describe?
Well, I'm just referring to lightning as probably one of the most extreme forms of energy, right? Other than, if you want to talk about science, you can go with man-made stuff like nuclear bombs and whatnot, but I'm talking about natural energy that we experience every day.
What is energy?
With man energy, you mean scientifically speaking?
When you say energy,
It's a good question. Um, can you elaborate a little bit, I guess? I don't know. Energy is
energy is something extreme.
I feel like you're.
I'm not mocking you. It may sound like it.
Okay.
Sometimes the questions do, and sometimes the questions do sound a bit silly. Sometimes they sound like, oh, you should obviously know the answer to that. But it's not about whether I know what energy is. It's about what you're meaning when you say it, especially since we're relating it in some way to reincarnation here.
Yeah.
I'm curious what the energy that you're talking about is.
I guess, just natural occurrences in nature. I feel like lightning is
How does lightning or a natural occurrence in nature relate to reincarnation?
well, if reincarnation is a thing, explain it, right? And so that's kind of what I dove into after the passing of my grandmother and trying to make sense to me. And my therapist says that of course you would both believe in reincarnation, like, because of what you've been through, you hope that this isn't it, right? And so I'm fascinated by all things like space and black matter, all that kind of stuff. And it's just something you can't really explain, but there are souls traveling through weather as well.
Souls traveling through weather in history.
Yes. So did I don't think I clarified that. So
What is a soul?
your consciousness, your beliefs, your I could get into all these theories about the what is it called? The something brain, right? I forget the guy's name. Starts with a B. I could get in.
To do with souls.
I guess what I'm trying to something
Brain.
I guess what I'm trying to say is
The Boltzmann brain is right.
Isn't it where things are so the way things have landed, how we experience the world and how the universe was created is statistically impossible. It is more likely for a random brain, a fully functioning brain with thoughts, memories, opinions, can just magically appear out of, is more likely than the way the universe has ended up currently. And so it kind of dives into, everything currently. is, you know, based on a thing that, you know, based on a hope, because we can't see every
I wanna question one thing. You said that the Boltzmann brain was an idea that a brain could spawn in the universe we see.
right.
I wanna in the universe we see. Conclusion or purpose of the Boltzmann brain thought experiment was.
Oh, it's very
Possible.
oh, it's very possible. If you know, go ahead and remind me. I think it was just trying to really question what reality is in itself. Like, do
just
we
to help
even
out
exist?
a little, the idea with a Boltzmann brain was that like an infinitely old or vast universe with random fluctuations could create highly improbable complex structures. And the idea is to test theories in physics, not even test, but kind of to thought experiment with them to see if a theory can predict more Boltzmann brains than natural observers, then it's a likely flawed theory. Not even TED. If a theory, then brains are actually meant to kind of point out problems with theoretical models.
Yeah, it's kind of scary. I try not to think too in depth about those types of things because you can get lost in it. Like, did I make up what I'm seeing right now? Am I really even speaking with you right now?
So that's more, like solipsism, right? The idea that your mind is the only mind generating everything, or that that some take it a step further into even more of a even I don't exist.
Right.
That everything is just some generated reality or imagination, or imagination.
And that's probably one of my biggest fears. Like, I'm bringing it back down to reality. I do have schizophrenia that runs in my family. Degenerative brain disorders, dementia is pretty common. I don't want to forget who I am. Things. And more recently, because of personal experiences that I think it is. I think I do have a little bit of some psychosis, auditory and visual hallucinations, and that is scary to think that could be my reality in just a decade or so. Have you ever thought about that? Like, that all
if it is all happening within your mind, why would you choose the experiences that you've had and the potential outcomes that you seem to be afraid of that seem likely?
I don't know. I wouldn't have chosen any of it.
So you can probably rule out that you're constructing everything around you. If you're not constructing things, you would. If you're not.
Yeah, but that just kind of got me thinking about, so what if my mind was I mean, my reality would be that. Everything, but that. Everything I think and feel and know now. My mind now, what happens when a brain is broken?
That's a really good question, Danielle.
And, so pretty much every time they come to me in a dream, I don't know if it's just your brain signaling, just neurons and whatever. It's just a way to process, I guess. However, this dream that I had with my grandmother was significant in that she had Alzheimer's and dementia. Was gone before she died.
The identity,
Yes,
the memories.
Who you are, what you know, was gone. The soul itself was gone. I mean, I feel like that's why she came to me in a dream before she died. It had been a dream after. It was just like when they were alive. Well, the same thing happened with my grandmother. She came to me confused. She didn't know who I was in my dream, which was interesting because it was sudden. We're a lot confused because it was sudden. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you think that you could have? Do you think that you could have been already letting go of her at that point?
Because
been as a soul was gone. Do you think it's possible that this dream wasn't her reconciling with the loss that not only was inevitable but in your view had already happened?
Do you mean spiritually? Like I was
the loss in you?
Do you mean spiritually? Like I was reaching out to her spirit, or that I was just process? Yeah, that's probably more likely. However, past I don't see. I'm not closed off to the idea that a soul could visit you somehow, some way, whether it be a dream, whether it be,
I think you're less than not closed off. It feels like you have a belief in souls that transcend our bodies and are not only carried off in some way, but return. You have a belief.
To even explain, people coming back as their family member, the chances of that happening, right? It's just not even a thought that I should be having. However, even a chance to be having. However, I trying to make sense of, life in general, religion, what have you. It would make sense trying to, it would make sense if that lightning that they traveled through, the lightning gets you into the sky, you can travel to your next body.
Yeah.
I mean, who's to say it's not, right? Just let me have my thing.
Well,
so
I'm all about, in normal conversations, letting people have their thing. But the purpose of this life is to see if you can question your beliefs. And it's sounding like you're kind of not wanting to question end of this life.
Oh no, I can totally. I'm totally open to that. That's just open to that
possibility that there is no soul, that your dream was you processing your grandmother's dementia, and
100%, yeah,
and
totally. It's just
no soul
one
may
coincidence
not work the way you think it does.
1 million. 1 million. it's just a nice thought. It's just a nice thought. I
It is a
would
nice
like to
thought.
kind of switch gears a little bit.
It is a
Would
nice
like to
thought.
kind of switch gears a little bit. And this is still on topic, right? So I have had exceptionally bad luck recently in the past couple of years.
Luck.
And I can't, and really bad luck, feeling of evil in my life right now. And so that's kind of led me down this path of more like
What do you mean
magic.
by evil?
Ooh, spells, dark magic, uh, just there's crazy signs.
Signs. What do you mean by signs?
Okay, so there's it's kind of a New Orleans thing. I'm from that area, where in some rituals from the religions, they include frogs or toads. And there's this saying, if there is a toad that will not leave your house, right? That could be a sign of someone being sent to watch you or do harm on you.
Sorry, a toad.
House or do yes.
Like in your house.
Not in my house. I actually
In your house.
have a toad that sits by my back door. And I've even asked ChatGPT, have ChatGPT and everything on this because it's very, very strange. This toad will stare at me. I'm a smoker, so I sit on the back porch, and all I have is free time at night. So I sit on the back porch, do my TikTok, do my smoking. So I sit on. Okay. Does not break contact. I'll let the dogs out. Free time at night. Dogs out. There's all kind of noises, and I'll turn the lights on and off. This thing does not move. It doesn't flinch. It's not afraid of me.
Is it dead?
That's a thing. I don't think so. I see it every night.
You say you let your dogs out? They don't try to.
I don't think so.
They don't try to.
This is the second, not currently because it's not currently because it's winter, but the second season that it has come to my house. And the chances of it being the same toad are not, it's not the same toad, right? But it's a weird situation. It makes you think, what
Is there any possibility?
What is going on?
Is there any possibility that you have a warm spot there? Like, so it is finding a spot.
It's not. I live in Louisiana. It's always warm. Yeah.
There.
I'm really warm. It's in a little alcove of my home in the back.
An alcove.
It's in the back. Yeah. It's true. It is sheltered. I've even
Alcove. Could it not just
they
be
can have vision problems, so they will stare at one thing. True. One thing.
Can
really
it not
hard.
just be a convenient place for a toad?
And problem in the scheme of
I imagine a toad
that,
sitting in its favorite sleeping
really
spot.
hard. Yes.
Sitting in its favorite sleep.
Yeah.
Maybe
It's probably
this-
thinking this thing should have fed me by now.
Maybe
It's probably
this.
thinking this thing should have fed me.
Watch it. I think Kira's got some questions. Hello, Kira. How are you doing?
Hi. Hi, Danielle. I'm proud of you for coming up here. I know you were nervous. So that's
Still
the first
nervous,
thing.
but yeah.
It's intimidating. It's intimidating.
Very.
I do have questions for you, and we might get back to a couple things, but now I'm kind of caught up in this bad luck thing. I want to know what bad luck means to you. What is it? What's the significance of that?
Strange occurrences on the phone, right? So, a lot of hate, and
What does
I
that
know
mean?
it could be like just get off your phone, but my cameras have been hacked. I get a lot of suggested feeds that are hate, of suggested feeds that are, well, I, they're just darker suggestions.
Suggestion.
Suggestions as in like your feed suggestions, your, for you section of whatever platform that may be.
Okay. Do you watch those videos all the way through to see if there's a message for you in them?
Not always. I have before.
I was going to say, because, I mean, that's kind of how the algorithm works, is it gives you more of what you pay attention to. I mean...
Okay, well, riddle be this then. So, riddle be this job. It's been 3 years. And I was in the 6-figure range, which I cried when I got my raise, when I got my promotion. That is when my
right.
Yeah. And so they fired me 2 months later. And I don't know, maybe it's just paranoia. Now I'm doubting myself.
Well, no, I think it's worth exploring. I don't want to say worth exploring. I don't want to say it's one thing or another, but I do think it's worth exploring any of the possibilities. Because, like, bad luck, you're seeing a lot of IP, right? So, exploring. Do you feel when you see things that don't confirm bad luck, that are positive in nature, do you feel like those are confirming good luck? Or is it kind of your hyper focus, or where you're feeling right now that you're getting? Do you feel where you're...
I'm not seeing much good luck. I gotta be honest.
Do you feel like... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say my life is, I am not the same person I was 3 years ago. My life has completely changed. I mean, there's a reason that I'm on TikTok.
Do you feel like,
got into a bad, scary relationship. That was, really, my only child has moved out. I'm alone. I lost all of my friends and I don't know why. Just really major things.
And I mean, I can understand how that would feel like everything is happening at once. I will say that you're not alone in that, especially within the last few years. I understand that, especially within the last few years. A lot of people's circumstances have taken a deep turn for the more difficult, right? Do you feel like bad luck is a punishment, or it's random, or it's targeted? Like, what are you feeling right now?
I do feel like it's targeted.
Or
I can tell you, and I don't want to just talk about social media, but this is a one major flag that I just it kind of scared me. So
you're getting muffled, Danielle.
What's that?
You're muffled. It's hard to hear you.
I'm sorry. So there was a live tarot reader, and when I got onto her platform, she immediately was like, there is somebody here that is somewhere, you need to move on. Just hate, right? And I feel like...
imagine that was you? Imagine that was you?
I did. Is that a tactic?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me say this. If you have a room full of people who are willing to pay you money to tell them what to do next with their life, willing to pay you then, whether they're accurate or not, what do you think saying someone who, what do you think that looks like? What do you think she would get from that? You know, saying, "Oh, there's somebody evil in here. What's it gonna do? It's gonna somebody evil in here. What's it gonna? It's gonna drum up. Let me get my money in, get this reading, make sure that's not me. I want to make sure I don't have a curse on me. I want to make sure I'm not having the evil energy on me. Like the panic is the point, right? That's money for them.
Okay. All right. I could see that.
I would get my money.
All right.
What? Is it possible for many difficult things to happen close together, even in timing, without a cause behind it?
It is. It totally is.
Behind it.
There's the catch. No, I have never experienced bad luck in my life. I've always been pretty lucky with money. You know, I have been through some shit, but I feel like I have grown from those situations. In situations, my
I think you might have got a battery warning or something. Or a phone call. Either way, we can't hear you right now. So while you figure that out, I'm going to thank everybody for 34,000 likes. Appreciate everybody tapping the screen. Of course, the more we tap, the more likely we'll have somebody else who can question their beliefs here soon. But go ahead, Danielle.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened.
You cut out for a minute there, but you're all right.
I didn't mean to. My phone's not. My phone.
I'm like relatable.
What can I say? Yeah, but I will say, so yeah, maybe this TikTok person got me because I do kind of, I don't know if I necessarily believe in tarot, but I had a partner who did it pretty frequently, and it was always pretty on point for me.
I understand that, but that is, I'm trying to frame these things as questions. But I will say, as someone who has read and taught tarot for over a decade, that things is design. All of these cards are meant to symbolize applicable depending on the area of your life that you apply it to. All of that is by design, and I think there may be some designs, all is design, and I think there may be some comfort in that for you, which is the only reason I bring it up. Everything is applicable to everyone in every time, because that is the design of this card game, this reading system, right? The point is kind of a thought exploration, not a true divination. When I feel like also, do you think that have you considered, because this is the first time you've come across this kind of streak of bad luck, as you call it?
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot of fear here, considered that when fear gets intense, when we have to face things we haven't faced before, our mind tries to make sense of it. It tries to explain it in ways that we're familiar with, because the comfort is in familiarity. Mm-hmm. Have you considered that may be what your brain is doing to try to organize it and maybe gain some control over the situation?
I guess I had never really thought of it that way. But yes. Thought of it.
We lost you again, Danielle. Yep. You're out of the screen again.
Oh, shoot.
So, whatever it was that happened again. You're back now.
Oh my gosh. I am going to plug my phone in for y'all, and I apologize. You're probably going to hear my fiance snoring on the couch. He is loud as hell. I swear he'll keep me up sometimes. I'm playing on the. I swear he'll keep. Wait, can I just like y'all? I was gonna see if get it on the
Right?
stream so y'all can hear how loud he is.
I can hear him already.
How loud he is.
I love how you're like sneaking around. It's so funny.
Oh, well, he sleeps in the living room because I like to stay up late. It's my free time at night. And so he was very well connected. So he'll stay up as long as he can and fall asleep on the damn couch.
That's very cute, though.
Oh, no. No, it's not. Please.
I really do. I feel like, and I'm only saying this because I can relate to it, that when things happen that are outside of our control, we try to like garner some kind of illusion of control. And I think that a really common way to do that, and so I don't think that you're alone in this, and I don't think you're crazy or paranoid. I think you feel unsettled and you try to organize it in patterns or programs that you've already been given, right? And so it's like bad luck, it's a curse, it's dark magic, it's evil. Maybe it's just life, like being scared is normal. Magic is normal. Being nervous is normal. I wonder what makes you feel that it's spiritual and targeted.
Y'all are going to think I'm crazy.
I won't.
We're about to test that theory. Okay.
Target.
When I started working at this place, that sorry, I've been told I sound very winded on the phone. So I started working here. Some shit went down, and I'm not even talking. When it went down, people were burning boxes of papers in the back of the building in a metal trash can, like it was a movie. And I'm pretty sure,
Oh, keep going.
I'm pretty sure they were doing, fudging some numbers. I don't know, but so headquarters came in. They said VP and president are gone. Don't talk to them. Don't talk about it. And then they hired armed security. And we're just like a little rinky-dinky, like maybe 10 people in the office. Hired now on our doors for the offices. And they hire armed security for if these people show back up.
I was gonna say, worrying about retaliation, that's pretty normal too.
No, we'll mention. So, found out later, HR and one of those two people were, more than coworkers, I guess. And so I kind of work under, well, something happens that is crossing a line as far as HR goes, which was not uncommon for this to happen every day. And so I'll stay with the I filed a complaint with, what is it? EEO. It's like where you're discriminated against as an employee. So it took 2 years for them to process this request, but I finally get a response saying, yes, you have a case. Well, I got scared. And here, let me tell you why I got scared. And I never pursued it, never talked about it again. So HR was really good friends with IT. Like, they hung out outside of the office. I got scared. HE did something that she got fired over, or God, I'm scared to talk about it. I don't want anybody to know that I'm talking about this publicly. But someone in my department was set up, and I knew it. I knew it in my bones. And they were just trying to get this girl fired. Well, I went to the owner and I said, you know what? If she's going to make these accusations, let's call the cops. Our information could be leaked if this technology and they were just information, right? And so we called the police. He called me. So we called the police. He called the owner, called the police. And what do you know? This stolen. It wasn't stolen. She was just trying to get someone in trouble. Well, I don't know if she ever figured out that it was me that was kind of pushing the president in that direction. But ever since then, I felt like there was weird things happening.
Is it possible that your
Like,
fear around this event kind of planted that seed? And so it's like it created that paranoia almost like you had
yeah.
fear and guilt around this specific event.
Oh, I have no guilt over it. She deserved to be fired.
Um, I mean, all
I
right.
mean, it was that's kind of a fucked up thing to do, especially this lady was the nicest lady and she just wanted her gone because she felt threatened. But I
All
mean,
right.
there was no reason to feel threatened, and I even had a conversation with her one time. Told her.
I have to say, Daniel.
Her one time. Told her.
I have to say, beliefs in
I'm
higher
sorry.
powers or gods or even
Oh no.
powers or gods or even
Oh,
luck
it,
at this point. It sounds like you were in a bad business where some bad things happened and you got wrapped up in the confusion of all of it.
yes. Sorry,
and
I did.
You're
get off
fine,
track.
Daniel.
So that is what ultimately
we're in a wrapped up.
Believing it was bad luck, and of course,
everything since then has been pretty bad. So yeah, it could just be life, and I had never had it that good, and now I have it really bad. The worst.
Could it be you focusing on the bad things? Could you add bad thing and calling that bad luck and ignoring the everyday good things?
Okay. I don't know
that were the
but I mean, this relationship has really taken a toll on me. That's what it is. That's what's wrong. Relationship is. That's what's really snowballed the whole negativity.
it's
And yes, I am trying to rationalize it. Like, I can't.
some of these things sound like things that aren't so much about that you need to address in different ways.
Well, I called or requested to chat because I had these ideas about the whole lightning situation, and I was curious.
I think that's a really good thing to keep questioning, Danielle. To keep questioning, Danielle. To see if your understanding of lightning is correct. If well, and if it is even, what would that mean? Where are they going? And what is the they that is getting carried on the lightning? How is it waiting for lightning to carry it up?
I think that that's how I label it anyway.
Riding the lightning. Danielle, I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you have. I think we are ready to move on, but
Yes.
I really do appreciate you.
I appreciate
and maybe
you.
another time we'll have more questions for you, and who knows, you might even have different answers. But thank you.
All right, y'all have a good night.
You too.
Bye.
W's for Danielle. She did great. Have
Bye.
just to come up here, and it can be a bit intimidating. So she did very well. Just a And while we wait to see if all the go not, if all the not, then, well, if you do have a belief in a god or gods, higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request on it. I'm not here to debate you or argue or tear you down. I'm not interested in convincing you that your God doesn't exist or that you have some mental disorder. I really just want to know if you can question you, and then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Great questions, Kira.
Thank you. I feel like I don't know. I feel like I get a little tangential with it and I start yapping and we get off topic a little bit.
Oh, you didn't. I didn't hear you yapping, and not that Danielle did either, but it did get a little tangential.
I'm like, what do you mean? And then we're like, oh, we're so far left now. Like,
And
I'm like, what do you mean? And then we're like, oh, we're so far left now. Like, we're deep.
Sometimes they'll say something, and sometimes they'll say a bit, and then there's another something. I'm like, well, what do you mean by that something?
Exactly.
And then by the time we've done that 3 or 4 times, I'm like, what were you describing in the first place?
Now we're
What is
deep
it
in a
that brought
money
us here?
laundering scheme, and I'm not sure what's going on. Someone's calling HR. You know, this happens. It's all honest questioning.
It is.
Not sure what's.
And every little bit of curiosity guides us in a different place. So you never know where we're going to go.
You know where I would like to go?
Where's
I would
that?
like to question a belief.
And
I
where's
would
that?
like to question what people believe and why they believe it. That's what I would like to do.
I would also like to do that.
Hi, Billy.
Hi.
Hello, Philly. How are you doing?
Fantastic.
Hello guys, how are you doing?
Good to hear. Hello, Mia.
Hi.
Good to hear. Hello, Miyahua. I don't need
Hello.
your camera, but I do need your age for TikTok TOS.
I'm fucking 50.
I just needed your age, not your camera. Cool. Now that we
Cool,
know that
I'll
you're
do
50,
come back
I'm
on.
gonna keep your camera off, and if you turn it on again, you're getting your age. If you turn it
I was
on,
impressed by your Christmas tree and fireplace, brother. Wild.
Yep. I said I don't need your camera. I refused consent, revoked it, and you continued to press. That's a dangerous fucking thing.
Sure is.
You're scary. Has no idea how scary that actually is.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Hello, evil. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
18.
What year were you born?
2008, January.
He said January 11th, so it would have been his birthday today. Maybe watch a little while, evil. Age a few days.
We needed to be 18 in a day, at least.
Goodbye, Miyahua. As soon as you say something like that, you can't even be in the audience. Goodbye.
Legit.
Goodbye.
Tomorrow. I like questioning new questioners. What was that? How old was the one that we were talking to? I think it was 2 days ago. How old was the one that we were talking to? I think it was 2 days ago. That was right on that verge of like, here's what my parents believed and here's what I'm. And here's what I'm. 18 is hard for me, honestly. birth.
We've had maybe out of the hundreds of conversations with 18-year-olds, because they always seem to be 18-year-old, we've had maybe 3 productive ones. Yeah. So it's not impossible.
I don't think I could have had a conversation on a platform like this about my beliefs productively when I was 18.
No, I definitely couldn't have.
When I turned 18, I was still in senior year in high school. Like, I was... My birthday's in September, so it was like right at the beginning of high school too, like, or senior year.
Yeah, mine's in August, so I had the same problem. And not everybody's ill-equipped at 18. I find when you're 18 as of, a few hours ago, I think maybe literally 2 hours by my clock. Yeah, I feel like maybe enjoy your birthday a little bit and come back in a day or two and we can try. It's weird, I have to start thinking of 2008 as 18.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. What? I was so flabbergasted when I got the invite. There's no way. Oh, there's no way. I still feel so young. But now I'm like the age that I looked at my parents when I was a kid growing up and be like, they're old as... It's really... I feel displaced. I feel very strange about this. I will say, though, that I'm cooler than my parents were at my age. I'll say that.
Rather than reflect on our own inevitable demise and our
oh my
pending
god
mortality. Sorry, I just realized my son's gonna drive in a year. Rather than focus on that, if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue or shame you for being old or young. I'm just feeling it right now. I was already so old when he was born.
Wait, how old were you when your son was born?
29.
Oh, I had my firstborn at 30. I did that on purpose, though. And then I had my second at 33. I just barely missed the cutoff for geriatric pregnancy.
Oh, wow. It's a weird thing to associate geriatric with 30s.
Isn't it? I think that it was named geriatric pregnancy when the life expectancy was like 50 to 65, something like that. And we just haven't changed it because why would we?
Did you hear about the new study that indicated that it doesn't really matter what age a woman's egg is? What matters is the age of the male contribution.
Yeah, see? It's you guys.
It is.
I honestly though, to be quite frank, actually I had a unique experience with my second pregnancy. I was on bed rest half the time. So I was like, I could not imagine being pregnant any later in life than that. But also that was a really hard pregnancy. So maybe it's possible. Maybe
They gonna kill you. You better stop listening. Tell them niggas fuck them, man. Ain't none of that.
at least be creative. Troll hard or troll home.
Right? They shared the live. Hey, thank you for sharing the live you just got removed from. That's awesome.
Thank
Appreciate you.
They're like, hey, cool guys, come watch me troll.
I bet that's what it was too.
Exactly.
But if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. My brain just ate that word. I don't know why.
Request.
Request on up.
It's that Texas accent finally coming through.
I don't think that was a Texas accent. That was so Tennessee.
Oh shit, my bad. You know.
Request on up.
Request on up.
It was, I don't know, twangier than draw. But if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. See, yeah, that's Texan.
You shouldn't do that for free, is all I'm gonna say. Maybe you should do like never mind. I was gonna say accent requests for gifts, but I'm not trying to objectify you.
I'm daily objectified.
I get that, and I witnessed that, which is why I'm trying to avoid that. Women used to be blamed for everything. Used to? What do you mean?
That past tense doesn't make sense to me.
It's not computing in my brain.
I think they definitely still get blamed for far too much.
Correct. It's awfully quiet for a Saturday. No believers on Saturdays?
I don't know, we might have the drunks trained.
Or the early hours of the Lord's Day?
Yeah, we probably won't get very many in the later hours of the morning. But once we hit about 10 a.m. my time, they're all gone. They've all been raptured. Right now, I guess most of them are sleeping for church. But there are others. There's somewhere out there a believer who believes in something unbelievable, and they might be able to question that. They might even believe they can question it. I wonder if they can question that. Wow, Grace. I just saw your last two comments. I don't know what the context is.
Thrayle, you diagnosed somebody?
What? When did I diagnose? Oh yes, and not diagnosed, but I understand what DD means.
You categorized their beliefs, or
I didn't quite categorize it. I just said that it sounds similar to this if you're interested in it. Something you might be curious about.
now is that what's
Well, I
what
handed out
brought this?
Satan twice yesterday, I think.
That's wild behavior.
Well, Satanism, not actual Satan. We questioned the Satanist. What was that?
Said you're keeping Satan in the shed for yourself?
Well, I mean, in so much as any of the other gods in the shed exist. But yeah, I had a Satanist come up who was just brand new, and I recommended that they read, the difference between temple and church, and recommended similarly to DD, but more so in the satanic temple kind of way, by the way she was describing it. So I didn't really hand out Satanism. I just suggested it might have some similar framework.
Now, the Satanic Temple is the humanist, non-theistic version, right?
Yes, they're both non-theistic, technically.
Oh, I thought for some reason that Church of Satan believed in Satan.
Not
Or is that
necessarily.
Luciferianism?
Yeah, Luciferianism.
Yeah. Okay. I like the temple. I like the TST. Those are the ones that are like putting Baphomet statues up everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Love them.
Yeah, where it's more of a rebellion against the authority of the religion that most of them left. So they are Hasatan. They are the adversary. They're the accuser, the questioner, the rebel. So that's why they take on Satanism.
I love it.
Sebastian.
What's
Did the day
February 9th?
change? I think the day changed because I did something, a silly voice or something.
Oh,
It was the 8th. I thought it was the 7th at first, but then I was told my math was wrong, and then it was the 8th. And yeah, I haven't seen the countdown today.
Countdown for what?
We don't know.
You know, every day this group gets more and more culty. I'm just going to say that. Now we have a date, now we have a countdown to who knows what. But it's significant to all.
Yeah. I don't know if he ever said the 8th, Sebastian, but he did indicate that I was wrong when I guessed the 7th and 9th. But yeah, something about me becoming a preacher.
You?
Me. Yeah, me.
Preacher of what?
Don't know.
Oh.
They can't be questioned.
Oh, you know what? Fair enough.
They're unquestionable.
Although once they requested up, but we think it was just a mistake.
Yeah.
Wait, who, Chalk?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, as soon as I hit accept, they disappeared.
This is what they do.
preacher of questioning. I mean, am I already that?
How do you preach questions?
I
Maybe
could see
by,
it being done.
I mean, maybe by hosting a live every day where you question people's beliefs and end it with a sermon-styled poem that highlights the value of doubt and questioning.
I think it is very charitable of you to call your AI poetry sermons, but I will stand behind you in this.
Yesterday I didn't read an AI poem. I read the others again.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
If you think that we are the others because you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you can question your belief, please request up.
Nice segue.
Not one of my best.
It was pretty good.
I liked it. It passes muster, but does it muster passing? Your finger over the request button to join us up here.
I almost made a comment and then I was like, oh, he's halfway. And then you finished. Oh, yeah. All right. had me at the halfway point.
Pass the mustard, the sandwich is dry.
Ooh.
Sagen hasn't seen this yet, so I'm just really quickly gonna throw this out. Sage and Bear.
I haven't seen this one before.
I just don't know why it's got green ooze.
Why is the tomato blue?
That's another good question.
Or, well, it looks like there's a red tomato on there. Is that... maybe it's blue cheese.
What on a sandwich would be blue?
In terms of the cosmological sandwich, can anyone really know?
That's a good question.
Why the fuck is the clown there?
That's another great question. I think on the full-size picture, this one's one of the ones that still has a disembodied Thor's hammer too.
Oh, hell yeah. Love that. Represent.
Because it just won't go away in some of the images.
You can't get rid of it. That's the nature of the Mjolnir.
Oops, that's not what I meant to click. That's...
Who's that lovely lady in... is that Billy's mermaid? Why is she in the soup?
Where else was she gonna be?
I thought she was beyond the soup, but you know...
Yes.
I feel like I've seen some of these creatures on Star Wars.
I think it's supposed to be Nessie behind the mermaid.
Hmm. That demon in the back looks like the soup's a little too hot.
Right, he's the one that's uncomfortable.
Soup is lumpy coffee? Ew, the hell? I rebuke this. Hellish rebuke.
I like the little dragon.
Honestly,
Blicks.
the teeny dragon on top of his little pile of gold in every little photo, I love him so much.
He's there in almost all of them. Yeah, there he is.
Do you believe in dragons?
Who are you talking to?
I don't know.
The world at
Anybody.
large.
Does anybody believe in dragons?
I want to. I really would love a reason to, because every book that essentially like changed my life as a child, like the first fantasy book I ever read as a kid was Jeremy Thatcher Dragon Hatcher, and that's what introduced me to the fantasy genre. And ever since then, I've been obsessed. Aragon, oh my god, great series. I want them to be real so bad.
I really liked dragons, and I did want them to be real, up until a certain point. There was a movie with, I think, Matthew McConaughey. Was it Reign of Fire? It might not be Matthew McConaughey. I might have the wrong actor. Christian Bale? I don't know. Yeah, that made me not want dragons. Or it's like a future where dragons have come up from the ground and decimated most of the earth.
I was gonna say just absolutely wrecked shop on humankind. That sounds about
absolutely.
right. The last few episodes of Game of Thrones. Yeah, they don't, I mean, I really liked the Aragon series for that. Well, I guess the relationship between humans and dragons, because they could like speak to one another and they had some kind of connection and obligation to one another. So it's like, I'm not gonna wreck shop here, you don't wreck my eggs here, everything's good, we're cool, right? Otherwise though, like, why would they? I think, anyway, they're not real. It is interesting though that like every ancient culture has some kind of tale about some type of dragon-esque creature. I think that's really interesting. I wonder where that comes from.
Dinosaur bones.
That's what my theory is too. Like before they knew how to like identify those things. It's like, ah. But why would they create them with wings?
I don't know.
Somebody give Thrayle a W I don't know in the chat, please. They are very cool stories.
Yeah, I don't know that dinosaur bones are the reason either. It was just a thought.
It's a
that
guess.
came to my head.
Imagine finding that skull. But then also it's like you find a big old skull and then you're like, I bet this thing flew. That's weird for me. But you know, weirder things have happened.
Ooh, I think we have a believer in Q. Look at this believer right here in Q.
Oh my god, she believes so many things. Tell us about your beliefs.
I believe that not all dragon-esque creatures had wings.
Tell me more.
I feel like, and I cannot tell you the specifics of it, but I feel like this is a conversation we had on this panel one night, was that like not all creatures that are like in that dragon like esque category, right? Had wings. Like I feel like Chinese dragons don't have wings.
That's what I was just thinking. The Asian dragon.
Mm-hmm.
What makes them a dragon then?
I don't know, but one time a guest came up here and told us that Mushu was actually the serpent in the Garden of Eden and caused the fall of humanity. And that's not what the guest said, but that's kind of how it sounded.
No, you know what? That tracks. I'm going to add that to my lore. I actually believe that.
I gave Kira a new belief.
Thank you.
I'm not sure that's what we do here. But hey, Kane, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 57.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Oh yes. um,
Which God do
I
you believe in?
which God do I believe in?
Or
Well,
gods or
you mean
higher
like that I
power?
have like faith in, or that I would attend to? I don't know how to explain this. I do like believe that many different gods exist. I think from all the different cultures, it's just too uncanny. Um, but what? But one of the gods that I do actually believe exists is sort of the feminine divine. Okay, a mix between and um, and the part of the reason is because I because I also believe in dragons. I do believe elves and dwarves exist. Um, I do believe that there are certain different draconian races. That I say not draconian from like how they say it, like the aliens and stuff, but more like reptilian type derivatives of these races that exist. And there's evidence of them in Asia, especially like in India. They had a big impact on India. Um, the the Chinese dragons. There's two types of them. One is what
Before
they
we
call
get too much into dragons, I know that's what we were talking about when you got here, but we are actually here to see if you believe in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that.
well,
And
yeah, I
now
did
that you've
mention.
mentioned, yeah, now that you've mentioned a lot of that, I do have some questions. Um, so to start with, um, you said that you believe all gods exist, but that one that you focus on is the divine feminine. You named a god, and then a Sophia. Is that from the Gnostic?
Yes, from the
So, what was the other god that you named?
Kemenastra. She's Indian.
Kemenastra. Okay.
Yes.
So Kemenastra and Sophia represent to you something you call divine feminine. You said that all gods exist, that it's too uncanny, I think was what you said. What do you mean by that? It's too uncanny.
Well, how do I explain it? I think that the traits of people, right, tribes, ethnicities, and things like this, are not all universal, but are in different vibration and expression in the things they do and how they interact with the world. And you can see that, if you just do like a cross reference to, let's see, let's say read their mythology or their religious books, and then you see the people and how they interact and how they conduct themselves, even those who claim they're not believers. And it's just,
I'm
and
sorry,
some
so
people who've
you
never even
see
read the book.
you see books and what they say and how people interact, and something about the way people interact, whether they believe or not, tells you that the gods exist. I'm not hearing what you mean there.
Yeah, well, because um, I don't know if you've ever been to any like pagan drum circles, or
Yes.
to in which, like, not just those like you're in North America, but when you go overseas, or some spiritual events like in India or down in Ecuador or Mexico, or some of the Haitian, like the Voodoo culture, like with the Loa and everything, you can see these people that embody or practice, okay, their belief systems, not in a religious sense. I'm not saying like how Western Christianity does it, or how the people who don't believe, and how they they're assimilated or bonded to their cultures, okay, and the things that they do. Um,
You're saying
and
people in cultures that don't believe things still participate in the culture.
and the
What is that?
spirituality too,
What does that have to do with the gods existing?
because because there's a symbology to it. Like we'll look at this as we're
Could there
only
not be
fleshly
a
human.
sociology to it? Could there be a reason why people stick to the traditions and seemingly participate in the spirituality when they're in a particular culture where that is prominent?
Well, well, it could seem that way, but when you have something like the things that have taken place to these societies, like in India or
What are you talking
in,
about, the things that have taken place?
well, like the colonization, the sanitization of those beliefs being suppressed, and then when that oppression is removed, how the people unconsciously begin to uh, gravitate around that identity. A
They
lot of people,
unconsciously do.
yeah, well, I mean, if you look
You
at,
don't think that people go through great efforts to reclaim their cultural heritage when the bonds of colonization are removed?
it's not that I don't think that. I'm not talking about those people that do. I'm talking about the people who don't, who just believe they're just living life. And all of a sudden, they will spontaneously say, or they had this idea or this
What do you
inspiration.
mean all of a sudden, spontaneously? Like where's an example of this happening?
Well, when you talk to them, when you,
Can
like
you
I
give
said,
me
I've
an
been traveling.
example?
Okay. When I went to India, I shouldn't really start with India. I really should start with Egypt, but I'll start with India. I went to India. I was there, and I met some expats, okay, expatriates from America, okay, and they had me. They introduced me to some people who were Indians who didn't believe in the culture, who didn't believe in Indian society or the gods and things like this. And
They didn't
quite
believe in society, or they
no,
just didn't believe in the gods.
they didn't believe in the gods,
Okay.
okay, and they didn't really follow things like a lot of the religious edicts or things like that, or spiritual edicts. But what happened was
Are
that
you well studied in Hinduism?
I'm not as well studied as I should be, but I know I'm familiar, very familiar with it. Okay, and I'm not talking about Hinduism here. I'm talking about, because when you go to India, the original people that are there and what they follow. They're called Dravidians, or now called the Untouchables. The actual Hindu are not the actual real Hindi. Okay,
I see.
but what I'm just trying to say is that the gravitation that they started to have and the things they started to do started with their eating. Okay, and the foods that they were eating, their realization of the cows, okay, and
Their realization of cows.
right, because cows are like sacred animals, okay,
Hmm.
and one of the ladies there, she just went into Jainism and started to. She just said she felt that she was returning or becoming awake again to who she really was.
So what does this have to do with the gods actually existing? If people start to practice traditions of their heritage or their region, what does that actually do to evidence a god existing?
Because what she said specifically, okay, was that she was in touch with a supernal consciousness.
So this person said that they were in touch with a consciousness, so they believed in a consciousness
Right.
that they were in touch with. So this was somebody having describing their spiritual feeling.
Right.
And what about that evidences that the God actually exists?
Well, the thing about the concept of the gods actually existing isn't really something that people themselves have to take to believe, because it's personal. And the other thing is that for myself
Why do you
specifically,
believe that all the gods exist? Was the original question that led us down this.
okay, because of like when I said uncanny was by my experience. These places that I've went, I encountered and sensed the presence of these gods, these spirits, on these people in different places.
You've sensed the presence of gods.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Exactly what it means.
What does
There's
it
no
mean? How do you sense the presence of a god?
How do I sense the presence of a god? Is that what you're asking me specifically?
How do you sense the presence of a god?
I sense the presence of the god by his or her presence. Okay.
What does that mean?
Well, I'm trying to explain that. Each Just like you go into a room with a different person, you can feel their presence.
No,
Okay.
I don't know what you mean. Are you sure that you can feel their presence?
Yes.
You
I
think
can
that
feel
if
their
you
presence.
went into a room with someone who was being very quiet who masked their breathing and you walked in the room with a blindfold on, you think you would sense that there was someone there?
That would depend on my state of awareness at the time, because we have more than just physical senses. So, I mean,
What
I understand
senses do we have besides physical ones?
we have an intuitive sense. We have
What does that mean?
An intuitive sense is a supernal sense. Okay, it's something that exists.
What do you mean
that
by supernal?
Supernal being spiritual and above the normal physical senses.
How does that
Okay,
work? Spiritual and above.
Well, it's like this. Not in the definition that the Western societies would say what's spiritual, because they define things based upon how they want to control the narrative. Okay, especially with lots of questions. Because they only want their specific answers. All right. The truth of the spiritual senses, okay, for a particular person is based upon how open they are, okay, and how they conduct themselves as far as
So how open
attuning
you
their
are
attuning their
how
attuning their awareness. Huh?
so how open you are and how aware you are. And what was the other one?
I said how aware you attune your awareness.
How aware you attune your awareness. What does that mean?
Yes.
Aware tuned awareness.
How do you attune your awareness? Is that what you're asking me?
You said aware tuned awareness. What does that mean? Like,
well, being aware of how you attune your awareness. It's like your focus. No, it's your focus. Okay. It's also how you learn to be present of what you're experiencing.
Learn to be present of what you're experiencing.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about?
Well, I guess what I'm talking about is specifically how I'm aware how you ask repeated questions. You interrupt me in the middle of an answer, okay, to kind of keep asking questions. But
Do you think I'm not aware of the condescending nature of your answers?
Actually, I'm not actually being condescending, because if I was being condescending, I would not answer your questions and just say you're the one being condescending with these questions. Okay, and also the question I really would have to ask you is, where do you think you can ask those kind of questions?
I'm on a panel. Hey, Kane, where do I think I can ask? Why do I think I can ask those questions? Because I'm hosting a live that says, can you question your beliefs? Can you read English?
I read English, but I also read intent. I'm not angry at anything. I was trying to explain that stuff. And as I was trying to explain,
intent.
I don't assume intent. Okay, that's another. You guys are
Kane.
When you
now
just
said,
lying. No, I'm not lying, and you're saying I'm lying. You see, this is really interesting. It's not necessary. I thought to come on this panel we were talking about dragons and fairies and things like this.
Did you read the screen?
I did read the screen, but I was also
listening. Can you question your beliefs?
I already questioned. I don't have to question my beliefs. I have faith in my beliefs.
So you can't question your beliefs, and you're upset that we were questioning your beliefs on a live that says, can you question your beliefs? You're very upset.
I'm not
It's
upset.
clear
I'm not.
Okay, sure.
Well, ask more questions.
I'm not sure I want to. I don't want to talk to an emotional person who can't question their beliefs. Why would I want to do that on my live?
Well, first of all, I'm not
question
emotional.
Beliefs.
Well, the only thing that I really wanted to say was that the thing I found very interesting.
I'm not interested. If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. If you just want to come up here to say something, there's a comment section down there you could have typed it out in. Sorry, it sounded like Philly was about to ask a question when he interrupted.
I was trying to take a deep breath and seeing if we could maybe Will
He
reset.
wasn't.
Yeah.
He wasn't here for it though.
No, I understand.
I have a hard time with gaslighting, like a really hard time.
Mm-hmm.
And the comment that I clocked earlier, like pretending that that never happened, was a huge bummer for me. I couldn't engage past that point.
Yeah, it was interesting. Hello, Taco. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yo, hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm 19.
What year were you born?
06.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe that Jesus died on the cross, and I'm a Christian, so.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No, I have not.
Why not?
Just didn't get to that point. I just kind of read scriptures that get me on in life that I need, you know what I mean? But I am on the process of reading my whole Bible.
Do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal?
I didn't read every story, but I read a lot of stories, and yes, I do.
So you believe the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden, those are true?
Yes, I believe that.
Why?
There's just lots of history to back it up. You know what I mean, I don't just go by the Bible, I go by history.
I'm sorry, you say there's history for it?
Yeah, there's history for everything, so.
What history is there for the Adam and Eve story? Or 6-day creation?
If I may ask, what's your religion, if I may ask?
My religion won't make any difference to this conversation. We're seeing if you can question your beliefs. Are you up for that?
There's no question in my belief.
There's no questioning your beliefs. So you can
question.
So you. I see. He left. At least he removed himself from, something he didn't want to do. I'll give him a W for that. Though, not a full W, because questioning your beliefs really is important. With a space between them.
You use.
Hello, Melanie. Welcome back. You've been here before. Did you mean to request up? I'm gonna guess not. We'll set you back down, don't worry. Appreciate you, though. Hello, Sherry. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 59.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Well, I'm basically on a search for an understanding of what I call the divine, but I haven't come to anything that I can embrace fully, if that makes any sense.
So you're on a search for something you can call the divine, but you haven't found anything yet.
Yeah, and I think a lot of why I'm searching is because I grew up in a very strict religion, and I stepped away when I felt like something wasn't quite right. It didn't fit for me. And I wonder if that's why I'm on the search for a divine. But it's something I do always question, I always search for.
When you say that you're on a search for the divine, what does divine mean to you?
I'll use words that other people use, like a creator or I think creator is the best word to describe it. What's ever behind the existence of life. But in my search, I've come to a realization in this last year that maybe it's not meant to be known. I don't know. I become aware of that reality. Maybe I'm not meant to know. Maybe I'm meant to just be self-directed. I don't know.
You say meant to be.
Mm-hmm.
You're not meant to know, and you're meant to be self-directed. Why would there be something intending what you do other than you?
I'm not quite sure I understand your question.
Well, when you say meant to, what's meaning you to do something or not, or know something or not?
That's a good question. It's a very deep question. I'm not sure how to answer that. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll count that as an I don't know, and I like those. Really quickly, though, I do need to speak past you and thank everybody for hitting 50,000 likes. Appreciate everybody tapping the screen, sharing the live. And if you haven't already, you can go down and share the live with the little Ben arrow and add to your story or repost. But also thank you, Kiera, for being here and helping to ask such great questions. So when you say you're searching for the divine, and divine is what's behind life, why do you think that there would be one thing behind the beginning of life?
Well, I don't. I'm not certain that it's one. It could be many. It can be many things. I'm not stuck on it just being like a certain, like, you know, how people believe in God being one. I don't know if it's one.
Do you feel like it has intentions for you? Like it means for you to do things or not do things?
That's a really good question. You ask really good questions. There's a lot of beliefs that I've come across that believe we are simply an expression of the divine, and each individual is just expressing the divine essence itself. I kind of tend to look at that as possibly being true. Sometimes I wonder if it's just random. I haven't landed on a particular belief that this is how it operates.
When you say sometimes, you wonder if it's just random. What do you mean by random?
Random, like there may be no certain purpose for it. It's just, I don't know. I'm sorry, I can't. What's that?
Unintended.
Well, yeah, but when I think about it in that way, I think I lean towards it's intended, that there was a reason life was created and why we exist. Like embracing it as random kind of doesn't settle as well with me.
Why do you need there to be a reason?
Why do I need there to be a reason? I think because I don't know. I guess to be a directing source in my life. Not that I'm gonna blindly or follow something outside of me to, I don't know, to live by. It's just the first 26 years of my life, I was told this is how it is, this is what you do. And since then, I've been searching for what feels true to me, if that makes any sense.
So for you, the driving force in your life,
Yeah, that sounds kind of silly, but yes.
could it be that you are that driving force?
Me, myself, being self-directed. Yeah, I kind of embrace that. I do a little bit of writing in this life. It fits for me. And I've written a little book called Be True, because I believe being true to yourself is something that's of value. And it's something that saved me, at least how I look at it, from organized religion. I was true to what was in me. So yeah.
So if you can be this driving force and be true to what's in you, why do you need there to be some thing greater with a purpose that you don't know about?
I really do appreciate your questions because I've asked myself that as well. I haven't landed on an answer yet. I simply am just grateful that I have the freedom to live my life in this way. And if there is a divine, great. If not, great. I don't know if that sounds ridiculous.
No, it doesn't sound ridiculous. You say if there is a divine, great. If there's not, great. Do you believe in an afterlife?
I don't necessarily believe, but there is a part of me that hopes, because my son passed away last year. He was 38, and there is a part of me that last year. There's near-death experience people that share their story, but that's their story. It's not, I haven't experienced that, so I can't say. But do I hope there is? Sure, I do. Simply because I miss him so much, and I'd like to think that I'll I'll have the opportunity to reconnect with him somehow.
That makes a lot of sense, Sherry.
Oh,
Thank
thank
for
you.
sharing that.
Yeah, but the truth is, I have no idea of the afterlife. And as I've gone through this journey of trying to have a sense of the divine so I can live aligned with it, I felt like, why don't we just have a heaven party here on earth so people can get over that and live in the here and now? That's my position. It's like, who cares about an afterlife?
Can you imagine? You said you might want there to be one, but can you imagine one that you would actually want?
A divine? Are you talking about the divine?
An afterlife.
Oh, an afterlife? The closest one I've come across, because I pay attention to lots of different outlooks, I think the one I like so far is that we are energy, and that which is within us, that is like the spark or the soul or the spirit, whatever, in us carries on as consciousness. But I don't know. I kind of imagine if that were the truth, but all I'm doing is imagining if it's the truth. I have yet to come across a sense of knowing it's the truth. So I can't fully embrace it.
What kind of divine would you want to exist?
This one I can answer, but it's going to sound like rainbows and butterflies and fluff stuff. But I imagine a divine essence that is intelligent and has afforded us this opportunity to experience choices. And I have imagined after we have this life, we go back and we share, this is what happens when you do such and such and such, that we share the learning process. That's how I have imagined the divine. I don't know if that makes any sense or not. But it's just personal. And I believe, one thing I do believe or embrace the thought of is that each individual has their own experience that I don't think we're meant to like move towards having each other think alike like religion does. I think it's really important that it's individual, and my ideal kind of thinking goes like this, that we share with each other. Here's my outlook. What do you think of that? And then back and forth, and where we learn from each other. Rather than trying to convert each other to believe along the same.
Individuality is
Yes.
the point.
I
There's
think
the
so.
purpose. It's to be
I
as
think
unique as
so.
you can. Really quick, I've got to thank, I think it was Jade who sent the Night Star. Thank you so much, Jade. I appreciate you. I think Philly might have a question. I saw her just about to say something.
Okay.
the individual part of what you believe, do you think there's any room for there to be collective beliefs, or is it all individual?
That's a really good question. I think there's room, and I think it is a balance to honor and respect the individual. But I think when I talk about sharing with each other, I think that's a key element, and we can recognize similarities and the differences and discover common ground, because I think community is very important. Sorry.
Do you think that communities should be built from a shared belief?
No. I say that quickly only because of how religion has unfolded in humanity's history. So my quick response is no. Maybe there is some value to it, but I don't like the history we have experienced in that.
What is it that you don't like about it?
I don't like how I think collectively people tend to have arrogance and thinking they have a monopoly on the truth and that others need to recognize and follow it. At least that's my perception of how things have unfolded. I could be off, but that's my perception. Should I drop now?
Oh, I thought I heard Philly's wheels turning for another question, but Sherry,
Oh,
you
okay. I
wait.
can wait. I have the patience to wait.
I really appreciate your willingness to engage with the questions, Sherry.
Oh, thank you. I actually really appreciate the thoughtful, in-depth questions because it helps me get to understand myself better. I really appreciate it because I don't get asked the questions. I'm just in my head thinking about stuff. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. I love
Yeah.
being asked questions as well.
Mhm.
Helps me clarify my thinking.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate what you've shared here today. I don't know that I have any more questions right now.
Okay, well, thank you for the questions and allowing me here. Thank you.
I really appreciate you. I hope that you keep asking questions, and if you do find more firm answers, definitely bring them back to us because we'll want to question those too.
Oh, thank you. I think that's a great idea. I really do. And thanks for having me on your panel.
Thank you so much, Sherry. I hope you take care. And that was questioning your beliefs.
It's a lovely conversation.
I wonder if our next guest will be questioning their beliefs in any kind of similar or different way. But if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, Then go ahead and request on up. I don't know what order they were all in, and so far at least 2 ghosts. So, if you are in queue and you do have a belief, well, be patient, we'll likely get to you. Hello, Johnny. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, yeah, it's 28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do, and it's actually a very recent conversion, I guess. Today, actually, I just really want to wrap my head around it and make sure I understand what it is that I'm agreeing to.
So, what god is it that you have discovered today?
I believe that we are all God. We are gods of our own individual lives.
You're saying we are all gods of our own individual lives. What does that mean?
So I believe that God is really just consciousness, and we are all fractals of consciousness, or at least every conscious being is a fractal of consciousness.
What do you mean, a fractal of consciousness?
Well, have you heard of the simulation theory? It's...
Oh my.
Sorry.
I have heard of the simulation theory, but we're just kind of like
here's
one point to the next. They're very broad points. So you're going from everything is conscious, we're fractals of consciousness, to simulation theory.
I promise it's connected.
What is consciousness?
So I believe consciousness is more like Wi-Fi in the same sense that it connects everybody who's online to a game, for example. We are all connected to this life through consciousness in the same way that Wi-Fi works. I don't know if I'm explaining that correctly.
We are connected to this life. What is we then if we're not in this life?
We are the embodiment of life because we are alive.
Life because we're alive, but we're also fractals of a consciousness plugged into a network of like a game.
Yeah, and I know that may sound strange or silly. It's just I don't really know how to articulate it as the way that I'm envisioning it, and I was hoping to kind of figure that out right now. I think life isn't really a choice. I think the afterlife is just another life. You know, once you die in this life, you were born in another, reincarnation.
Life isn't a choice. I think I understand, but what is it that's leading you to believe that there are any afterlives or fractal consciousnesses? Like, where's this belief coming from?
I think it stems from the fact that I think we are all, by seeking religion, we are trying to seek a purpose for life. We're trying to figure out why we're alive, what happens after, what came before. Even science is trying to figure that out with the Big Bang and that sort of stuff. There's theories for everything. We're always trying to question the why life. And I think if...
Are we always trying to question, or are some people just making up answers?
Exactly, which ironically I'm doing now. But
how do you know that your answer isn't just made up? Or does it matter if it's just made up?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think all answers are made up in the sense that we look for evidence to support what it is that we believe. If I go online and I search up why is milk bad, I'll get 1,000 articles about why it's bad. And if I search why it's good, I'll get 1,000 articles about why it's good. So I think we create the reality that we are seeking for.
Is that creating reality, or are you just highlighting where biases come in?
Well, I believe life is just a collective of perspectives. All 7 billion of us are just a different perspective of consciousness. We're all experiencing life simultaneously.
Are we all experiencing it simultaneously?
Yeah, we're
What
all
about those
alive.
who are? What about those who are not alive now?
Well, then they are either reincarnated or in the process of it.
Why would you think they are reincarnated?
Well, because based on my previous, statement, as far as what I think life is it's either you are alive or you are not. The afterlife is just another life. In other words, reincarnation.
Right, but why would you think there is reincarnation? I'm asking why, not just for you to say it again.
Oh, I see. Honestly, I don't know. I think that just kind of makes the most sense to me at this given time.
You said that you came to this belief today.
Yeah.
What changed?
I was just asking so many questions. I was asking why a bunch of times, and then
Asking
I kind of.
who?
I'm sorry?
Asking who?
To myself. I was asking myself, and I think that was kind of what led me to this kind of spiral, because if I was playing video games, I was wondering, like, well, does this character know that this life is a simulation to it? To them, to the character in the game, the life is real in the same way that this life around us is real to us.
Why do you think the character in the game has a perspective?
We don't. And
I said, why do you think that it
has
a perspective?
I don't know. I don't think we're meant to question our reality or our lives. I think we're just meant to live. And
we're not meant to question it. We're just meant to live. So you asked yourself why a bunch of times until you got to the point where you decided that there is a reincarnation and that you shouldn't question it.
Yeah, are my thoughts kind of lining up? It's... Oh, man. I think a game of Call of Duty. Well, I'm back to the simulation theory. In a game of Call of Duty that's multiplayer, they live, they shoot, and they die, right? Or pew pew, sorry.
Are you sure they live and they die? I mean, are you sure? Why are you saying they live?
Yeah.
What is life?
Life is the action of participating in life. It's playing.
Do you know how you just defined life with the word life? So life is the action of participating in life. What is life?
Life would be playing, the same way that when you play a video game, the game doesn't exist until you play it.
Right, but you're saying a video game. We're talking about life. Why are you giving life to the characters in a video game?
Because I was tying it into the simulation theory.
So you started with simulation theory?
Yeah.
So you already, before today, before playing the game, believed in simulation theory?
Well, I think before today I was completely atheist. I didn't really believe in anything. I grew up Catholic, and then I questioned that. And
so then what made you believe in simulation theory?
That we don't know how any of this started, and it very well may be code. It very well may be a creation of an external God.
Do you have any reason to believe it is code?
No, but in the same way that a Christian just beliefs in God without any external proof. I think we give life meaning in that sense. So it's
I don't
all
know what you mean, we give life meaning in that sense. What do you mean?
I believe that any religion, that the individual reality.
It is their perceived reality.
Right. So
So they
hypothetically
can't
speaking,
perceive another reality.
not if they're not open to it. So if I may elaborate.
Okay. So, well, I'm not interested in what you think about what other people believe. I'm interested in why you believe what you believe, and seeing if you can even question it, Johnny. And it sounds like, I mean, honestly, it doesn't sound like you have fully questioned this belief in any way whatsoever. You've just kind of come up with simulation theory because everything's consciousness and fractals. And like, did you just hear these words in a TikTok video today? Or did you, like,
No.
seriously, is this something you heard somebody else say?
No.
And you're just parroting?
Kind of a mixture of everything, if I'm being completely bluntly honest. A lot of it, yeah, is content consumption, and regurgitating of things that I think to be true in the moment. It's I really don't know how to describe it. Some of it is experience, things that I've lived through, and then some of it is things that were taught to me as a kid growing up in the church and whatever. And then part of it is absolutely just social media consumption of other people's ideas of what it is.
Have you researched any of these ideas?
No, I listen to some of these at face value, and then I kind of think
it
on my
over.
own. Yeah, take it over.
Why not look into what neurologists say about what consciousness is, or look into the philosophical questions of the hard problem of consciousness, or who even developed the simulation theory? Or how do you shape yours, and is it the same? What variables can you witness in this world that indicate simulation is even possible?
Well, I've kind of noticed that a lot of religions started off as a thought, as an imagination, and they ended up becoming accepted by more and more people, and that led me to kind of want to question in my own way, kind of figure this out on my own, as opposed to relying on established belief. I hope that makes sense.
Do you think that questioning in your own way, within just the knowledge that you own, will guide you to truth of what is beyond what you know?
Well, I don't know that I will ever know what lies beyond this world, until I leave this world. And so
that's not what I meant, though. I said beyond what you know. So you're questioning within your own mind, within your own knowledge, ideas coming at you like simulation, and everything is a fractal consciousness of a greater consciousness, or any of those ideas. But do you think that you will come to truth by questioning those within your own knowledge, or would it be better to seek other knowledge?
I think it's better to seek more knowledge, which is actually what I'm doing now, is asking you to hopefully ask me to help figure it out.
Well, I'm just asking you questions that are going to help you self-reflect. But if you want to know more about consciousness, or the potential of afterlife, or what could or couldn't be, reincarnation, simulation theory, there are other places to look and see what is possible and what questions might help guide you there. But if you're not believing in them if you're believing in them because they're kind of surface level ideas thrown at you, that you get to be have extra guys in this video game of life, then like, what can you question about that other than you assume it like a Christian assumes God was kind of one of your answers?
Yeah.
It's not very helpful to questioning, is it?
No, it's not. I don't know. I think a part of me is just tired of questioning, and I just kind of want to live without wondering why I'm alive, and maybe the question is just trying to figure out why I ever wanted to question it.
Mm-hmm.
I think this life is just meant to be lived. And
meant to.
Supposed to.
Supposed by who?
By the person living, by me.
So you feel that you are supposed to just live this life, not focus all your effort on questioning the nature of existence.
Yeah.
I don't fault you for that, Johnny.
Thanks, man.
Do you think that the nature of existence, or knowing the nature of existence, could be beneficial to you in this life?
No, I don't think so, because whatever happens after death, I guess I'll find out when I die. And until then, I want to live and I want to love the people around me. I would like a utopian society. You know what I mean? I would like for all of us to just kind of want to make the most of life, and that'd be nice.
For you, is comfort more important than truth?
No, I think truth is necessary to find comfort. I think once you accept truth, you can then be comfortable in it.
Do you think you can have comfort without truth?
Well, I mean, ignorance is bliss. I think that's what I mean when I say I don't want to question it. I just want to live. Ignorance is bliss. I'll find out what happens after death when I die. I guess I want to be ignorant. If that, yeah, it sounds horrible, but I mean, I want to know what's going on around me. Obviously, I want people that I care about to be safe. That's not what I mean. But what I mean is, I don't want to question it.
You don't want to?
No.
Are you afraid of what answers you might find?
No, I just think they're irrelevant. I don't know how it'll affect my life currently. Yeah, I don't know.
So then, does simulation or reincarnation, does any of that matter to you anymore?
No, not really. I guess not. If I wake up tomorrow, I will be happy.
I don't begrudge you not wanting to question anymore. So if that is where you are, I appreciate you coming up, but I feel like if you want to continue questioning, which I recommend for everyone, then keep asking questions. But if you don't want to, I'm not going to force you. So I appreciate you, Johnny. I hope.
Thanks, man. I appreciate
that.
Take care. You too, man. I appreciate you guys.
You use for Johnny. Like W's, but courteous conversation at least. That's an interesting conclusion. I could have questioned him into questioning, but that felt kind of underhanded. Hey Shane, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 30.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I have a belief in a higher power. I believed in Jesus, but like I'm kind of already questioning and like maybe deconstruction. I'm not super sure. But I wanted to talk to you because I like the way that you do question things. So I was hoping that I could kind of tell you the things that I was taught to believe and ended up believing, and maybe question them.
Well, let's see where the questions take us. So you believed in Christianity you might be deconstructing. You used past tense there, and I'm curious, do you still believe Jesus to be your Lord and Savior?
I do and I don't. Like I feel like I have my feet in like both worlds because I watch. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just confirming that I heard you. I understand.
Oh, okay. Because I watch a lot of atheist live, like Deconstruction Zone and Joe Reads Bible, Mezzo, and others. And the atheists bring up really good points about Jesus and stuff, but like I just feel like there are things that I'm holding on to.
Have you read your Bible, Shane?
Yes, I have read my Bible. I've read my Bible through probably 3 times. Yeah.
What is it that you feel like you're still holding on to?
So here's where I'm kind of nervous because it might, it's like, I'll try to keep a long story short. Basically, like, when I first started believing in Jesus, I had barely started reading the Bible, and shortly later, I encountered a group that um, said they were a Christian and said that they had the solutions to my problems because I had believed that I had like demons following me from doing like occult stuff, and the group told me and taught me that it's not demons like attached to you, it's demons inside of you. And that's like the and so and the way that a Christian could get these demons inside them is through sin, and God sends these demons to people to chastise them, to get them to repent or to go back to God or something. And they would interrogate these demons in people. And they told me that the answer to the question that they asked the demon comes as a thought in my brain, which kind of fucked me up because it made me think like, okay, my whole life, have my thoughts been mine or are demons? But yeah, I eventually left this group. My family said it was a cult because they told me the group told me to stop taking my psychiatric meds, to stop listening to the music that I liked, and stop playing the music that I liked. which was metal, and to not associate with any of my worldly friends or keep association with my worldly family limited. But like, I saw things that I felt like I couldn't explain, like, um, and also they explained that like when they cast demons out of people, um, it would come out through like a yawn or a burp or vomiting, and I
Hey
would see.
Shane,
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
um, I want to be respectful in asking this question, but I ask it because you brought it up. Um, are you seeing a family doctor? Are you on your care?
So currently no, and this experience was all the way back in 2018, and it's been affecting me since then, and I've been on and off medications since then.
Are you under a physician's care?
Um, I'm not, uh, about, I think it was October 2023, I moved back to Vegas, where I'm from, um, where I forgot that I had Medicaid, and I just never got around to like going to the primary care provider that I have on my Medicaid. So I haven't been to the doctor in a while.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because I was in Utah for rehab. But go ahead, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Um, my main thought here is just that it's not a question, but
concern.
it's can I share with you, Shane, my story in a couple sentences?
Yes.
I went through my own faith crisis, and I've seen that it's attached to health concerns. And so my desire for you is that you would find as much physical health as you can and focus on that first before dealing with any spiritual concerns that you have. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. But I mean, do you guys have like kind of an opinion on what I was talking about? Or like questions about it, or is that kind of all you really want to tell me
You had
right now?
said, yeah, I will have just a couple questions real quick, but I think we are going to move on soon. But I do have just a
Okay.
couple questions. One is, you had said that they told you what it would look like when something was escaping or leaving, that it would be a yawn or something, right when Philly stopped you. Is that what you saw when people were, um, when you say that you saw the people be exercised? Did you see people yawn, or did you see some other worldly thing?
Yeah, I saw people yawn, or sometimes if uh, they were being quote unquote interrogated, like the people would randomly scream, or like just a bunch of weird weird things. There's a long list of things, but to answer your question, yes, I've seen those things.
So you've seen those things. It was people yawning and people having physical reactions.
Yeah, yawning, burping, sometimes vomiting. Yeah.
But you didn't see otherworldly beings actually exit these people.
No, no, I didn't see like any sort of entity, like a physical, not even like a shift in the air or anything, like something translucent had passed through, like, no.
Like something unseen.
Right.
Could it have been just shared excitement that made it feel spiritual at all?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm sorry.
Like if there were any feelings of this being supernatural at all, did you say that there were, that you felt like this was actually witnessing demons be exorcised?
Yeah, in the moment I believed it, yeah.
Yeah, but now do you?
I'm not sure, and that, like, I question myself every day whether it was real or not.
I wonder if those experiences could have just been, if they could have felt more supernatural or felt like they were demons present, because the excitement of everyone there, because of the anticipation of what everyone expected to be doing.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Like each one imagining things their own way, but playing along and feeling like it's real.
Yeah, it could have been that. Sometimes, even in the moment, I was wondering if that's what I was doing.
What explains the lingering feeling that there could be demons? As Shannon says in the comments, like hype, like everyone's hyped themselves up, conditioned their mind to be in a state of, looking for demons. So when you see a reaction, well, that was a demon.
Like a confirmation bias kind of thing.
Exactly.
And also, like, if a group is getting worked up around something, it's easy to get caught up in a group atmosphere. I used to be a Christian pastor, and I've been in situations like that, Shane.
Does it change that, like, this group met on Zoom, like the online video call platform, or no?
It can still create a group dynamic, interacting through video conference call like that.
Okay. Okay.
Do you feel like you're questioning whether those specific experiences were real?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is that, are those experiences, and whether they are real or not, connected to whether or not you believe in the Christian faith?
Yeah, because one thing they harped on was a verse called Mark 16:17, and in it says like, these signs shall follow those that believe in my name. In Jesus' name, they shall cast out devils. And like, I was with this group for like 6 months, and um, it that was kind of like they tried to like back everything that they said or did, or they said, let's go to the Bible and see what it says, or the Bible says this, and you should be doing this because the Bible says it, and
Do
stuff
you
like that.
do you find the Bible to be reliable, Shane?
The more I'm learning, um, the less I can see it being reliable. When I hear people talking about the reliability, I don't know if it's because my central nervous system is stuck in like fear mode, but it's kind of hard for me to like grasp uh, the points that are being made.
Hmm.
Because I've read about how like the central nervous system, if you're in prolonged like fight or flight or survival mode, it like really messes you up. So it's hard for you to your frontal lobe turn like is dampened and like turned off. Then that's where you reason and that's where you think and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Our resident doctor says not really.
Oh, okay. Okay, then that's what ChatGPT said to me. I'm
Mm.
not gonna lie to you.
Mm.
Fair enough, Shane.
I know. I think I get the sense of what you're saying in that when you're in a stress situation in a prolonged way, it's really hard to gain accurate perspective. Is that kind
Yeah,
of what you mean?
yeah. That's really that's what it feels like.
Mm-hmm. I've been there. Are you wanting to dismantle your faith?
Yes, because I feel like I mean, at first I feel like it was beneficial, but like after that experience, I feel like it was really like damaging,
Mm-hmm.
especially because like the leader of the group was verbally and like emotionally abusive towards me. Um,
Mm.
um, but like there's always that thought in the back of my mind of like hell and stuff, and yeah.
Mm-hmm. Are you
So
looking for some advice to help you in your deconstruction?
if you wouldn't mind, and I really appreciate you guys listening to me. But yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
Have you considered in chat? Are you in a safe place?
Right now, yes.
Mm-hmm. Do you have good people around you to support you?
Yes, I do. I live with my parents, and they're supportive of me.
No matter what you believe?
No matter what I believe, I yeah.
I'm
I mean,
glad.
they don't want me going back to this group. You know what I mean? But
Mm-hmm. 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 my recommendation is take your time. It's a big thing, especially if you've been in a belief system your whole life. You don't have to rush the deconstruction process. You don't have to have all the answers today. You can chip away at it. I know people who have pushed themselves really hard in deconstruction, and that's been detrimental to their mental health. So my biggest advice is to take your time, along with look after your physical health. If you can see if you can get connected with a doctor again. Taking care of your physical health is going to help you to have the energy to continue to deconstruct and pick apart and process through what beliefs you want to hold and what beliefs you want to get rid of. And I recommend finding others who have deconstructed or who are deconstructing and ask them the questions that you have around your spiritual experiences. One of the things that I did about a year ago is I made a list of all the things that were still confusing me about my deconstruction, and it was a list of spiritual experiences that I didn't know how to explain outside of Christianity. And I was able to research and talk to people and get pointed in the direction of resources to help me understand those things. So getting around lives like this, Thrayle has a Discord server. There's lots of resources there, lots of people who have walked a similar path to you. I'm sure not the same, but having the support, taking your time, taking care of your health, those would be my main suggestions. Is that the kind of answers you were looking for at all?
Not what I expected, but I think what I needed. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely, Shane.
Sorry, I'm kind of getting emotional.
Hey, I have cried on this and many other TikTok lives in the process of my deconstruction. So there's space for that.
Yeah, it's so hard. It's so hard. I feel like a coward.
Why do you feel like a coward?
Because I feel like my mind is just so fear driven.
When you've been conditioned your whole life by a religion.
I'm sorry. It wasn't my whole life. Like up until I was about 21 and I started going to AA, I didn't believe in any gods. I didn't think that organized religion was a good thing. And then AA happened, and then started believing in God, then digging for answers, and then I came to Jesus, and then this group happened. So sorry to interrupt you, but
No, I appreciate the clarification. There's another account here on TikTok that I would recommend that you check out. Dr. Joe.
yeah, I've heard about her from Deconstruction Zone.
Dr. Joe has done a lot of work. You've heard about Dr. Joe, okay? A lot of work in recovery without having to have the higher power piece that I know that AA, it's a fundamental piece. And yeah, probably be discussed, Shane, maybe on a Discord server or in a different setting. Other than this one, I know there's a lot more I want to say, but I also want to respect Thrayle's panel and his background. If you go to Thrayle's profile or the Batcolyte profile, there is a link to the Under Her Wing Discord server, or send me a DM and I can get you connected. I just think I don't want to leave you out in the cold. I've walked a lot of the path that you've walked, not all of it, but
Okay.
I'd like to stay connected with you if you're open to that.
Yeah. I'll try and look at getting in the Discord and uh, maybe sharing or something.
I'll give you a follow.
Okay.
You can follow me back and we can connect on DMs and I can help you get into the server if you have any difficulty.
Okay.
I really appreciate you, Shane. I want you to know that you're not alone. Philly has made that pretty clear to you. The chat, I think, has made it clear to you. You're not alone on your journey, and I think that it is really important that you make sure that you take care of yourself, but also keep asking these questions. Keep questioning all of these things. We covered just a tiny bit of what's still holding you in to your beliefs, and I think that we could either in the Discord or another time on the panel question some more of that. But I want to give you some space to think on what we've talked about.
Okay, sure.
I really appreciate you, Shane. I hope you keep asking questions, and I hope I get to talk to you again soon.
I appreciate you too. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
We'll talk soon, Shane.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Big W's for Shane.
Uppercase, real W's, not these lowercase U's.
Yes.
Yeah, I really appreciated Shane's willingness to come up and share. It's just, I mean, Thrayle, you know my story. You know how much of it is just.
Absolutely.
I relate to so much of that, and my heart goes out. It's not an easy path, but I found it to be a worthwhile path.
It really, yeah, it really isn't easy, but I hope that I hope he takes the time to really question it thoroughly. It really helps. I know sometimes I rip band-aids off up here, but they're dangling band-aids. This is something different. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to put you down or burgle your gods. Well, although there is always room in the shed for one more. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? Tabby, Everyone's going through an existential crisis for the Band-Aid. What's your Band-Aid?
Tav's band-aid was mid-air when it was ripped.
Oh, yeah, that one. It was already falling. I just pointed at it. I do get credit for ripping off Band-Aids when I'm just pointing at the ones on the ground. Sometimes they just haven't noticed that it fell off yet. To be honest, that's actually been a lot of our conversations over the last couple days. Beliefs that are really on their way out, that are falling off. If you have a Band-Aid falling off, or if you think it's on there secure, maybe you don't even know it's a Band-Aid, but if you've got a belief at all that you can question, whether it's a god or gods, a higher power, mermaids, Sasquatch, aliens, or Jesus, something like that. If you've got one of those beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue, just to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Grace Moore says that they were married to Sasquatch. Fascinating. Oh, did you verify it was a Sasquatch? It has been a while, Heather, since we've had a good old aliens or gods belief.
I hear there's some book or other that gives people guidance around this.
A book that gives people guidance around aliens being, or gods being aliens.
Mm-hmm.
There are some books about it.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking of a very obnoxious one that uses a bunch of ancient myths and misunderstandings, appropriations, and mistranslations to create a whole basis that later became a TV show that people believe is history because of the channel it's on.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the book you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck that book.
I was gonna say the name of it, then I thought that might, the TikTok algorithm might, pick up on that.
There are a couple of other books like that, though. I mean, you've got that one about the what is it, two-wheeled wagons of the deities. Or you've got the other one that is the one where Adam and Eve are aliens. They do genetic experiments on the ape men that were already here until they turned us into humans, which was an unfinished project. Yeah, that book's weird too. I don't like to say its name either. There was a month or two where a believer in that book kept coming back under different accounts, and we'd know, like, it'd take us 20 questions. He'd go as far as he could before revealing that that's what he was talking about.
There's a wild Noctis.
Is there a wild Noctis?
Mm-hmm. My favorite beautiful bean.
Hello, Noctis.
Hi, beautiful bean. Hello, Thrayle.
How are you?
I'm good. I woke up to one of our dear friends apparently causing mischief and saying that I'm not really from Britain.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh,
If you're not
never
from
mind.
Britain, where would you be from?
Is it? I don't know. Where would I be from?
Wales.
That's in Britain, unfortunately.
I know.
Unfortunately.
I'd have to look at everywhere that has the same time zone, but I definitely wouldn't be from Jersey.
I'm sure Canada would be lucky to have you.
I now want to hear Noctis attempt a New Jersey accent, but you don't have to do it. I'm just saying that's what my brain did.
The best I can do is coffee. That's it. Coffee.
I like it.
Yeah.
It might
And
be
that's only because, yeah, no, I'm terrible, but I do have a friend who's from New Jersey. Bless him. Gamer boy. How have you delightful people been?
Been wonderful, actually. We've had a few, drunk guests, and not all here guests, but we had a couple of really good guests that had either just begun or were in the midst of a deconstruction journey. Good conversations.
Oh, that's good. We like it. Hi, Tab.
Hello, Tab.
Hi, Noctis. Hello, Thrayle. So how's everyone doing? I am spiraling, to be honest, but okay, for now.
Why are you spiraling?
I don't know if it's a Discord conversation or not, but fuck it, let's do
it. That already tells me it's probably a Discord conversation.
Alright, let's keep it at Discord. It's about the topic we talked about before, the last time. The bandit that was already midair.
Yeah, I think that might be a Discord conversation. But hey, we've got Kahindo. Kahindo, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Kahindo going once.
Hi.
Hi, can I get your age?
Kenny. I'm 19.
What year were you born?
I'm born in Nigeria.
Yes, what year?
Yeah, 2006. I'm 19.
Okay.
I'm going to Trinity, actually.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
No, I don't. But previously, I had a belief because yeah, we believe in voodoo. We believe in God. Like I'm surrounded with people that believe. So I was able to question my belief when I was in like secondary school. I was lucky enough to question my belief. Like it was so deep, and like I was able to question my belief, and I came to the belief that there is no God. So I was able to question it that yeah.
Can you tell me why you believe
To
there's
the
no
extent
God?
why I believe there is no God. First, I believe God is something like created by man. That for something to be created, he has to as a creator. Like that's the general belief for those people that believe. And something like, let me just say that in the Bible, Quran, they believe the earth was created. For that belief, they believe, and I get to learn a lot in science because I went to a science school, so I was able to learn that the earth was actually formed from like sawdust. It's not created, and I get to understand like 2,000 years ago, we are not yet having this knowledge. We are not having knowledge enough to know that the earth was formed, it was not created. So it was assumed that the earth was created, the moon, the sun was created. Like, let me just say, planet like Mars, because we cannot really observe Mars, that Mars is a planet 2,000 years ago. So we just assume Mars did not exist. Like, so they believe it's only heaven, earth, sun, moon that was created 2,000 years ago, when most of those books are made, like the Quran and the Bible. So they were not able to document other planets. So that's why I believe that is just human, is written by human.
I heard you. Yeah, so you're saying you don't believe because, like the creationists say, everything created needs a creator. So where's God's creator? You said, but you also said that it seems that as you learned science, you learned to understand the way things are formed rather than created, and so that tells you that it's not, that it's that there is no need for there to be a God. I wonder, Kando, what would convince you that a God does exist? What kind of evidence do you think you would expect to see that might say that a God is there?
Repeat what you just said.
Yeah, what do you think would convince you that a God does exist? What kind of evidence would compel you to believe again?
Currently, if they were able to predict something like let me just, for example, maybe in the Bible they were able to predict that yes, there are other planets apart from Mars, like is beyond human knowledge. Yeah, I'll be convinced that yes, this thing is beyond human knowledge. Like their books were able to predict things beyond human knowledge. I'll be convinced. Like, let me just say, for example, they were able to talk about gravity, or they were able to talk about other planets that God created, because there are like trillions of planets that exist that are like grain of sand. The Bible was able to document that because Earth is just like a sand compared to the universe, and like they were able to document that before science was able to observe that yeah, definitely there is a God.
So if science could observe it and there was some testable thing, then you would believe that. Do you think you would worship a god if it existed, or would you need something more than just science said there's God for you to worship it?
For me to worship, yeah, that's my choice. But belief is not a choice. I do try to like draw the line between belief and choice. Belief is based on your knowledge, it's what you know. That's what you believe. And choice is based on your belief. if you believe there is heaven and hell, for example, you won't want to go to hell. You want to go to heaven. So you have no other option than to worship God. Or I can choose that, yeah, I want to go to hell. That's my choice. That like I want to be of this world. I want to go to hell. So I think belief and choice they are not related. So my choice is based on my belief. And I know that if I believe in God, I believe in heaven and hell, in those stories, yeah, I'll worship God definitely.
Do you believe right now
Can you hear me?
that there's... Yeah, I can hear you. Do you believe now that there is any afterlife, any heaven or hell? Or are you saying you don't?
There is what?
Do you believe there is an afterlife?
No, 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 no. Like there is no evidence. The chances for an afterlife is like is insignificant to like consider like for me to believe that yeah, there's an afterlife. I don't believe in afterlife.
It's sounding to
I
me,
really,
it's sounding to me, Kando,
yeah.
like you don't believe because science has shown you that there's no need for God for you to understand the way the world came to be. And you don't have a belief in an afterlife, so you have no need for a heaven or a hell, and that if there was a, a God who provided that sort of thing, then you might give it some consideration, but not worship. But even then, you need science to prove it. Is that fair? Did I misrepresent anything that you've said? I'm going to guess you couldn't hear me as well, Kando. It sounds to me like you do a fine job of questioning your beliefs. At the moment, I don't have any more questions for you, though, because, I mean, you don't really have any beliefs to question at the moment. But I do appreciate you coming up and answering the questions honestly. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm gonna guess Kando has left the app or set his phone down. We'll go ahead and set you down. Oh, there you go. I appreciate you being here.
No, that was me. That was me, not him.
Oh, it's not. You're right. I wasn't looking at the screen, and that's a very different voice.
No way.
I'm walking here.
Nice.
Walking here.
Nicely done, Noctis.
Was that one good?
Wait,
that
so
was
the
after my
Jersey-
partner came in and did it.
So the Jersey accent is the one in The Sopranos, correct? Though the gabagool and stuff.
That's a particular kind of accent. But close.
Sorry for setting up the boxes and dipping earlier, but I was like fucking with my settings trying to fix something and that just got all fucked up.
I know. You blew yourself up, you shrunk us all, and then you ran
I
away.
know. I, I didn't mean to do any of those things. They just all happened really quickly.
That's all right. I figured it was just a button mishap.
It was it was like several button mishaps all in a row.
So Cat raptured you all in her life?
No, I just fucked up the boxes in this live, and then I ran away, but I didn't mean to do any of it. I was just
Hello, cat.
fucking up the
How you doing?
buttons. Hi. Good. I made some spring rolls, which is intensely, um, like labor. It's very labor intensive and it takes a long time, but they were delicious and it's what I wanted to eat. And then I made some really good coffee because it's cold and I wanted something warm. And now I'm cleaning up, which is not the funnest, but it's what happens after you cook a bunch of delicious shit.
It is really cold here, and I also have coffee, but mine is iced.
Why would you be drinking iced coffee
coffee.
in the cold?
Mm-hmm. But
I
it's just
made
the way I like it.
I have instant coffee, and I made like extra instant coffee, so that in the mock coffee.
Oh, that's one way to do it.
Yeah, and then I like took some milk and I put it in like a blender cup, and I put some honey and some cinnamon and some vanilla in there, and I blended it so it got all frothy and put it in the coffee.
Wait, was
Yeah, that
the
sounds
iced
delicious.
coffee Thrayle a choice? Because right now I'm looking at you in some kind of way. It's too cold. You need warmth.
It is. It's like, I guess it'd be like 1 degree in your degrees.
Not freedom
it's like
units.
33.
In your degrees.
In your degrees.
Not freedom degrees.
In our degrees,
Freedom.
it's like
We have the
33.
Celsius.
So it's very cold, and
Yeah, there's 2 types of degrees, Noctis. There's freedom degrees and there's real degrees. You pick your degrees.
I'll even accept that in your degrees, in real degrees, it's like 1, but in freedom units, it's 33, so it's cold. But
It's
I just
roughly about the same. We dropped down to 5. Well, up, down to 5. My brain is not with it.
It's 7 here, and it's freezing. This is the coldest it's been here.
But you live
I don't know
kind
what
of
it is in real degrees here. Hold on, I'll have to think about it. I don't even know what it is in freedom degrees right now, to be completely honest. If I had to guess, I would say around 58, but
I do need to make sure that I think Heather's Descent, Philly Red, Peanut, 3 Pips, Grace Moore, Jade, Danny Grax, Shell, and DD Chickadee. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. I really do appreciate you. And if anyone's got a belief, a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, well then, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. We just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it, if of course you can even question that.
it's about 15 degrees in real degrees here.
Dude, it's hotter than me, so we're good. And I'm in Africa, so I know it's really hot.
I wonder if anyone in the audience has any degree of which they believe in a god. And if so, which ones?
Beautifully done, Noctis.
That was
Yeah,
a
You
really
can't
good
see
one.
it, but I winked.
But I know what your face looks like, and I pictured it when you said that. And it was like just as mischievous as like one might be imagining. Like that's what I pictured.
Yeah, it's pretty on point.
Yeah.
Paul has already been up, and you can tell him, Paul, you can tell him we're not here to burgle their gods or make atheists. We're not here to deconvert destroy what you hold to be true. We're just here to see if you really even know why you hold it to be true, if you can even question it.
Wait, we're not.
Well, I left Paul's God intact, I think.
I burgled a spaghetti monster the other night, you guys.
Wow, that's wild.
I didn't mean to. It was really
Apologies to the
easy.
spaghetti monster community out there. I apologize. We have some insensitive people here.
Well, I mean,
sorry, Cat.
It's not Cat's fault that when you leave noodles out, they dry
He made the point that there had been no spaghetti monster wars, and I was like, well, how long has it been a religion? And he was like 20 years, and I was like, well, that might be why. Give it a couple thousand years, there might be spaghetti monster wars.
the gluten versus the gluten-free.
Yeah.
The two sects of spaghetti monsters.
And then you'll have those that say any carbohydrate can be spaghetti. Are you going to have the fettuccine versus the capellini, and the whole time the spaghetti's lording over them that they have the original noodle?
I mean, it's true. They do have the original. Okay.
Right, the thin spaghetti and the regular spaghetti.
Oh,
and
I
then,
don't like the thin spaghetti.
Yeah, but fuck them. Who cares about them? They're spaghetti. They're generic.
If you believe in the spaghetti monster,
Nice
or
transition.
God, gods, or higher power, please request up. We're not here to burgle your God. We just want to know if you can question your belief, and if so, what it is.
If you believe in the
Very
spaghetti
nice.
monster, I'll just shut the fuck up so I don't accidentally burgle you too.
I'll burgle the spaghetti monster. I don't care.
Just tell me if it tastes good.
Got it, boss.
Thrayle, what country did that ex-Muslim say he was from earlier? I didn't catch it.
You guys had an ex-Muslim here? Oh my god.
We did.
He was
forgot
lovely.
already. He was. I forgot the name of the country already.
It was one of the scary ones.
Scary.
It was one with
Oh, Mauritania.
yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Educate me, why is that a scary one?
They legally on the books abolished, let's call them very dark age laws, but they still practice them in real life.
Okay, thank you.
Like he said, how did he say it? It's they consider you a traitor.
Capital law, basically. Capital
Yeah.
punishment. Yeah, you get
Yeah,
the
I get you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you both.
And if you're not a man and if you're like a lady or a presenting, like woman presenting, you'll be taken as slave. Very fun.
Oh, fun. Yeah. Lock, Onyx, behave. They're doing that thing where it's like the brotherly argument that's about to go down.
They're cute. Cute kittens.
And if you believe cute kittens are God, what like me and Blake figured out the other night, um, hit the button or whatever. That was the laziest segue ever.
And if you don't have a belief in a God, God's higher power, or anything like that, please like the live, share the live, repost the live, contribute to the gift goal, do all the things that are going to boost the live out to the algorithm so we can get a believer in here who's willing to question their beliefs.
Did Sebastian mean to join?
Yes. Hey guys.
Just checking.
Hi,
How you doing?
Sebastian.
Hey. How are you guys doing?
Doing all right. Just, waiting around for someone who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
Yeah, someone who can question.
I mean, that's really what it's about.
Right.
Eating Legos, that's what the prompt means. Just seeing if you can question your beliefs, if you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning it, well then go ahead and request on up.
Tav, oh, sorry. Tav, are you okay, man?
Yeah, all good. I'm great at
Alright.
ground shoveling stuff.
Okay.
Like, I'm quite busy right now. If I wasn't, it'd be disastrous, but yeah. I got stuff to occupy my mind.
I see. Sorry, man.
No thanks to Thrayle,
No thanks to me. Hello, Victor. Are you with us? Victor, can you hear me? Maybe you didn't mean to request up. That's okay. We'll set you back down, Victor. You can request back up another time.
Victor Palashi.
So far, I've noticed his comments have been in another language, so I wonder if there might be a language barrier.
I was listening to that Shane guy earlier. He was great.
Shane was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw he joined the Discord. I was not in here, but I did see the notification that he joined Discord.
Hell yeah.
Cat,
Anybody else can join, of course, too. The link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio will get you there.
And if you're having any trouble following the buttons, you can copy the link and put it in your browser, which is what I know that Shane did to get in.
Excellent. So that does work. I may have to check the link tree and see if I have to update something. But
Philly, have you done your homework?
I have not done my homework.
Okay. That's okay. I'm still waiting.
Sebastian has been patiently waiting for me to put the interview I did with him about his deconstruction on YouTube.
Yeah, and I want to hear your full story too, but we can take that another time.
I wish I had the first interview with Philly. It was good. I have some of my notes. I still have some of my notes, but I don't have the interview. Yeah.
Nice.
Will you please take a picture of your notes and send it to me? I would like to see those.
You don't want to see my handwriting.
I want to see what was noteworthy.
Not too much. A
No,
little bit
it's
about
boring.
background. I tried to get an idea of denomination, which you kind of skirted around. And
Oh yeah, you were a pastor.
she'll skirt that again. And
Oh.
that's fine. I don't demand that answer.
No, I don't demand anything either.
A progressive Christian denomination of some sort.
I have been part of many different denominations.
I see. Can I ask how long ago it was you deconstructed?
It was last September that my faith broke open.
So a little more than a year.
A year and a bit.
Wow, that's very recent. At least compared to me, but yeah.
How long has it been for you, Sebastian?
I didn't note the exact date, but I would say 11, 12 years. Around that. Yeah.
What prompted your change in belief?
What prompted it? Like what started it? Like the first questions? I think the first questions was about damnation and believing that's
I said this before. It's about hell. And how hell is eternal. Yeah?
Yeah. And I was like, do we really believe that it's either Jesus or hell? It was like, yeah. That
Good
started
evening,
it.
everyone.
Hello. We have a guest.
Hello, Professor Meow. I need your age for TikTok TOS.
I am 19.
What year were you
Not
born?
really good at English. Huh?
What year were you born?
2006.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything
Of
like
course, I
that?
am a believer. I'm a Christian. Not really good English, ah.
Okay, well, you haven't let me finish questions either. So, have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Not yet. Still reading. I'm still in the Psalms.
Do you believe the stories that you have read to be true and literal?
Yes.
Why do you believe those stories?
Story, it's a history. Because when you read it, you will know God better. You will know His nature.
So if I have read it, does that mean that I should know that it's true?
First of all, I'm not convincing you. You're asking me. I'm not convincing you to believe.
Okay, so is the reason why you believe it because you have read it?
I'm also experienced. I have experienced it myself that it is true.
You have experienced what yourself?
Yes. Yes. And it is good. That's
What
why I
have you
believe in it.
experienced?
I experienced miracles many
What is a
times.
miracle?
Something that is impossible, but God did it anyway.
How you're saying something that is impossible, but God did it anyways?
Yes, that is what faith
Before I
is.
ask another question, do you have a particular denomination that you believe in?
Not yet. I'm still searching for the true church. I'm a Christian that is searching for the truth.
Do you believe the story of creation to be true as it's written?
Yes.
Why do you believe that story to be true?
Then if that is not true, then what is the explanation for the beginning of everything? So the only logical, for me, what is logical is the story of the Bible.
You're saying that the
for
story of the
everything.
Bible is logical, and that's why
Yes,
you
for me,
believe it's true. For the order of creation to contradict from one chapter to the next.
okay. If that is not, if it is logical because that is the explanation on why how God did it. So if it
How
is
is
not true, then what is the explanation for the beginning? For us
I'm
Christian, we
not
need
here
to
to
believe in
give you
something.
Yeah, I'm not here to give you new explanations. I'm just saying if you're saying you believe it is true because it is logical, then I'm asking why do you believe that the order of creation contradiction is logical? If it says in one chapter that things were created in a particular order, including plants, animals, and man in that order, and then the next chapter says that things were created in a different order, where it's man, plants, animals, woman. Does that matter if it contradicts? How is that logical?
What is the contradiction that you're implying to me? What is it that you're talking about? Plants, animals? I don't get the point.
The order of creation, the order of what was created when. First, second, third.
Contradiction there.
In chapter 1, it says, oh, actually, I'm going to let Philly. Go ahead, Philly.
Please, Thrayle.
It's in chapter 1, it says that things were created in a particular order. It says light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman, in that order. And then in chapter 2, it says that things are created in a different order. That before there were plants, he makes a man, and then he makes the animals and the woman after that.
What's the contradiction there?
In one story, it says man is last, and the other it says he is first.
Get it, wait. I'm gonna read it. Genesis, what verse is that? Genesis. What verse is that again?
Well, you would have to read all of Genesis 1 to get the first order, and then Genesis 2, 5 would start you off to get the new order, where it says before there were plants.
2:5. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and the every herb of the field before it grew, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. It's complicated.
It is.
It's very, very complicated.
But it's like a math problem. So you see, before it was in the ground, before it had sprung up, because it had not rained and there was no man. And the next step is he makes a mist come up from the ground, and then he makes a man. So before there were plants, because it hadn't rained and there was no man, he makes a mist and a man.
So what's the contradiction there?
Before there were plants, he makes a man.
Oh, what's the problem with that?
Chapter 1, 11.
Really good at explaining biblical verses, but I know there is an explanation for that. It's just that it's hard to explain it. Really, especially language barrier.
I appreciate the language barrier. You're doing very well with your English. So in one chapter it says that the plants were made on day 3, and the man was made on day 6. In the next chapter, it says, before there were plants, he makes a man.
Because maybe it's Eve. It's Eve in the 6 days. Because Eve was also called Adam in the Genesis. Eve was created later. Late. She was created late because, you know, God only created Eve because Adam is so lonely. So I think the day 6, yeah.
What else did
There
God
was
create?
a two Adam in the
Wait,
Bible.
in Genesis 2:18 and 19, what did God create when Adam was lonely? Genesis 2:19.
What does it says? Genesis 2:19.
Well, 2:18 is where it says that he's alone, right?
Sorry, you're not really good at the
Do you have your book open?
Okay, and the Lord God said, "It is not good that man should be alone. I will make him an help meet for him." And out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, and brought them into Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof.
Keep going.
Wait lang. Up to continue until 25. Yeah. Wait a minute. I'm using my phone. And so the Lord God, the man gave names to all livestock, to the birds of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found a helper fit for him. So the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man.
So,
And
what you read said that it is not good for him to be alone. And so out of the ground he made the beasts of the field and the fowl of the air, and he brought them to Adam, and Adam gave them names, but there wasn't a helper found.
There was no
helpmeet.
No helpmeet.
There was no helper found. Let's continue.
So it says that he made, so that when Adam was lonely, he didn't just make Eve, he made the animals. And then he made Eve.
Man gave names all of the birds in the air and to every beast of the field, but Adam there was not found a helper fit for him. So and while he slept, took one of his ribs and closed up its place with flesh.
We
And
know
the
the
rib
part now. We've got the order. The order so far given in this chapter is man, plants, animals, and now woman, right? That's the next thing. He makes Eve from the rib. So, do you see the difference in the order now? Where it's man, plants, animals, woman in this chapter. But in chapter 1, it was plants, animals, man, woman.
still don't get it. Sorry.
Is it logical for there to be two different orders of the same story?
Maybe there's just a I'm not a biblical scholar to tell you. I want to be honest. I can't answer it because I'm not a biblical scholar.
I don't know is a fine answer. There's nothing wrong with that. I appreciate that. So, is it possible that these two stories are two separate stories told by an ancient people that didn't know how anything was created?
What? Well, Genesis was written by Moses,
So
maybe
then,
the Holy Spirit.
sorry, then
Maybe
the
the
chapters would have to be written by the same person.
chapters. Yes, the chapter was written by the same person, which is Moses.
Why would he change the order in chapter 2 that he just wrote in chapter 1?
I think he did not change the order. It's just there's must be an explanation for this. There is just a misunderstanding.
So you don't think there's any possibility that someone other than Moses wrote this?
Maybe he has a helper too. Maybe.
Is it possible that these are two different stories? That there's sort of a mistake?
I think it's not a mistake. Maybe it's misinterpretation.
If you were to look into it in the Hebrew and find that the way that I've shared it with you is true, even in the Hebrew, would you still think it was a misinterpretation?
So
This is a hypothetical. That's to treat it hypothetically.
no, it's complicated. It's really giving me a headache.
That's fair. I hope that means you're thinking really hard about it. I really appreciate that, and I hope that everybody else is thinking hard, but also tapping the screen and sharing the live out. Thank you guys so much for 87,000 likes. I really do appreciate you. Is it possible?
Another topic because I
Does
don't.
this one make you uncomfortable?
A little bit.
Okay. Is it possible, Professor, that there are errors within the Bible that you're just not aware of?
I think there is just a misunderstanding. I believe there is a misunderstanding. And I think
How would you know that though? What makes you believe that there's a misunderstanding?
because I'm not a biblical scholar and I believe a biblical scholar would answer your questions regarding the creation.
Professor, if it's truly God's word, shouldn't it be easy to understand?
No.
Why not?
Because God has a different level of wisdom that sometimes that is beyond human understanding. So his
Different.
wisdom is different from us.
So, keep it behind scholars.
Right. Thanks.
What?
If his word was universal, why would he keep it behind scholars? Why do you have to be a scholar to understand the Bible?
Sorry, even a biblical scholar can understand it, but for me it's sorry, but I'm not really good at biblical at theology, especially
Okay.
at the creation. So I cannot answer your questions. I'm sorry. For not being too good.
No, it's okay.
You don't
But
need to be
don't you think
sorry.
you have to? Yeah, you don't. But don't you think that you have to at least understand what you're believing in to believe in it?
Still understanding it. I'm still in the process of understanding it. Told you I'm still reading the Bible na I haven't finished it yet.
Do you think like you need someone to explain it to you, or just reading it right now?
Sometimes when I ask questions, I ask my pastor to explain it to me. And then I get the understanding. He will explain it to me. And then yeah. I have a friend that is a pastor. So biblical rad, but he's a biblical scholar, not just a pastor, because he studied theology. So yeah, maybe this question I'm gonna ask that to him.
I don't have any further questions if anyone want to ask.
Have you considered any of your own questions whilst reading what you have, Professor?
I'm gonna wear headset. Wait a minute, I cannot hear you. Wait, I'm gonna wear headset. Just a minute. Wait a minute. I'm gonna wear headset saglit. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Wait, I'm gonna wear my AirPods.
I can try
What's
and speak a
happening?
bit louder.
Yeah, okay. What's the question again? I already wear it.
Now we have a loud
Okay.
background noise.
Yeah, so I was asking basically, have you thought about any questions that you have when you're reading through it?
Question I'm gonna ask my friend and he will explain it to me.
Okay, you don't have to get so close to the mic. It was very close.
Why do you go to your friend?
Because, to be honest, he is an expert. He's a biblical scholar. And his answer is always logical, provided by biblical verse. So yeah.
Is he a Christian?
He's also Christian.
Okay. Do you look for other ways of answering that question as well? Like, it's always good to have multiple resources, right?
Oh, I'm open. Oh, I'm open for other beliefs.
Okay. I don't know if we can keep going this way. The audio is really bad, Professor. We hear a very loud buzzing sound.
Is it out yet?
You also don't need to put the microphone anywhere near your mouth. Just hold it somewhere in front of you.
Can you hear me clearly?
Back off the mic a little, but yes.
Now it's okay.
It's much better.
That's better, Professor.
No. Next question.
We lost Tavium. Appreciate you being here, Tav.
Thank you.
Professor, does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
It does, but it does.
You say it does matter.
Yes, it does matter.
Do you think that your friend could ever possibly be wrong?
No, I would. If he is wrong, I will tell him. And I'm open. Open.
How would you know if he was wrong?
How would I know? Through biblical, through Bible, or yes, using
Can the
Bible.
Bible ever be wrong?
It cannot. Maybe there's just a misinterpretation in the biblical because
Professor, I I don't know how much farther we're going to get. You're saying that the book can't even be wrong. It's unquestionable.
Yes.
You keep going back to it's just a misinterpretation. I think you should take this question to your friend, but also look it up and see if there's other reasons for the discrepancy, and if there is one. But I'm going to go ahead and set you down because I don't think we can do the background
Thank
much
you.
more. Appreciate you being here
Thank
and hope
Professor.
that you keep asking questions. Oh, it's like a weight lifted off of my brain.
Yeah, the sound was very loud. Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as I heard the feedback, I just went very low with my volume.
Yeah, me too. I think maybe she had an old phone or something. Probably.
Could just be that. But I do need to make sure that I thank Heretical Apothecary, also Philly Red, Brenna Green, Shell, Angel, Z Witch, and Cat Witch. Thank you guys so much for helping with that goal. And
oh yeah,
I think we have a guest. Maybe. Hello, Caden. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Caden, did you mean to join?
Caden?
Will, we can't hear you talking, so I'm going to set you down.
Had a cool picture though.
Oh, damn it. It won't keep the flash on if I turn my camera on. I just like had my camera, I just had my phone pointed right at this, like I just got like a like, money shot of a Koki frog, but
Oh.
the flash won't be, the flash, but it won't keep the flash on if I turn the camera on, so it would be like, you'd just be staring at the dark, it would be like pointless.
You need a flashlight.
Yeah, I've been using my phone flashlight. But one of our citrus trees that it's still a baby, like it's never fruited before, it grew one fruit this year that we just discovered grow fruits. But that was exciting.
Cookie frogs. Ever since you said that, Kat, about the cookie, I can't unhear it now. You said something about that's what they say. Cookie?
It is what they say. It was really funny though, because like one night I was on panel and Rob was on panel, and he heard the frogs, and he just goes, "They're saying their name."
Yeah.
And I it was like the funniest thing.
I know. That's funny. I haven't seen him today, Rob.
Yeah, he has he's been very busy for like a week or so.
Yeah.
I saw him. I saw him on Tiny's earlier for like 2 seconds, and then he like dropped some Hebrew on the guest and was like, "And now I'm leaving. Bye."
Yeah. I've seen him done that somewhere else. Yeah. Also, it was funny to see you in that ice cream live the other day. You know that guy, ice cream?
I've known him for like 4 years with the dog.
Wait, you were cutting off. Can you repeat?
I still might be. My service is bad.
Yeah, you have bars. Yeah. He's my favorite angry, you know. He's very angry.
Oh, I'm back. Okay.
Yeah.
So I've actually known him for like 5 years. I knew him before TikTok. When
Wow.
we've been friends for a very long time. Yeah, he's
Really?
great.
Did
hmm
you so you know him in real life or just on social?
No, on a different app.
Okay.
Like there's like Dan the Skeptic who's there a lot too.
Yeah,
He's another one.
I know. I
Yeah. So we
remember.
we all used to be on a different app and like talk on a different app, and
Oh,
then we all migrated to TikTok.
yeah,
But yeah, he's
that's the
great.
thing.
He's great. He's actually a really all those tattoos like on his arms. Him and his girlfriend like stick and
Hmm.
poke them themselves, and he's a really great creative writer. He's a really interesting person.
He seems very smart too, and I mean has a lot of knowledge. But yeah, he gets angry.
Very smart.
He gets really angry.
Very smart. Very angry. It's funny
Yeah.
because he's not really like that off the internet. Like not like on like in this not in this setting. He's not angry at all.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Um, I always kind of feel like it's a
Like this is the place that he like works out all those things, you know. So he
This is
maybe
where he
doesn't have to
elects
be like that
himself.
Well, it's like the physical versus.
Yeah.
The question is, what is existence, Thrayle?
Yeah, it's your
He
fault. You
changed it.
literally had it up there.
He changes
what the
it
fuck?
so much. Yeah.
What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck is the question? It's your question.
He's just sitting there in silence and changing the prompts. Mocking
Yeah, I
us.
think you're dodging the questions.
Yeah, yeah. Why are you dodging the questions, Thrayle?
What
Speak
is
up.
this?
Is this like a round of quick fire where you just have to get the questions up and we all have to answer?
One time, Noctis, I suggested that that he ran out of free images on ChatGPT, and I was like, oh, you could just use Gemini to finish it. And this is what has happened since.
Yeah, because he didn't want to pay for the...
Because Gemini gives you a bunch of free images, and
Right.
so he just made a prompt for everything.
Yeah. Huggy says he's speaking in backdrops.
I think he's dodging the questions.
Mm-hmm.
It's taking everything in it,
It's
like
gonna...
everything in me to not just like drop myself every time I say that.
Yeah. Like a rage quit otter.
Like the rage quit otter, yeah.
Yeah.
One time, like last week there was a guest up here, and I don't remember what they were saying, but it was really getting under my skin. And I put in the comments, like, I was on the panel, but the guest was talking, and so I put in the comments to Thrayle, I was like, I think I'm gonna change my name to the Rage Quit Otter real quick.
Yeah.
But if you're not
Oh,
gonna
what is-
rage quit and you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you can question that belief, then go ahead and request on up. You shouldn't be rage quitting from questioning anyways. I mean, unless you're afraid of the questions. Are you afraid to question your beliefs?
Do you know how long it takes the slugs to make the baby slug?
No. How long? Noctis probably knows, because, you know.
No,
I'm a
I don't know
logistic
how
cat.
long. No, I don't know how long, but I in the similar area of the yard, I just saw 3 slugs, and then I saw a little tiny slug next to them.
Hmm.
It doesn't take too long. It can vary. It depends. The longest is how long it takes them to get to that process, if that makes sense. It's really bizarre when they entwine. But you're talking like a couple of days in the egg, and then
Noctis.
So that probably is the baby slug from last week.
Double check though, because it does depend on the species, really.
They're the big African.
I don't know.
Hey! Did you hear that, Thrayle? I don't know.
W.
I say it.
W is Noctis. Yeah.
To be fair, I do say it quite a lot. There's loads of things I do not know.
That's fair. But you're a biologist, right, Noctis?
Studied zoology.
Zoology.
with animal behavior.
So you're a zoologist or something?
I won't say I am one, but I have studied it, yeah, at a university degree.
Okay.
I'm not a practicing one, unfortunately.
Oh, I thought you were working with biology, but it's my mistake.
No, just the environment would be best to say. I basically work with asbestos. It's not as fun. The best is when I see little creatures in my samples, so that's nice.
Nice. And we have a guest, Thrayle.
Hello, warrior. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm over 20.
How far over 20?
A few years.
A few?
Correct.
Safe to say you're in your 20s.
Yes.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I believe in God that has a son named Jesus Christ.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Pretty safe to say, I think so.
Safe to say you think so.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
Yeah, unless like the way they're portrayed is making obvious that it's, you know, hypothetical or metaphorical, whatever. But
So you believe in like the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve being the first two humans. Those are true stories to you?
mm-hmm. Yes.
Why do you believe those stories?
Because God has allowed me to understand that His word is true, and so when He says it, what He says in the first few chapters of Genesis, I believe it.
So because He says it in the first few chapters of Genesis, then therefore you believe it?
No, because He has allowed me to understand His word, and it does say it. I believe it.
Does it matter to you if there are contradictions within the stories?
There'd be no contradictions. But it would matter to me if there were, and that's why I only read from a certain book in English, because every other book in English that proclaims to be the word of God is a liar, and there are contradictions in it. But in the book I read, there are none.
Which book?
The King James Version of the Holy Bible in English.
You're saying there's no contradictions within the King James Version?
Correct.
Do you have one handy?
Of course.
Do you happen to know the order of creation from Genesis 1?
Order as in what was created on which day?
Yeah.
Relatively close to accurately, I could probably do it, but good thing I have one in front of me in case.
Sure. If I said that it was light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, and then man and woman.
That's exactly correct. Yeah.
Okay. So you believe that order?
Yeah.
So in Genesis 2:5, when it says that before there were plants, He makes a man, how do you reconcile that?
And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and let's start in 4. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created in that day, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground.
Is that the end?
It says there was not a man to till the ground.
Right, is at the end of that sentence?
Yeah.
So,
it sounded like you said that there was a man before the plants.
And before every plant of the field was in the ground, what does for mean? F-O-R.
What 4 are you reading? For the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground?
Yeah, what does that mean?
It means by reason of.
Like because of?
I think because means by reason. Correct me if I'm wrong.
So you're saying there was no plant because there was no rain and no man. Before there was a plant because there was no rain and no man. Is that what you're reading? Or am I misstating what's in the book?
It's talking about the generations of the heavens and of the earth and every plant of the field before it was in the
Hang
earth.
on, you're saying that those are the generations of the... Hang on,
These are the generations of the heavens and the earth
Sure,
when
sure.
they were created in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground.
Can you slow down just
Breathe.
a little bit there?
No, I just read quickly.
Yeah.
If you guys can't comprehend
Warrior,
quick reading, that's on you.
stop, Warrior. If you're not here to actually have a conversation, if you're trying to like win a debate, you're in the wrong place. So
I'm not here to
slow the
debate
fuck-
at all.
Stop.
I'm
still
here to
speaking.
give testimony.
I'm still speaking. Slow the fuck down. We are here to see if you can question your beliefs, not to argue or debate or to win.
I'm not here to argue or
Actually,
debate or to
stop.
win.
You're not actually going to win if you keep this up.
I'm victorious in Christ Jesus. I don't care about winning a TikTok anything.
Okay, you seem to be
I
in a
wonder
very...
if you can comprehend what we're saying.
I don't know if you can yet, but we'll see. So you were saying at 2:4, these are the generations, right? That's where you started reading. Does your book not contain any punctuation in that sentence?
In what sentence?
These are the generations.
There's punctuation.
Does yours have punctuation? I'm asking.
I don't know if you heard me, but I said there is punctuation.
Can you tell me what the punctuation in that sentence is?
Comma, comma.
There's a comma after what?
Created heavens.
So yours has a comma after created. Just checking. I'm not looking at a KJV. I'm asking questions, not...
You asked me where there was a comma, and I said created. So I think your follow-up question, which was, is there a comma after created? I think it was already answered. I don't know if you comprehended that, but...
And then the next comma was where?
I think I said heavens. Did you hear that or no?
No, because your condescending attitude is actually making this conversation very untenable. I'd rather just move on to somebody who's got the ability to question their beliefs without being a condescending prick.
Womp womp.
That was difficult.
I'm sorry, my comprehension skill is just so minor, I couldn't understand a word he was saying. So, when he wanted to throw some sass, I was like, sorry, what? Where?
Yeah, this is not a debate or argument. So. And we're not trying to...
Win for the womp womps in the comments. I love it.
Yeah. But, yeah. We didn't try to attack you, Warrior, but you were kind of rude to the host, so...
Yeah, I'm not interested in the sour attitude or this competitive nature of conversation. It's not going to go anywhere. You're just going to bang your head up against a wall until you get so dizzy you declare victory. It's boring.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, declared victory. Proclaim it in the name of the Lord.
Appreciate the donuts, guys. Thank you, Z-Witch and Kung Pao. Thank y'all so much. And
Nice.
100,000 likes, guys. Thank you so much for tapping the screen. And if you haven't already, share
yeah.
it live. There's always the little bent arrow at the bottom of your screen, and if you click that, you can repost or add to story or copy that link and send it to someone who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Who knows who might scroll in next with the capability to question.
Also, if your thumbs get tired of tapping, if you just long press the screen to take a little break from the tap, you can share and repost from there and then continue tapping afterwards.
Yeah, and don't forget to repost.
I forget to do that. Admittedly.
You can't tell me what to do.
Yeah, of course not. You're the scary one.
So very scary. Scary.
Hello. I don't know how to read your name, but can I get your name and age for TikTok TOS? Welcome to the panel, guest. I'm guessing you didn't want to converse. Okay.
I think it's really weird when people come up here and say things like, I'm here to give testimony. Like that last guest just said that. Like that.
Did you say that?
Like, why? Yeah, he
Testimony?
did say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said, I'm not here to debate, I'm here to give testimony. And I think that's a really weird thing to say.
That is a weird thing to say.
Yeah, and he said, yeah,
I think
already had
it's-
victory in the Lord. So that's also kind of weird.
Well, I also think it's weird just to wander around testifying to people who didn't ask for it. It's like non-consensual
without consent.
testifying.
Yeah, right. Thrayle?
Thank you, Kung Pao. Appreciate you.
Have you had any dreams or visions lately, Thrayle?
Dreams or visions? That's for me to disclose, I suppose, on the 9th of February.
All right. That's the day.
I can tell you with absolute honesty that I have noted every dream I've remembered.
Oh, Chalk and Cheese is going to love that. He's really excited right now.
30 days, apparently.
Have you been told you will receive one?
So far, I've heard there's a preaching, like I'm supposed to preach something. There's also a bunch of dreams that are supposed to happen. And then there's a tattoo. I don't know what the tattoo is. And then there's, I don't know, ominous sort of warnings that it will be the end of something, or there's a certain finality to it.
Wow.
If you start
Creepy.
preaching, I'm gonna chase you with a ruler.
Chase him out with the ruler.
I'm not sure what the preaching would be. I mean, earlier we decided that I might
Right?
already be preaching, questioning of beliefs, that my poems might constitute a sermon of sorts.
Oh
Fascinating.
no, how dare you be creative? What?
He's so
How
creative.
would that be preaching though? Like reading a poem, how does that correlate with preaching? Are you trying to get people to follow the word of your poem?
So the poems usually have some kind of imagery related to spirituality or belief or a particular conversation that happened, and then they tend to conclude with a sort of inspiration to mystery or questioning.
Last night he read The Others, and it's my favorite, and it's always so good.
Oh no, I missed that. I missed it.
Yeah, that's one I wrote long before getting daily AI help.
You wrote it yourself? That's cool.
Yep. I've got another one that I based on it about knowing. But
are you doing that one tonight? Today? This morning?
Maybe.
Oh, you should.
Should I do the knowing one?
Yeah, I would love to hear
Is
it.
it? Wait, is it like the one about certainty, or is it a different one?
Is it knowing?
It's the one that's like, it keeps saying knowing over and over like the
Oh,
others.
I don't know if I've heard that one. Yeah, you should do that one since you did it. Yeah, you should.
Indeed.
See, I'm not sure if preaching and being inspired is the same thing.
I think I would
Even
say
listening.
that I think I would say that preaching and being inspired are, with some degree of certainty, two very different things.
Just some.
Well, like, absolute certainty is a no-go, you know. But yeah, to some pretty high degree of certainty.
Yeah.
I adore you, Kat.
You know, there was one of the first times Thrayle questioned me, and he asked me something like, "What's something that you know?" And I said, "I know I exist," or something like that. And he was like, "How do you really know?" And I was like, uh-oh. So I was thinking about the, you know, in a vat, the brain in a vat thing. So
I mean, it's a valid point, you know.
yeah, it got me thinking. It got me. I wouldn't say I'm questioning if I exist really, but it got me really. I didn't know how to answer really at that point.
Tyler asked me something about whether or not I exist earlier.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't usually ask me about that, but he did. And we had a very long talk about infinity.
What did he ask?
I don't remember exactly what it was, but I remember
Oh,
a
you don't
long
need to share if you don't want to.
conversation about. No, I just don't remember exactly what he said.
All right.
because we were talking about infinities, and I don't
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember exactly how we got there, but it got into existence.
Infinity
And
is
he kind of
interesting. Yeah.
yeah, we kind of got into the my brain hurts place of infinities earlier.
Your brain hurt? What do you mean? Hmm.
Like when you talk about infinities so long that it just it's because they're so hard to conceptualize, it just hurts.
Right. Yeah, I get it.
Really quickly, I've got to thank Kung Pao and Cat DeWitch for the previous goal. Almost forgot there. And I think we have Pam joining us. Maybe. Hello. Nope.
I think it was
It may have been an
again.
accident. Yeah.
Yeah, she said so in the comments.
That's all right.
Maybe she's just tapping like crazy, tapping the screen.
What I'm hoping for. Appreciate everybody who is tapping. More of that tapping means more people might curiously scroll through and request to question their beliefs. No apologies necessary, Pam. Appreciate you.
So we're looking at the root words to preaching and poems, right? Reading out poems or inspiration, rather. So maybe they're more linked than I care to admit.
Yeah, I think proclaiming a religious teaching is a good way to define it. As far as preaching and reciting poetry goes back thousands of years. It's kind of one of the ways that we carried on stories like the Bible, like the Torah at least, and also stories like the Odyssey or the Iliad or many of the ancient, trailing off because I'm thinking of so many different ones, many of the ancient pagan myths that we know of today carried forth with poetry.
That's very true.
Yeah, poetry precedes many religions, right? Is that the right word? Precedes?
I don't know if it precedes it though.
I mean, came before many religions.
That would be an interesting thing to study. But hey there, Light, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, Light.
Did you mean to join us? No worries, Light. I'll set you back down. If you meant to be up here, just hit that request button again. And anybody else who does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, if you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up.
I
But
believe
yes,
that was,
Sebastian,
what? Mm-hmm. Yes?
yes,
What?
proceed was the correct word for what you were trying to communicate.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Proceed. Yeah. I love English. I love it more than my own language. So I want to learn more.
I do not.
That's funny.
I'd like to learn more languages, but English is pretty fun. Hey, Light. We're just hearing a recording in the background now. If you're actually here to converse, I'll need your age. See, you don't realize you're muted.
I think it's an alien.
Can I get your
scanning?
I don't know about that. Can I get your age, Light? Alrighty then. Well, if you're meant to be up here and you're capable of questioning your beliefs without just playing a recording at us, go ahead and request back up. I don't know, should we give Light one more chance?
The request again?
Yep.
Interesting.
Maybe if Light sticks around and has the patience to wait through another guest. If there's another guest.
You know, if it is an alien, they don't know how to communicate.
Hey, Light. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? We don't hear anybody speaking, just fidgeting with a microphone. Are you there, Light? Alright. Third time was not the charm. No.
Got bars?
You got bars.
I do, in fact, have bars.
They're getting better.
Sebastian, like, okay, so if you just said that if he was in fact an alien, they wouldn't know how to communicate, but that's an interesting assumption that you made, and I'm wondering why you think they wouldn't be able to communicate.
Because they were from another world? Maybe? I don't know. I'm just messing around. How's your cat?
And then I decided not to. But my cat is just as untouchable as ever, but he's also a sweet, handsome little boy.
Right?
Can't be untouchable as ever. You pet that cat the other day, you said, so I remember.
Yeah, I remember that.
Maybe it's untouchable today. But it has been touched.
Actually touch the cat almost every day now, which is a vast improvement from what the situation used to be. But you can only touch him if there's food involved. So that's the next hurdle to get over.
That's typical. Yeah. How long have you had the cat?
Almost a year. He's almost a year old.
Oh, cool. So
Yeah.
past the kitten stage.
I mean, he still acts like a
Almost.
kitten, but yeah, he's gotten pretty big.
Mine is 1 year old too. One of them. Born in December. And I agree, it's a huge difference between Leo, who's 1, and Luna, who is 5, almost. It's a big difference. Leo is much more childish, rebellious, active.
Rebellious is a good word.
Yeah. Tend to be sometimes. I like that your name is Cat and you have a cat. That's cool.
I love cats.
Yeah, me too.
Real quick before we greet our new guest, I gotta make sure I thank Z-Witch and Kung Pao Chickens. Appreciate you guys for helping with the goal. Hello, Israel. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 36.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely.
Which god do you believe in?
I just believe in the one true high God, or the highest God. The pre-existent Father.
Which god is that?
It's the original God that was just the one that created the one that created Adam and Eve and all of us.
Christian God?
Yeah, the one that created us in heaven, that as souls, he created all of our souls.
It's interesting you said original God, or
well, because
that were around before that.
Well, I don't really know. I just I hear people say that, and I just want to be really clear. I don't really go far into that because I don't read far into it really. So, but what I can
have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I just want to be really. But I could tell you, yeah, absolutely, 100%.
So you believe in stories like the 6-day creation and Adam and Eve to be true stories?
Yeah, why not? I mean, I've seen like.
Have you read them?
I've seen crazier things than that. I've seen ghosts. I have videos of ghosts that I filmed on my phone.
Sure. That sounds very interesting, and I might ask you about the ghosts here in a moment, but I was asking you about the Adam and Eve story, so you believe that. Why? Why do you believe that?
Because I've seen impossible things happen, so...
Because you've seen what you consider to be impossible things happen.
Well,
therefore,
I mean...
you believe the Adam and Eve story.
Yeah, anything's possible.
So would you also believe the Enuma Elish, the one that says that that the world was created from the bones, the remains really, of a dragon after she was slain by her grandson when he blew her up like a balloon and
I believe that
pierced her with his spear?
I believe that I've never heard. Well, for one, I've never heard that story, but I believe that if it's a story, that it must have some kind of something. There must be some kind of a truth to it.
Something about the big balloon dragon grandmother being popped by her grandson's spear is true. And
well,
then he makes the world from her remains.
The fact that you're telling me about it right now must mean that there's some kind of like source to it, like some kind of a substance that goes along with it somewhere. If I were to read into it far enough,
if you if you were to read into it far enough and find that the story was older than the Bible,
or that.
would you believe that?
I would think, I would believe that it has some kind of a meaning or purpose that I just don't. But I would have to really research or look into it to find out like what.
And if it said that the god that slew the dragon, was named Marduk, and that he created humans, not Yahweh.
Well, I think that I don't know anything about it, but to say one way or the other. But I think maybe that could there's a possibility that maybe that could be something that happened, like maybe before God created humans and using Adam and Eve, like he did it in some other way, but I don't know. I don't know anything. I haven't read the story or heard much about it to really say much.
So you had said that you believed in the story of the Bible, Adam and Eve, because you had seen impossible things, and so therefore the story that sounded impossible should be true. And I was asking you about another
Well, there's
story.
more to it than that. There's more to why I believe that.
So why would you believe in Adam and Eve?
Because I've heard the full story starting from when God created us as souls in heaven, and since He did that, which is a third of the angels, by the way, and we're the ones.
Sorry, where does it say He created us as souls in heaven? We're a third of the angels.
I couldn't give you an exact reference, but can I just give you the story and run you through it real quick and tell you why?
Where is the story from?
It's from the Bible. It's from one of the. I think it's like the site. I forget what it's called, but it's like one of the secret writings of.
Secret writings.
There's other books from the Bible that aren't even included in the Bible. Like they've been banished by the churches and stuff, and
the churches won't let. The churches banished books from the Bible.
Yeah, they rewrote the Bible and wrote them out of the Bibles, basically.
Did they write them out of the Bible, or did just some traditions include different books?
I don't know. Traditions. I'm not really sure on that. I don't know a lot of the details and the background of it. I just know the stories. And one of the earliest stories I was given was that in heaven, Lucifer.
Yeah, who's Lucifer?
Who is he? Who is Lucifer?
Yeah.
He was an angel. He was an angel that God created in heaven, just like all the other angels.
Where did you get that?
Where did I get that? That's just the story that I got. That's when I was told. Most of what I know about the Bible is just stories that I was told. And I read the Bible, but it's harder for me to read.
Is it possible that these stories aren't? Is it possible that these stories aren't true?
I don't know, but can I just tell you what the story is real quick and just run you through why?
I'm familiar with the story already. Why do you believe it?
Say it so I can kind of get to the get the substance out and get it to bring it into form. Like let me bring it into form. Yeah, make it inform, like information, like bring it into formation. If that makes sense, like information.
So you need to tell us the story of this Bible book that
I'm not going to just
read.
Go on and on. I'm just going to go through it really fast. It won't take me very long.
Well, why do you need to tell us the story of a Bible book you've never read?
Why do you need?
When the question is about why
you asked me why I believe in Adam and Eve, and I'm trying to give you a rundown of why I believe it. But it would make sense to you if you give me a chance to just run through it real quick. Line you out.
So you think that by telling us this story about a Bible book you haven't read is going to tell us why you believe?
I haven't read it. I did read it. I said that I just get it better from stories that I've heard over and over, because I just learn better from when I've heard a story being told rather than reading it in the Bible. Like I've tried reading. I mean, I've read the Bible, but like I said, a lot of it when I read it, a lot of it I wasn't at the time wasn't really kind of clicking or sinking in, clicking. But what the point is, I don't need to tell you that. I know the storyline from just real quick. I don't even have to go through the whole thing. I just go through like the main key points that will make you understand why.
How is it going to make? How is telling
Well,
me
you'll know
about
if
how?
you let me. If you
Stop. How is telling me about how Lucifer and a third of the angels were cast down going to tell me why you believe Adam and Eve?
Because it would explain why he made Adam and Eve, and
It's not
why
going to tell me why you believe
how
it.
it happened, huh?
You're just going to tell me why he did it. You're going to tell
Yeah.
me what happened in the story. You're not going to tell me why you, Israel,
that
believe
is
that
why.
it is true.
Because it's what it makes sense, and it's the story that we have that I was given, and it makes sense.
A story that someone told you.
Well, no, not just someone told me, but it says it in the Bible. It's a written story.
Where does it say? Sorry, where does it say that Lucifer and a third of the angels?
I don't know. You'd have to look it up. But so basically he created our souls and made us all individual in heaven, and we knew all of good. We had the will to that.
Where does it say that he
do what we
created our
were.
souls? Where does it
just
say he created our
I don't
souls?
know. You could look it up.
Does it matter if the things you say are true or not?
Well, you could find it. Well, what do you mean if they're true or not? Yeah, it does, but I'm trying to explain to you why I believe it first.
I haven't heard you go into why you believe it. You're just giving me stories from the Bible.
I'm just trying to make you understand.
You're trying to preach to me. You're
No,
trying
I'm not.
to
I'm just
teach
trying
me.
to tell you the backstory of why I believe Adam and Eve was real. Why can't you just let me tell you? It's simple. It wouldn't take. I would have been done by now.
Because I'm not interested in having you tell
Well,
me
that's
the
not going to
story
be.
of
Then I'm not going to be able to tell you why I believe it.
You're not even letting me finish the reason why I wasn't letting you finish the story. So Israel, if you're not actually here to question your beliefs, why are you
look,
here?
I could question my beliefs all I want with you.
Let me finish
Try
questions.
Try me.
Yeah. Does anybody else have a question for this guest?
Well, because if I could put my camera on, I could show you something that if God let me, that's a miracle,
Okay.
and it makes
Can you not do it without that? Can you not explain your own belief without
I
going
could,
into
but not
detail?
if he like keeps interrupting me and like doesn't let me explain why I believe in Adam and Eve.
I'm not interrupting you. I'm asking you right now.
No,
So
him.
ignore whatever's happened between you two. This is my discussion with you now. Okay. So can you not say how you know this to be true, or even why?
I can. Okay, so imagine that, like in your imagination, you can imagine stuff. So, like, if God has an imagination, then he could imagine things too, just like that. And he's so powerful that this flesh, this flesh and bone, is just his part of his imagination, and it's not even our real body. Like it's finite, and meaning we live and we die, and then if we go back to heaven, if we're reborn in the spirit, then we re-enter the kingdom of heaven, like because we were there already when he created us, and we fell. It makes sense if you let me explain it to you. I'm just trying to tell you.
I get where you're going, but instead of having you sort of go on, I'm trying to make it smaller, if that makes sense. Can you not say that you are assuming quite a lot, though? So you're saying there that God has. Okay, but you're saying that God has an imagination, right? He's imagined all of this. How do you know that?
Well, you have an imagination, don't you?
Israel, you just got really hard to hear. You're covering your speaker or something.
I did hear it though. I did hear. So you said we have imaginations. So just because we have it, does that mean a God has that?
Well, I would think that the fact that you have an imagination kind of like is a pretty good hint, wouldn't you think?
Not necessarily, if nothing's pointing out to it.
Well, why would you have an imagination if it wasn't created by something else that has an imagination?
But then in that sort of story, do we know if animals have imagination?
I would think so. Probably like a cat. I have a cat that looks kind of like the one in your picture, and I'm sure he has one because just the way he just like you can just tell by the way he acts. You know, like the way he's like he just interacts.
I'm not sure
with
that's
me.
true. Can they?
I don't know
can
either.
They
I just know
draw?
what I
Can they
have. I
write?
don't even know if you have an
Can they write?
imagination.
Can they write
I mean,
stories? Can they? You know.
I mean, I can only know what I know myself. I can't even know like what anybody else really knows. Honestly, I'm not a mind reader. I
Okay,
don't even.
cool. So realistically, you don't know if animals have their own imagination. At which point, if we're all
Well, I mean,
creations, why wouldn't they?
I would, yeah, I would like be definitely more likely to. It'd be harder for me to believe that they didn't. But then again, that's just in my own imagination. So I guess. So
Okay,
that's
and
my
what about
imagination.
plants?
Huh? Plants? I don't know.
Yeah.
Where are we going with all this?
I'm just saying.
Imagination.
Plants as imagination.
And like make them come into form. Like I can imagine an orange or an apple and anything I want. And can I just? Why can't I get a full like a little bit of a sentence out? Was I stepping over the line right there, or what did I do?
No, you're okay.
Are you impaired right now?
No, I'm not. I'm just confused why I can't speak for like a little while without being interrupted. I can't even get like a.
You did interrupt Noctis too, though.
Constantly.
To be fair.
I'm really curious about one really important question. Can you question your beliefs? What does that mean to you?
It means, well, yeah, I have. In fact, that's a lot of how I got to the belief I have now. Because before, I came from getting to where I am now with the belief I have now. I had to question what I believed at the time, and I came around to the conclusion that I didn't really have any answers. I didn't really know anything. Didn't even know what the questions were. I didn't even have the right questions, and it caused me to like take a step back and then kind of sort of just like be still, like still my mind, clear my head, and then just say, okay, I have no clue what I don't know. I have no clue. Is it possible? I don't even know if I'm
possible.
Real quick, let me say
your answers are extremely long-winded, and
no, I know.
These are very simple questions, at least for the most part. Can you question your current beliefs?
Yeah, in fact, I should because I don't know everything. There's got to be more. There's always more, you know.
Do you think it's possible the things you think you know are wrong?
No, I think the things that I've firmly established are definitely true. For sure. The things that got me to where I am now. Certain? Because they're like stepping stones, right? So the things that I got,
you don't think any of the stones along the way could be shaky?
No, the things I know now are like because of stepping stones that led to 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 where I'm at now. So all those stepping stones leading all the way up to this point
and you don't think any of those could possibly be wrong? Nothing along the way could have been a mistake.
Far. No, because
so you don't question anything. Stop, I'm asking a question.
Okay.
You don't think that there's any chance that any of the things you claim to know now are wrong?
I don't really know. I don't think so, but they're not really at the
kind of a frightening.
They're not all at the top of my mind right now.
Do you claim to know that your God exists, or that your Bible is true?
Mm-hmm.
You think those are musts? Those are unquestionable beliefs.
Unquestionable by me.
Cool. So why are you even up here?
Because she asked me if I wanted to come up, and I thought, oh, cool, yeah, let's have a conversation. I thought it was.
Yeah, to be fair, in the comments you were stating some things, and I did say, why don't you come up and discuss?
Yeah, fair enough. So you can't question your beliefs, though, Israel, correct?
I can. I'm sure there's. I always do.
But there's no way that your God could not exist. Your Bible could not
No,
be
that
true.
is no. Okay,
Nothing.
that I can't question. That is
So if
not.
there was a contradiction within the text of your Bible, then you would. What would you do about that?
I would move past it and keep looking for other things elsewhere. And I already came
Ignore
across
it.
that.
You
Here's
would.
a better answer.
I'm sorry.
I would say that the Bible and life itself is like a test. It's they put stuff. There's stuff in there that is
A
on
test.
purpose. Hold on, is on purpose wrong or a contradiction. Because if you're just reading the Bible and like you're just copying it, like, and like just repeating it or printing it, copying and printing it, then it shows that you're not really learning the
So just to
gift of it.
clarify, you're saying that if there is an error in the Bible, even if we go back to the Hebrew text, if there was a problem with the order of creation, for instance, if there was a contradiction there from one chapter to the next, you would say that that is a problem with copying it.
That's not what I was saying, but that could be too, I guess.
How would it be a problem with copying it if
sorry,
it's
let me
in the
rephrase.
Hebrew?
What I'm saying is that there sometimes there'll be a mistake in there on purpose or something that's not true. Because if you're reading and you're getting it all, then you come across something that doesn't ring true, then if you are getting it, you should be able to tell like, oh, that ain't good, and you just move on and keep, like, and figure that, like, and
So
you'll
you
know if it's right
ignore
or not.
any contradictions in the text.
How would you know if anything was right or wrong?
So are you saying you ignore things in the text that
No,
contradict other things? You just move past them.
No, I just get like read it and I get the mains coming into form. It's starting to form in my mind.
If it is actually
if you're taking a test, they give you like three options, and you're supposed to figure out which one's the best option. Kind of thing.
I'm done. All right.
Does that make sense?
No, nothing you've said makes sense. The fact that you can't question your beliefs doesn't make sense. And that you can't let anybody finish a question without plowing over them with more nonsense, non-explanation makes no sense.
Yeah. Little tip, Israel, next time, try to answer a little bit shorter. Because now the answers were so long that it's hard to, have a conversation.
It's nonsense. There's nothing there to question because he can't question anything. Absolute certainty in everything that he thinks he knows. It's terrifying,
Dogmatic.
to be honest. Yes, it's dogmatic. It's.
Did he grow up religious? Did we ask him that?
Couldn't ask him anything because he wouldn't let a question be finished. Whether it was me or Noctis, he could not allow questions to be completed.
Right. I feel bad for him. Seemed kind of, I'm not gonna say it.
I went ahead and cleared the queue, but if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to prove you wrong. I just want to know if you can question. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Also, as a reminder,
Israel.
please be polite and respectful in the comments. It's not okay to jump on someone, okay? They've been kicked off the panel. What's done is done.
Israel, it's very hard to not interrupt you when you have so long answers, So, yeah.
Hey, Kevin, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do.
And which God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Not beginning to end, but I mean most of it.
Do you believe the stories in it to be true and literal?
Yeah, I believe them to be true.
A 6-day creation, Adam and Eve, those are true stories.
I don't know if I believe in 6-day creation as a literal story.
What is it if not literal?
Like, it's like, I'm trying to think, I can't remember if it's allegorical or not. Is it allegorical? Whatever. It's like, I see it maybe more as like a
Metaphor?
figurative language. Yeah, maybe like figurative language. It's like, I don't really think God was trying to make like a science textbook where he could explain the beginning of the universe. I kind of think I think he's kind of generalizing. Look, this is how, like, I created things, and I'm not going to overcomplicate it. Like, this is how, this is what you need to know.
So, I'm sorry, Genesis 1, the one that you're saying you don't take literal, the 6-day creation, that has what to do with hell?
It has what to do with hell?
Maybe I missed what you said. What did you just say?
Oh.
I had asked you what it is if not literal. What does Genesis 1 mean?
I was just saying I don't think it's literal in terms of time.
You're saying it's not a literal 6 days. It's not a literal scale. But the order of creation, is that still true?
I can't remember how that goes because I know there's 2 parts to Genesis, and then I know there's like something where people will say there's a contradiction, but I remember it's been a while since I looked into Genesis, so I can't remember how that part goes, but I know there is. Yeah, I figured.
I was going to ask you about.
Yeah, I figured it was something like that.
It was the order of creation.
I think it's like man comes after the animals, or the animals come after man, or something. I forget.
That and the plants, yeah. So it says in Genesis 1 that it's plants, animals, man, woman. Genesis 2, it's man, plants, animals, woman.
Right.
So for you, does that contradiction matter at all? If it's contradiction?
Yeah, for sure. Contradictions matter to me.
So what does that say about the book if there is such a contradiction?
I don't know if I see it as a contradiction, and I say I don't know because I can't remember exactly how. I remember looking into this specific topic. I can't remember how it was reconciled. It was something to do with. I'm blanking on it. I don't even want to lie to you.
Well, I do appreciate that. There are several different reconciliations, different theories that people pose. I should say hypotheses that people pose to what it could mean. So you say that you had found one that was satisfactory to you.
Yes.
But you just don't remember what it is.
Yeah, I can't remember now. It's been a while.
Does it matter to you if there were more contradictions, if you were to dive into the book and find multiple contradictions of this nature and even more plain?
Yeah, I mean, I think even one contradiction is, eyebrow raising, to say the least.
Are you familiar with the contradiction between 2 Samuel 24 and 1 Chronicles 21, where it mentions that in one, it says that God enticed David to number the Israelites.
Yeah, and then it says the devil. Yeah. Yeah, that was another one I looked into, but that was that was a long time ago. It was something. I looked into a lot of this stuff, and I'm trying to remember. Some of it's older, and some of it's obviously fresher in my head than the other stuff. And these are two that I remember heard this one. I remember heard the one you just raised was on this guy Mezzo's live stream. That's when I looked into it like months ago. And then the Genesis one, I forget. It was probably just I don't want to say a few weeks ago or months ago. I can't remember exactly. But I need to write this stuff down. That's what I'm starting to realize.
So if these turn out to be contradictions, if these are as they appear in the text, what would that say to you about the truth claims of the Bible?
Yeah, they're flat out contradictions. Then it would really, I think, kind of put a stake in it.
Can you tell me what it is that convinces you that any of this is true at all?
Like a concept of a divine being at all?
Well, the Bible, God in general, or is this something that you're on the fence about?
For the Bible, God, I think I'm trying to keep it somewhat concise. I'm not trying to ramble on with it. I think it would have to do with just a few different types of criteria as far as like maybe like historicity, and then I don't want to appeal to like just history where it's I don't know because I'm trying to be very careful with what I'm saying because I don't want to say well something came early so that makes it better, but like historical accuracy and then also the I don't want to I don't know I'm trying to be very cautious like the fallacies I could be getting myself into, but just the number of accounts and there's arguments you can make for just the sheer amount of accounts and stuff like that. So I think I'm sure there's
sheer
other
amount
religions
of accounts of what?
Of like encounters with like well, I guess that would all just kind of fall under historicity. So it kind of leads me to believe that one.
What history?
Of many, like historical Jesus, for example.
Mm-hmm. So because you think there was a historical Jesus, then therefore the Bible in general should be true.
No, not just because somebody existed, therefore, a book is true. But I mean, I would say that points me to lead in that direction more than like other forms.
If there were some king named Arthur in England's history, would it mean he pulled a sword from a stone and had a wizard as a vizier?
I wouldn't say it would mean he did, but I also wouldn't say it didn't mean he didn't, or didn't mean he did. You know what I mean?
I think Kat had a question, but I know Sebastian does too. Let's hear from Kat first.
Well, I was gonna ask why you believe that Jesus was a historical figure. Like, why do you believe there was a historical Jesus?
just based on the different writings, not, I mean, biblical obviously, but then like extra biblical authorship, kind of like things like Josephus and Titus and all the other people that I just mentioned, uh, either by name like a Jesus or a Christ that died
You know what?
through crucifixion.
Do you know what Christ means?
I believe it means Savior
Anointed one.
or Anointed One or Messiah. Messiah is Jesus, I think.
Well, Jesus, the Christians believe that Jesus was the Messiah, right? But like,
Mashiach means Messiah. Jesus, I forget what that one
yes, Jesus is a name. But so when Josephus or Tacitus or Pliny the Younger wrote about things that have been attributed to like writings about Jesus, and they just say a Christ, could that mean a different anointed one?
Yeah, good.
How, if you were to find out that the writings of Tacitus and Josephus might have been edited farther down the line, for like meaning that like Josephus wrote what he wrote and Tacitus wrote what he wrote, but then somebody went back later and changed it, and those are the things we see now in the historical documents, would that change your mind at all about the historicity of Jesus?
It depends what you're saying. Like, if you're saying that we had, a certain type of evidence that, evidence with a good amount of certainty that led us to believe that anything that was written in accounts of like that Jesus or whatever, that those were false accounts, then yeah, I think that would be pretty detrimental to the position.
I think that you should look into Josephus in particular.
Okay.
Sebastian can go if he's.
Yeah. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, man, what's up?
Hey, man. So have you always been a Christian? Did you grow up religious?
No, I didn't grow up religious. I'd say I probably grew up with intuition that there was like some kind of higher power, but no, I wasn't religious.
So your family was atheists or agnostic or something?
Yeah, I would say agnostic.
Okay. So do you think losing your faith is something uncomfortable to think about?
Yeah, I think anybody that, I mean, because I think you can have faith in things outside of religion. So I think anybody that kind of loses faith in, like that inner, call it like their, being able to trust their own intuitions or whatever, I think they'd be pretty hard to wrestle with.
Yeah, sure, but we're not talking about anything. These are like big questions about God and afterlife, and this is big questions to ask yourself. So, faith in this God, do you think?
I don't know about what it would take for me to lose it necessarily, but I mean, I've definitely I've heard a lot of really good arguments from atheists for not against God, but like people that'll try to argue for his existence, and then there's a lot of like really good like atheists that just posit a lot of information that was normally contrary to what I saw or what I intuitively thought or something, and I thought that was super interesting. And I wouldn't say it, I didn't lose faith, but it definitely was stuff.
Your faith? Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely made me like investigate and like it opened my eyes like, okay, there's positions that I don't know about and things I don't know about, and I need to understand them better, and I need to either find out if I'm wrong or if there's for some reason ways that people hold the belief that I have, and it's not completely insane.
Do you feel like you have to know stuff, or is it okay to to say I don't know about stuff like the universe beginning and something like that?
No, I think it's okay to say I don't know. I don't
Is
think
it
you have
okay
to
for
know
you?
everything. Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, I was just for you, and not in general, but for you, it's okay to not know. Is it scary?
I mean, it's kind of interesting the way you put it. I mean, yeah, I guess it's scary to not know things, but I'm not, you kind of also have to embrace that you won't know everything and still be able to make
Right.
decisions and seek, seek information.
I'm kind of stealing this one from Thrayle, so forgive me, Thrayle. But if you woke up tomorrow and found out there was no good reason to think any God exists and no afterlife, would it change the way you live your life?
That's an interesting question. That's really hard to say because I've never actually been in those shoes, but my intuitively, I do think like for some reason that would kind of maybe alter my mindset somewhat, but
Yeah. How would it alter?
I don't know, man. Like, because I know, like, at the end of the day, like, I'd still go to work. I'd still do all these things that I like need to do to be a responsible person. I don't think I don't think I would completely flip script where I'd be like, well, nothing matters, and I'm just gonna go around and like cause complete, chaos and
But
become like a
would you feel
nihilist for
like
some reason.
would you feel your life would have less purpose or something?
So that's a good question. So I don't know if I would think less purpose, but I think I would definitely be like, what the heck? Like, why does this, why the heck does anything exist? I guess like
Yeah.
this is just like
Yeah,
this.
like what's this universe for? like that.
Yeah, like it could have just been nothing, and that's way simpler. Like, what the heck is all this crazy stuff out here for?
Yeah. Do you have a fear of death? Could that be a driving factor for seeking God and stuff?
No, I don't think I have a fear of death. Like, I think
If
I'm
it
not a,
was nothing?
I'm not a, I mean, I'm not afraid. I don't think I'm afraid of death. I think I would be more afraid that like leaving my like wife and kids behind if they were like still alive. I'd be like, man, I'm gonna miss them. Like I don't want to leave them, but I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not scared of the idea that I will not be on this earth one day.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay. I don't think I have any more questions, but it was nice to talk to you.
Yeah, no, you guys are awesome.
Why does nihilism equal complete chaos?
No, I don't mean nihilism equals complete chaos. I'm saying like I wouldn't become like chaotic and then like nihilistic about things.
What's wrong with being nihilistic about things?
I don't think there's anything wrong with being nihilistic to an extent. I think if you're like radically nihilistic, it's a little bit strange. I kind of
What
back
is
off of
radically nihilistic?
like essentially I kind of see that as just like radically like skeptical, like kind of reducing everything to absurdity. Like you don't like you're nihilist to the maximal extension where like it just kind of reduces to absurdity. And maybe I'm using nihilism wrong, but that's kind of what I was
Sounds
thinking.
more like absurdism than nihilism.
Yeah, because like I maybe like I was thinking of like a causal nihilist where like this is just for example, like a causal nihilist kind of like denies causation. So you could be like skeptical as a not like a causal nihilist about like causation itself and what that entails. So I was thinking like nihilist, yeah, maybe it's more just radical skepticism, not nihilism, but like if you completely like become a radical skeptic and become absurd because you won't accept anything. I probably used the wrong word. I probably shouldn't use nihilist.
Mm.
Are you out of questions?
I don't think so, but I also don't have one formed right this second.
We do have a request from someone I think is actually wanting to question our guest. I'm guessing. I don't know. But Kevin, do you mind waiting for just a moment on mute while we bring up another guest?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Hello, Zaz. I've seen you
think I-
around. I have some questions, though, real quick before I let you jump in the conversation. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right, I need your age for TikTok TOS. God's higher power or anything like that.
No.
Why not?
Well, I haven't seen any convincing evidence, and I lean towards atheism, but I'm agnostic because, if I'm honest, nobody really knows. And my main
You can
reason
be
for-
agnostic atheist.
Hmm?
Yeah. I think you can be agnostic atheist, but
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I am. But,
Fair enough.
Oh, go ahead.
2 quick questions. Can you think of what might convince you a God does exist?
I think I would need some direct proof. Like personal proof would be the only thing, like a witnessing it or something really compelling. Apart from that, I can't think of anything.
And if you had something really compelling, would you worship a God just for existing?
No.
Or would you need something more?
No, I wouldn't. I would recognize a God as powerful, maybe, but it would have to have a character that was good before I would recognize it as something that would be worthy of, quote, worship. And I'm not even sure what that would mean. I'd probably have limits on that too, if I'm being honest.
Fair enough, Saz. I appreciate you answering those questions. I kind of owe it to the rest of my questioners to make sure that a questioner's been questioned. But if you've got questions for Kevin, you're welcome to.
Actually, I was going to compliment Kevin for wanting to seek knowledge. And when you guys were talking about Josephus and the writings and stuff, I just wanted to plug that you can get those for free on Project Gutenberg.
Absolutely.
So if
That was a
that's
great
something he
resource.
wants to
Thank
do.
you.
Other than that, I don't really have any questions. I just wanted to offer that and then compliment you guys on a really good panel.
Thank you so much, Saz.
Thanks.
Thank you. I
You
think
can
I've
clap
seen
me
you
back
on
now.
the guy called Me or something.
Yeah, I hang out on
yeah.
Me's Live a lot.
Yeah. Cool. Nice to meet you, Seth.
Nice to meet you guys too. Really good panel you have here.
Appreciate you.
Thanks.
Well, Kevin,
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I think the last question that I really have for you, Kevin, is if you were to wake up and find that your Bible was proven wrong, your God didn't exist, and there was no afterlife, would it change the way that you live your life?
Yeah, I already asked that, Thrayle.
You did?
Sorry.
I was distracted on something. I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
I said I was sorry. I stole your
You
question.
stole my favorite question.
And I may not have completely answered. That's why he may have re-questioned it. But
So did you say it would change your life or not?
I was telling Sebastian. I definitely think it would definitely affect me as far as like a mindset. How much it would change me is kind of hard to tell because I believe if I put myself in their shoes and imagine as best I can, I would still go to work and do the things that I have to be responsible for. But I do think it would probably lead me into a different line of questioning where I'm like wondering, different curiosities at that point probably.
I think Kat's got a couple questions.
Does the God have to exist for it to be meaningful?
a little muffled there, Kat. But for it to be meaningful, for
I think
God to be
I think I heard her. Yeah, she was saying, "Does God have to exist for life to be meaningful?" Is that what
No,
she meant?
for the
for,
God.
for God to be meaningful.
Oh, does God have to exist for God to be meaningful?
Yep.
Um, God have to exist for God to be meaningful. I mean, I'm trying to think of like, is that something? I guess is it something like, could the concept have meaning if God didn't exist?
Yep. Or
Like Santa Claus.
the Bible, like what you read from
Yeah,
the Bible,
yeah.
be
Like, sure,
meaningful.
yeah, you could have like a concept of meaning without something existing. So I guess no. Yeah, there could be meaning without something existing, or like Santa Claus, like you said, trying to
Hmm.
fulfill children's
So,
hearts with joy or something like that.
so if the God did not exist, would you still find meaning in what you get from the teachings?
Yes, yes, to an extent. Like, I think there is I think there's some historical accounts like of stories that like you could at that point use them as like fairy tales that give you like a good message, like a Disney story kind of deal. So even if the God didn't exist, could you still use it and find meaning out of it, or make good of it? Sure, yeah, you could do something like that.
Um, and last thing, if you are interested in talking more about the historicity of Jesus, there's this other guy called the Everlasting God Stopper who runs panels. It's one of his favorite topics. I'm there a lot. I gave you a follow. I'll try to remember to share it with you next time he's on. You should come talk to us. He knows so much about it.
Okay.
I'm gonna take this opportunity and say I've got to go. I got loads to do.
Appreciate you, Noctis, as always.
Thank you for having
See
me
you,
up. Love you
Noctis.
all.
Love you.
By the way, I like the whole little prompt thing you got going on over there, the Batcolyte.
Yeah.
Reminds me of Iron Maiden.
Yeah, I could see a little bit of Eddie there. We often get compared to each other.
I love that band.
Yeah, like Iron Maiden, so I'm like, heck yeah, I like that.
Do you see potential for harm in carrying on a belief that may be false and has prescriptive morality?
I see harm in a belief that is false, that
could be false,
that prescribes morality. Um, yeah, I mean, I could see harm in something like that. I mean, I could see harm in Christianity if it were true. There's bottom 10% in every demographic. So just because you call yourself a Christian or a Muslim or whatever, there's probably some great ones, but there's also going to be a bottom 10% of that too. So
what separates a great Christian from the bottom 10%?
it's harder for me to define what a great one would be. I mean, I'm sure I could think of some like pretty like some qualities that might stand out, but I would say like a bad one would be obviously be one that's like contradicting themselves and committing, atrocities like suffering and evil towards, like innocent people, stuff like that.
Z-Witch is asking in the comments what part of your beliefs are intuitive and which parts are
which are intuitive and what are reason or evidence. Well, the ones that are reason and evidence are ones that I have like an argument for, or like I have I have like reasons and like a line of reasoning and like arguments for. Intuitively, is something kind of like that it's harder to explain, and I wouldn't say it's necessarily out of, I don't know if I would say it's out of reason. For some reason, I would just say it's like something I myself don't even understand about myself, probably. Like, kind of like how we were saying, if there was no God, if there is no God, what would that, what would that mean to you, or something like that? And it's just like, it just seems counterintuitive to me, like why anything would exist. It's like, it just, and that's not saying that it's not true. I'm just saying, like, for some reason, there's like an intuitive.
Do things need a why to exist?
I think, to an extent, I think things do need a why. Do all things need a why? Not necessarily. Like, do all things require a why? I would say not necessarily.
Is it weird to think about the universe like always existing? That it just is? Is that strange?
No, not at all. Like, I can get behind an eternal universe. The weirdest thing to me is that anything even exists at all. It's like it seems so much simpler that there would just be nothing.
But do you know if it's possible to nothing to just exist?
That's a good question, because I remember hearing somebody one time saying, like, imagine there was nothing. They're like, first off, you can't even conceive of nothing, because nothing would literally be like, you couldn't even have the thought, because that would be something. And then they said, if there genuinely was nothing, technically the law of non-contradiction would still be existent, because that thing would not be contradictory, because there would be nothing. And so there's a void of something. And I was like, I don't know. So there's like, I don't know. There's a kind of weirdness behind that whole thing, I feel like.
Yeah, I understand.
So I've heard like you couldn't technically have nothing, and that's why there is something. But I don't know.
Mm-hmm. And if God created the universe, where did this God come from, you think?
Well, that's what I was saying to Thrayle, that I don't think all things require a why. Like, I think you get to a certain point where you can't get a why out of it or something, or there has to be like some kind of stopping point. But
yeah. So you would just say, I don't know.
Yeah, I think I would question? Just probably say I don't know.
I know Thrayle loves to hear that.
It is my favorite answer.
It's
it's the closest thing to winning on this panel. It's admitting you don't know something you clearly don't know.
It's the opposite of my least favorite answer. Is when like I'm talking to somebody, like I've been doing this for like 20, 30 years. Let me tell you, and I'm like, oh, great. That's because I work in construction, so there's a lot of guys that do that.
I see.
A lot of guys that just know that what they know is unquestionable and unassailable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 100% certainty.
I appreciate, Kevin, that you haven't doubled down on 100% certainty on really anything up here. I appreciate that you are questioning your beliefs. It is clear, and to what extent and where that will lead, I don't know. But I appreciate that you are, and you've been very honest and open with your answers.
Yeah, I definitely don't have 100% certainty on anything. I mean, and even I know that can sound crazy. You'd be like, something about your own existence, but I mean, I would say I have maybe close to 100% maybe on some things, but for the most part, I think there's pretty good reason to at least investigate, your beliefs and understand why if you actually have good reason to believe them.
That's fair.
I'm very tempted to start a whole new line of questioning, but I think it's best we move on to a new guest. I appreciate you, Kevin. I really do. And maybe another time we'll have more questions to is actually unquestionable.
I don't think it's 100%. I was just saying I'm trying to be generous and say it's close, like for my own existence. But
maybe you can come back sometime.
I
don't need to put you in a jar, and it sounds like Kat already thinks she could.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some good philosophers that could tell you don't exist.
I could tell you don't exist. I could
Yeah.
you don't exist, but
There's
I'm
a
not
reason
going to.
she's a cat in a vat.
Cat in a vat. Cat in a hat.
Appreciate you, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Go ahead and sit you down. W's for Kevin. He
Yeah,
is questioning
absolutely.
his beliefs. I didn't hear a lot of heavy dogma, unquestioning, unflinching apologetics. It was really, really
good guess.
Yeah, introspective and thoughtful. So, big W.
Take notes, Christians. That's how you have a good conversation.
Believers in general.
Yeah.
And if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to tear you down or make you look like a fool. Although you may do that on your own, I'm really just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it?
W's for Kevin.
Hello, there is no spoon. We got a lot of background noise there right off the bat. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 28 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And which god do you believe in?
The God of consciousness.
What is consciousness?
Consciousness is what I'm currently using to perceive you.
Consciousness is what you're using to perceive me. Are you talking about your ears or your brain, some particular processing center?
No, I would say that the two things that you mentioned are still a projection of consciousness. I'm going back one level. It's actually that perceives, just the perception of that.
I'm sorry, that perceives.
Yes.
You're saying there's something that is apart from my brain that is perceiving things.
Correct.
How did you determine that there was such a thing?
I think it's the biggest elephant in the room. And that's the only thing that is objectively true, is that whatever that is, it's perceiving.
I'm sorry, the only thing that is objectively true is that whatever that is, it is perceiving, whatever the consciousness is.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's objective.
How did you verify that there's an objective consciousness? I'm not hearing how that's objectively true.
It's the reason why it's objectively true is that the conversation that you're having, you're using it to converse with me. It's the perception of yourself, the perception of me. You're using what I'm arguing is base reality to engage in this conversation. So everything that you plan on using to either can I just land my plane?
Let's
Everything that
clarify
you
that this isn't an argument. I'm
well,
not
I'm
trying
sorry,
to
not an
debate
argument.
you.
Yeah, it's not a debate. Can I just land my plane real fast?
Well, I don't know where
Can
you're
you just
trying
give
to
me 10
land the
seconds?
plane when I've got clarifying questions before takeoff.
Okay, I just wanted to kind of finish my thought before you ask the question. All I'm going to say is that anything that you use to question, to investigate, to disprove, or to prove, all requires it to be within the container of consciousness and perception. I land my plane.
How? Okay, so you're making assumptions about things required to be in the container of consciousness, but I'm trying to understand how you verified that there is this container of consciousness anywhere beyond the brain. How did that's back at the airport. We hadn't taken off yet. I was making sure we were even like I was on the right route here. Right?
Yeah, because for you to
make sure my destination it even makes sense.
Yeah, so for you to point to the brain as the source of consciousness, the pointing, the awareness of the brain, for you to ask me the question, no, it's the is the brain the source?
You're saying because I'm using consciousness, which we still haven't determined is anywhere exterior of a brain, that because I'm using it to form thoughts, then therefore I should conclude that it's exterior of a brain. I'm not hearing how that follows in any way. Can you help me understand why you've decided that consciousness is something exterior of a brain?
Yeah, this is the reason why, is because you can never divorce description from consciousness. You literally have every argument, every question that you have can never be divorced or separated from you using this substance consciousness or
Okay, so I'm not trying to, I still haven't clarified, like we still haven't really clarified too much of what consciousness is, except you were saying it's the thing you're using to perceive. And you've somehow described it as a container with which encompasses minds. But I don't know how you're getting to say that the brain isn't part of this. Like, how do you know that the brain isn't generating the consciousness rather than the consciousness containing the brain?
Yeah.
That's what I've been trying to understand.
Yeah, I know it can be a little confusing because it's so close to you. You're not giving credence to it. But the thing is that
okay, can we dial back the condescension?
Oh no, I'm not trying to be condescending.
Sure.
It's
so let's go back to explaining it instead of.
Yeah, it's not. No, this is, like you said, I actually struggled with it as well before I came to.
So then why don't, if you have the explanation, can we get to that instead of talking about how it's so close? It's hard to
because
grasp. Can you clarify how you verified that consciousness is exterior of a brain?
The reason why because we're using it right now in this conversation.
That doesn't help me understand how it's exterior because it's in use. It doesn't tell me how. If we all have brains right now and they're all functioning in some way or another, how does this, that we're using consciousness as you have declared, how does this verify that it is exterior of a brain? If we all have brains, couldn't we all be using our brains?
Yeah. So I don't believe there's such thing as a brain per se. I believe there's something that is projected from a reality. Hold on, can I just land my plane, please? I know I said something that sounds outrageous, but let me get it out, right? I believe that the way that consciousness is constructed, that it generates quote unquote brains as an excuse for its existence. So let me give you an example of how this could possibly be true. When you go to sleep at night and you dream, and there's a monster that's chasing you around the corner, right? We realize that within this particular dream that there is no monster. This is all a projection of your consciousness or whatever you want to call it. And we also know that if the monster is chasing you around the corner, there is no around the corner. It's all a projection of the quote unquote mind, right? So this should be evidence that your brain can construct
Are you
realities.
using mind and consciousness interchangeably?
Yeah, I'm using interchange. It's the
Wow.
same thing in this conversation, right? So we all know
So for
that
you, it's the same thing.
it's the same thing, right? So we all know that our
I mean, if you're saying it is, I'm just clarifying. For you,
from my
mind and
argument,
consciousness mean
from
the same
from my point of view,
Why are you making arguments?
from my point of view, right? So what I'm saying is that if your brain can,
Are you capable of questioning your beliefs?
can I just land my plane, please?
No, I want to know. I need to know if we're wasting our time. Can you question your beliefs?
Yeah, I question it all the time.
What does that mean?
I'm always trying to figure out what is the source of reality. And it seems to me that if our dreams can construct realities that is indistinguishable from quote unquote waking reality, who's to say that all of us talking on TikTok now is just not a more elaborate illusion?
So you said if it's indistinguishable. How did you determine that it's indistinguishable? When did that happen?
Because everybody that's listening to my voice right now has had a dream that was vivid enough where they didn't question if they were in that dream. They accepted.
You say everybody.
Yeah,
you say everybody has. How do you know everybody has?
Most people, I would assume everybody dreams. Maybe there is some individuals that don't dream, but you know, we dream.
These are very broad, declarative statements, aren't they? Everybody has had a dream where they couldn't distinguish it from reality. Everyone remembers their dreams. They've all had that dream, and they couldn't distinguish it from reality. How did you determine that was the case of everybody?
Yeah. So the point is, it wasn't the number of people. The point I was trying to make was that our brains can construct realities where we actually, we're giving power to the external projection. Although
because a brain can, a brain can create a reality or a projection that is indistinguishable to it from reality. That means that therefore all reality is a projection.
No, my argument is that the brain is not the source of reality. My argument is that consciousness is creating the brain as an excuse for its
what consciousness?
The substrate that we're currently in right now, communicating using to communicate.
Why do you and how are you determining that there is a substrate of consciousness that we are using to communicate?
Is because that's the only thing that's 100% verifiable. Is that me perceiving myself and me perceiving you.
Perception. So again, consciousness for you is perception, and you're saying that there is a substrate of perception that is objectively true. What does objective mean?
So what I'm saying is that the only thing that is objectively true is consciousness, and everything else is within the continuum.
Right. So what does objective mean?
Objective is the definition of base reality, meaning that it cannot be.
Objective is the definition of base reality.
Yeah, because everything else is subjective.
Objective.
So the conventional definition of objective is separated from the mind. Subjective is mind dependent. Objective is not mind dependent from the conventional definition.
Is that what you're meaning when you say that consciousness is objective?
Yeah, I would even argue.
How did you determine that it is independent from the mind?
I would actually argue that even the definition of objective and subjective is what.
Yeah, why are you arguing so hard? I don't hear you actually capable of questioning your beliefs. I hear you just debating point after point, and every question that is asked turns into another debate point that you are literally arguing over the top of, trying to land planes that you can't even take off.
I feel like I have.
Are you actually here to question it?
Are you stuck? Or do you have? I mean, you're not really asking me any questions. I don't hear you trying to question my belief. If you literally brought something that was that supersedes
I have asked you so many questions.
Yeah, give me something that supersedes consciousness that doesn't require consciousness.
I have asked you so many questions. Stop shouting. Why are you shouting? Why are you literally shouting at this point? Just stop. Just shut up for a minute. Take a breath. Calm down. You need to calm down. You're losing it. Let's mute you for a moment. Take a breath. There's no need for all the shouting. We're trying to find out why you think that consciousness can be independent from a mind, and you literally just keep saying over and over it's the substrate that exists that's objective, and objective is mind dependent, so that consciousness is independent of mind. You're not actually answering how you've gotten anywhere, and you're just debating, you're just arguing that it is this way, instead of literally hearing a question and thinking about it and trying to follows logic, instead of rambling about your conclusion over and over and over.
I feel like you just don't like the answer, and I gave you a direct answer.
How did you determine that consciousness is independent of the mind?
I gave you 2 examples.
Can you tell me how you determined that consciousness is independent of the mind?
Well, what is your definition of mind?
Are you aware of the difference between an example and a description or an explanation?
I am.
So if he asked you how you determine something and then you gave an example, is that an effective answer to the question of how you determine the thing?
Well, the reason, so to determine it, right, is that you're using evidence, correct? And I'm trying to give you evidence. And I gave you several examples of how within the dream state, I gave you
how is that independent of the mind if it's in the dream state?
Yep. So what? Okay, can I finish, please? So I gave you within the dream state, right?
How is anything within a dream state independent of the mind? How is that an example of consciousness independent of the mind?
Because within the projection of a dream, you can project that you have a physical body. You can project that you have a head and a brain, right? But you're not actually using your dream brain to project.
This isn't telling us anything about this being independent of the mind. You're just citing an example of how a person can dream yourself in a dream, and that you're not using the dream brain. So therefore, this brain isn't actually being used. This is a conclusion that needs some kind of support. You're just saying, I can compare this to a thing. We could do the same thing with simulations or books. We're all characters in some novel somewhere. You could literally
So
do this with any kind of medium.
When we're trying to come to a
actually is independent of a brain.
So when we're trying to come to a conclusion, right, we use evidence to kind of help support a claim.
So where's your evidence?
So I'm giving you an example of how
it's not evidence of the conclusion. It doesn't indicate the conclusion.
Well, if I'm literally giving you an example how you can experience a reality, right, that can generate itself without a brain, or deceive you into believing that the brain, right?
How is it without a brain if it is your dream? If it is your dream, how is it without a brain?
So for example, right?
How is it without a brain? How is it without a brain?
This is how it's without a brain. So
how
for
is
example,
a dream without a brain?
So if can't you generate your mother in your dream? Does she have a physical brain in your dream? No. But
how is it without a brain? 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 How is it without a brain?
Because you can project your mother without a brain.
How is your dream happening without your brain? Are we serious? Are you serious? Are you trolling right now?
I am not trolling. You asked
fucking shit.
How can you have a dream?
Now you're upset.
How can you have a dream without your brain having the dream?
what I'm asking, right? Listen. And I know conventional thought.
Can I ask that
Let me
question?
tell you how. Is because based off of my particular theory is that
No,
you do
he's
not
just debating.
need a
He's not here to
physical
actually answer any
brain.
questions
No, I'm
clearly or
asking.
concisely. He's here to talk over and shout and scream because he has no way to control his emotions. He's seriously just going to do this.
You're
He
the one who
just
cuts
has
me out,
no ability.
and you're upset because I painted you in a corner, and you're upset. You literally cussed.
You didn't paint me in a corner. You have not
cursed me out a
answered the
second ago.
question.
You think
How
that I'm
is
being
it
angry?
in a brain? How is it in a brain or without a brain?
I'm
How is it without a
answering.
brain?
I'm
There is
trying to answer your question. And
How can you
just
dream
over talk
without
me.
a brain?
Let me tell you how you can dream without a brain. Is that we are not 100% sure that the brain is actually the thing that creates consciousness. Let me just please get it out. Listen, how even from a conventional science point of view is something called the hard problem, where scientists do not know how flesh.
Do you think that's
Listen,
a science thing
can I?
or a
You're not
philosophy
even.
thing?
You're not. No. This is conventional science. That scientists do not know how the physical matter, right? The
Conventional
thing that
science.
you touch, right? The mushy thing in your skull. How can that bring about, right, consciousness? How can that bring about subjective experience, right? There's no correlation between physical matter and this thing
Are you
called
a
perception.
neurologist?
All right, I don't have to be that to give supporting claims of what conventional
What
science
papers
believe.
or research? Can you give me what?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
can you give me supporting evidence for
yeah,
this?
so, okay.
Can you give me supporting evidence for this
Are you
claim
not familiar with the
in
hard problem?
neurology?
Are you
Can you
familiar
give me
with the term?
supporting evidence for this claim in neurology?
Are you familiar with the hard problem? Are we going to act like that's not a
Are you?
conventional
Are
thing
you?
in science, something called the hard problem? Are you not familiar with that?
I'm very familiar with it. Can you
Okay.
give me
All right.
scientific evidence that this is a problem in neurology? Can you provide
So
me with that?
you're painted in a corner, so you're going to discredit me by
No,
asking me
dear.
that I'm not
I'm
a.
not painted in a
Yeah.
You're
corner.
not answering the
This is
question
the whole
here.
You're
point. You are
upset and you're.
seriously here for a debate. You're trying to debate and argue. You're not actually listening. You're not here to critique your beliefs or question them in any way. You are seriously just here to try to win a debate. And guess what? You're in the wrong fucking house. Quit shitting on my floor and acting like it's your toilet. Get out of here with your debate.
Yeah, that didn't go anywhere. Was he a pantheist?
Was he a pantheist?
I was lost in the sauce, so I don't know.
Hi, friends.
Good morning, Z.
Easy.
Good morning.
I apparently have a little bit of a lag.
Oh, we lost Thrayle.
He said he had a lag or something.
Uh-oh.
But if
How
you
are
have
you this
your
morning?
beliefs, please request up to question your beliefs and not fight and debate and just
argue. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm good, Billy. How are you?
I'm also good.
Did you fall asleep, Philly? You were quiet for a long time.
You fell asleep. What are you talking about?
Me? No.
Can,
Never.
I was so ready to ask him questions because I'm in school for a lot of what he was trying to talk about. I was like, man.
Oh no, we're all gonna get dumped in a minute.
It's better to move on, I think.
Yeah, that was a lot.
Quigley Wyatt in the chat says that was a look at the consciousness version of look at the trees.
Who needs sleep, anyways?
Hmm. The music is calm too.
Sorry?
I just said the Thrayle's music, the lute music is gone. I think.
Thrayle is gonna dump all of us when he gets back, you think, Kat?
He said there was a
Rapture
lag.
incoming.
But don't forget to tap the screen, share the live, help with the live goal, and
Oh yeah.
Look who's back.
Oh,
And got my seat back.
Poor
Mhm.
Philly.
Oh, I like this down here. This is lovely.
Except it'll bunch us up eventually after a while.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's a setting that I'm missing or not, but either way, if anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I think we've got time for one more believer to see if they actually can question their beliefs.
And not argue or debate.
Definitely not an argument, not a debate. There's a possibility some of the contention in the previous conversation came from my lag. Maybe that's why it seemed like we were talking over each other as much. Well, I won't hold certainty that I was right. He said I cursed him out. Did I use a dirty word? Is that what you think is cursing you out? Did I say fuck? Oh no, I said fuck again.
Oh fuck.
Oh fuck. I might have said fuck. Oops. I'm sure I didn't say it like very disrespectfully, or else I would have dropped you too. I mean, at the time. Well, fuck it anyways. That's right, Angel. But I'm not here to curse anybody out. I am here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Not just the name of it, not just some one-word response, but really, what is the shape of it? What really molds your belief? What holds it up and supports it? What reasoning do you have to hold on to it at all?
Loving the birds in the background.
Yeah, that's how we know the end is probably on its way to being nigh.
Yeah.
The sun is up.
So, what poem did you say you were gonna read today? Was it something on the book?
I thought about reading the one that was similar to the one yesterday. Yesterday was The Others, and I have another one that kind of took that idea of reiterative language, just using one word, focusing on it like that. And it's knowing, and it's kind of it's very similar, but it's kind of fun. The good news is I don't have to spend very long proofreading it.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
We've had a lot of knowing up on the panel tonight, but we have had quite a few questioners, and I really appreciate hearing those who can consider even for a moment that they could be wrong, or that they don't know something that they clearly don't know.
Yeah. I think you got at least 10 I don't knows today.
You know, I would keep count, but I think it would depress me on those really rough days when it's drunk certainty after drunk certainty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Your dreams can generate brains. It should be evidence that it could possibly be happening in waking life. That's not actually, yeah, I mean, that's the closest you've come to answering the question concisely, but it still doesn't tell us how you've determined that a consciousness can exist outside of a brain if a dream is happening within a brain.
Also, how is it possible that a dream, like how can you name a dream which is a function from within the brain itself as a system, and it's measured? Like, what? If he was making a metaphysical claim, sure, but it's this presentation of like, it's neuroscience, it's philosophy of mind. It's like, just be honest and say you don't know what you're talking about, please.
But if I just said that I didn't know what I was talking about, then I couldn't be condescending to you about it.
He says, I know everything I'm talking about. I'm the only one with objective evidence. I know everything. That's dogmatic. That sounds terrible. Do you really think you know everything you're talking about? I try to only talk about things I know in an authoritative way, but even then, I don't know that I know everything about what I'm saying. I try to make sure that I'm humble in what I present. How can you be so certain that what you claim to know is knowledge and not an assumption built upon faulty evidence or confirmation bias? I think you're right, Shannon. I prefer not to fight. Okay, I can argue the same thing for you. You are assuming. I'm not assuming. I'm asking questions. Some of my questions take an assumptive stance, and that's fair to point out. You could have said that I was assuming that a dream was generated within a brain, but I would have follow-ups to that. You didn't go there.
If you can go there, being where you're able to question your belief in a God, God's higher power, or anything like that, and you can have a respectful conversation please request up. We're not here to argue or debate or make you look like a fool, although sometimes you might do that yourself. We're not here to burgle your God. We want to know if you can question your belief, and if so, what it is. And as Lady Huggy points out in the chat, there is still some gift goal to be met. And if you
Nice
don't
one.
have a belief in a God, God's higher power, or anything of the like, and you want to hear someone who can question their belief, do all the supporting the live things to see if we can't get the algorithm to bring somebody who's courageous enough to come
curious enough.
or curious enough. I couldn't remember the other C word. Thank you.
Courageous. Yeah.
Courageous or curious enough to come question their belief. So tap the live, share the live, repost the live, contribute to the gift goal. Do all the things. Thank you so much. You are the best audience on TikTok.
Oh yeah.
How'd I do, Thrayle? Just that curious enough, right?
It was wonderful, Philly. While we may not have encouraged a request quite yet, I'm sure someone's mustering up the courage. We did hit the gift goal, so thank you so much to Z Witch, Angel, and Claire. I appreciate you all so much.
Same.
It's so much easier to talk to There Is No Spoon when he's in the comments, not shouting an argument over the top.
Mm-hmm.
He says consciousness is what is. He requires no assumptions. But I wonder how he's gotten around the assumption that consciousness generates the experiences his consciousness experiences. Or that, like that feels like a big assumption that another consciousness is generating all of your experiences, rather than just the experiences are being experienced by consciousness. You can still assume only that your consciousness exists, but why assume that another consciousness or a great all-encompassing consciousness is generating all of that?
But I do agree that consciousness and dreams and stuff is fascinating topics to talk about.
Mm-hmm. It's strange how, I don't know what the word is, fanatical, that version of idealism is.
It's dogmatic. It's dogmatic idealism. It's weird.
Yeah. I also thought too, and my professor said this last week, she said having an explanatory gap in something is not an ontological gap. Just because you don't know how something works doesn't mean it works by what you choose or what you theorize. And that's what was happening. And it's like, stop doing that.
About not making assumptions. Well, you don't know what consciousness is because nobody actually knows what consciousness is. So everything after is an assumption.
Yeah. And the hard problem thing, it was like, that's about mechanism. It's not about being, what did he say? Independent from brain or something? I was like, what? Anyway, I'm moving on from that now. I forgive.
Thrayle, while we wait, can I ask you a couple of questions about the live?
I will. Yeah, we'll swap it out. Hang on there.
Just. Okay.
Right.
It's only two, but I may have follow-ups. So how has this exercise, how long have you done this now? A year and a half?
A little more than a year.
Yeah. And how has the exercise changed your views on religious people?
I think there are a lot more fervent and dogmatically held views than I expected. I mean, it still surprises me how often people take their Bible literally or take their creation narratives literally. How many people assume that their gods or their spiritual beings actually exist in some corporeal fashion and can interact and be seen even. It surprises me.
Yeah, it has been surprising sometimes.
I don't know if it always scares me, Claire, but yeah, it definitely scares me how firmly people are holding to these beliefs.
So did you not know that before you started doing this, or did it just?
I knew some did. It's the sheer number of people that do. It kind of.
Yeah.
It's unsettling.
Surprisingly many. And the second question was, has this live and with all the conversations you have had made you believe more or less in a God's higher power, or anything like that?
I don't think it has. I don't think it's made me believe more or less. I still
It's the same.
I still feel as though the explanations people give themselves for what a god is generally are just something that fills the gaps or explains away the mysteries. Something that's comforting or familiar. But none of it rings as true to me. None of it convinces me, other than, people are capable of defining whatever they want into existence and acting as though it is what they say it is.
So
everything's a sandwich.
So you don't like. For me, it's like every time I hear a Christian talk about the beliefs I used to have, I like get more and more convinced that it was false. But yeah, you have a different background, so I guess you can stay the same even after all this.
Hey, did you know, Sebastian, apparently air is colder as you get closer to the sun. Truth is the same.
What? Was that from the comments?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, some really hard discussion down there going on with that guy. So have you learned anything new the last year about? Is there any new beliefs that you didn't know about?
Yeah, tons of them.
Yeah,
There's tons of people's personal beliefs, their own constructed gods, certain philosophies that I hadn't more than barely heard of before that now I know, deep ins and outs of. Still
so you've
haven't
learned
talked
a
to
lot.
Zoroastrian though. So if you believe in or a Mazda, or anything like that. Go
Yeah.
ahead and request on up. I'd be really
Come up.
interested to ask you a few questions, if of course you can question it. And if you are a Zoroastrian, I might not even hold the being able to question it over you, just because I really want to question one and see if they can answer really anything about it.
So, okay, one last question, maybe. Do you believe the universe was or existence is eternal in the past, or?
I don't know.
Yeah, right. I was expecting that. That's a great answer.
I don't know if the universe is an eternal, fluctuating thing, if it's a thing that is finite, that began with some sort of spontaneous incursion of an otherwise static void. I honestly don't know if it's, not the membrane on the wing of the celestial skeletal bat goddess
Here we
unfurling
go.
her wings in accordance with the lambda CDM model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang.
Big Bang. Yeah.
I don't know.
Here we go. Yeah. So, but you don't have a problem with infinite regress in the past?
No.
All right.
No, there's no problem for me with the idea of infinite existence or infinite regress.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. Somebody, Astino, said eternally taxed. Eternal taxes. That's funny. That's all, Thrayle. Thank you for answering the questions, and keep asking questions.
Thanks, Sebastian.
Maybe someone else on the panel has questions. I don't know.
I don't know. If anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you are capable of questioning your beliefs. Or if you've been questioned before and you've been dying to turn the tables, well, now's your chance. I will answer your questions to the best of my ability.
I had a question for you earlier and I don't remember what it is.
This is the power of question the questioner. You hold on to those questions until the moment I switch the screen, and then they all go out the window. Everyone forgets.
Jake Zulu is gonna cook all of us. Not from the comments, you're not, Shake.
Maybe Zaz has some questions.
Zaz has been quiet a while. It's
Yeah.
their first time on the panel. I did get a quick questioning in on Zaz. Agnostic atheist who likely wouldn't worship a god unless it was benevolent. And I forgot some of the details because we were in mid-question with another guest.
Yeah, the other guy, Kevin. Yeah.
Kevin did really well.
Yeah, it was great. But she does have some icons of the. She has UFOs. So maybe we could question that.
Should we question Zaz on the UFOs in her name? She might be, Pam. I don't know. We haven't heard from her in a bit. But speaking of sleeping, if we don't get a request soon, I think it might be about that time for me. especially if I want to be back to do it again tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Peg the patriarchy. Only chalk and cheese knows what chalk and cheese is trying to say. Except that I've got 30 days.
Yeah, 30 days.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what I have 30 days until, but I have 30 days. We're down from 60, so I mean, this count's been going for a while.
And you do have a dream journal, so that's great. Did you hear that, Chalk? He has a journal, taking notes of the dreams.
I do have a journal, and I do write every dream I remember.
I write down the crazy ones, like the really absurd ones that I remember. I think it's funny to look back on.
The interesting thing is the questions that don't get asked sometimes. He says I should share the dreams with. I will share every dream that I have written, which is, again, every dream that I remember. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm. Here we go.
This is exactly what I was expecting.
Yeah, nothing. I saw it coming too. Okay, Thrayle, we get it.
Avoidance is information. Ha ha ha.
I think you're dodging.
Yes.
What am I dodging? Remembering dreams.
Whatever chalk and cheese is so certain is going to happen.
Yeah, he's like he has prophecies.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
For Thrayle. Try not to make like a supposition or assume, but is there anything that you admire about the beliefs of some of the people that you've talked to? Like, is there anything you take from it that is positive for them, I guess?
Positive for them.
Yeah, like, I guess in a pragmatic way, like it's, or maybe not. Is there anything about a person's beliefs that, yeah, I mean, you try to question, maybe you don't agree with, but do you think that it benefits their life in some way, or?
The ones that are holding on to certain cultural practices that might have been attempted to be erased. The ones who are trying to preserve, a piece of their past, I can understand to a degree, to a fault.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of there too, but I mean...
But even then, they're not holding, in many cases, the belief so much as the tradition.
Then what is it for in present day?
And I absolutely think traditions should be questioned.
Agreed.
So Z, I haven't been on panel with you before. So what's your background like?
It's agnostic atheist at this point now.
Did you grow up
Did I grow up what?
in a religious home?
No. I was the first person to go to church in my family. And I chose to seek things out myself. So, yeah, it was curiosity. I've always been that kid. So.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating.
Yeah, sort of.
So you did believe in God earlier at some time?
I would say that I was drawn to a feeling of an unfamiliar feeling in church for the first time when I walked into a sanctuary. I didn't know what that feeling was. It was some thing that I couldn't define. Psychologically now, I could say maybe it was like a loneliness and a longing and some traumatic effects from childhood.
Was it longing for a purpose?
Maybe community, purpose, meaning. It was very different from environments that I'd been in before. But it wasn't the religion itself. It wasn't the building itself. It was the
people,
the feeling of just like this undefinable thing. I don't know what it was. I just don't. But it was temporary, and I think it was just a newness of it. You know, having that like numinous, openness idea where it's a mystery. You can't define it necessarily, and maybe you never will. Doesn't mean that it's God or anything else. It was just something that you couldn't explain.
I understand.
Like what is that thing? You could see that like a garden is really beautiful, but it doesn't mean that there's fairies in it. You know, like it's just a beautiful garden, a beautiful experience, positive thing. Yeah.
And I get it, and it kind of generates some type of feelings. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's like, for me, it's like now I think a lot of what I was curious about was, what are these feelings of mystery and these feelings of awe? What are those from? Is it my brain? Is it my experience? Is it, you know, as you get older, you learn the terms like subjective, objective. And I think really it's just like profound recognition of how ignorant I am to not being able to know everything. I don't know shit. And I think that's beauty and wonder and awe in itself. And I like that. It doesn't mean it's God, but it's meaningful.
The concept of life being kind of like a mystery and how the universe started. Sure. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
So if you
somebody said that once, like a long time ago, or something like it, and he was a pretty smart guy, whether he existed or not. We had somebody yesterday who was like, there was more evidence for Jesus than Socrates.
Oh,
like,
I was personally offended when that happened.
What was that?
I said, you sounded like personally offended when she said that, and you were like, what?
I didn't react the way everyone thought I would. I did just kind of let it hang and questioned a little about it, but I didn't let that red herring run me down the wrong stream.
He didn't let it run him down, but he was like.
I did want to.
It was funny.
So I did have one more question for Z.
Go for
Z. If you had a, are you there, Z?
Always here.
Nice. So if you had a button in front of you and you can get all the answers about the universe existence and you know how it all works, would you want to push it and know, or is it good to have the mystery? Or...
Probably not, because then I wouldn't be me anymore, would I? Based on what I shared with you, I wouldn't have the sense of curiosity and wonder. I would not find meaning in like uncertainty.
Right.
I would, geez,
So it's good to have the
that would be so
mystery.
unbearable and also slightly boring to me. So-
Yeah. Yeah, I can understand that. Hmm.
I don't know. Question for you, Sebastian. Do you think that humans want all the answers? Do we truly want that?
I don't. I think it depends on the person. I mean, I can only speak for myself. But yeah, I do want to know everything we can know, but I don't believe we could ever know like everything about the universe and stuff in the past.
Right. Well, I guess I have another question then based on that answer.
Yep.
Do you think that growth is based on not knowing things? Because you have to go through a process of total awareness and knowledge. Is that going to prevent us from growing and evolving?
I think the former, and not the latter. What you said. That it's good to have something to strive for, to keep questioning everything, and yeah, I mean, questioning got us out in the space and stuff, exploring other planets and the moon and stuff. So yeah, I think the first thing, if I understand you correctly.
Yeah, I would hope it's clear. Like, if you knew everything, would everything matter? Would anything matter?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either for sure. But I feel like my answer is nothing would really matter anymore, because if I know everything, how am I going to evolve and learn and grow and have curiosity based on my subjective reality, which does, change, of course.
Thrayle.
Yeah. It's all an evolution.
That question that Z just asked, but to you.
You're gonna have to state it again out loud. I was making sure the poem was right.
If you knew everything, would anything matter?
If I knew everything, would anything matter? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not to cop out, but I don't know if anything would matter at that point. Or
in
that
family and relations.
Then why do you have
if I knew
desire
everything,
to know?
What is the scope of everything?
Okay, you told me one time that you do have a desire to know everything. And so if we put it in that context, right? If we think about it in that context, you still have that desire. That it might make everything feel like it doesn't matter if you knew everything.
I think I clarified that while I would like to pursue knowing everything, I don't expect that I ever would.
Right, I know, this is hypothetical.
Well, and that's just it. I think that succeeding might taint it. I can see how it might. But then maybe it could provide some comfort in being able to accept things before they are realized.
So, would you say the comfort outweighs the potential like
Probably
drawback?
not. Yeah, probably not. I don't know though. Again, I'm definitely in an I don't know on this.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm just like I said, I'm just a little thought experimenting it out. If you could know everything, seeing both sides of this, right? Like the potential, like pros and cons. Would you still think it was a worthy pursuit? Like if you knew that it could be achieved, but there are these potential drawbacks, and then these potential like perks. Does that make sense?
Yeah, if I knew there were potential drawbacks, would I still find the pursuit of the knowledge a worthy pursuit? I think.
Yeah.
I think it's going to depend on the drawbacks. It's kind of like to your previous question: could the benefits or the drawbacks outweigh the other? I don't know, so I don't know if it's worth it. If I know that we'll have drawbacks or that it was attainable.
Peg the Patriarchy says something really that I relate to a lot in the comments. It says, I think I like learning more than I like knowing.
Wanting to know everything is wanting to pursue that. If I could know that I would achieve all knowledge and have to pursue it throughout my life, or I could right now snap my fingers and know everything, or even just everything that I will know, could know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I'd want to snap my fingers. It'd be a very, very difficult decision.
It's a big decision.
I think that, like, let's say, like, again, in this hypothetical, it is possible to know everything, right? I think that I would be very careful about pursuing that because I wouldn't want to accidentally know everything, right? Like, I wouldn't want to, like, run out of things to learn.
Yeah, and it's a kind of beauty in the mystery of the world, you know.
I know somebody who has a book of all of Vonnegut's short stories. It's a collection of all of Vonnegut's short stories, and he reads it very carefully because he doesn't ever want to not have a new one to read. And I was like reminded of that. There's one in the queue, Thrayle. I don't know where you're at on the poem.
I think we're too close to the end. Yeah, I think it's too close to the end.
Mm-hmm.
If we start a new conversation, we will be here for far too long, and I need to wrap it up and spend some of this day with my wife, I think. So, not think.
That's fair.
I know.
I think that is a wise decision.
There might be one knowing I hold.
You're very wise.
I've worked on this poem before. I've read it once, but I wanted to change it, so I started working on it again, and then I'll probably fix it again. So who knows? This poem may never be the same, but it'll have to do for now. It seems to. Hopefully, I didn't leave any typos that threw me completely off mid-stride. If this would not exist without her support. So, absolutely, W wife.
I probably never
Tetra.
heard that before.
We love Tetra.
Hmm?
She said we love Tetra. My wife's name.
Oh, yeah.
Her
sure.
handle here. But, yeah, I think it is time, so I will thank you all. Thank you all so much. for being here, for being a part of this, for asking the wonderful questions, and, well, everyone who did get questioned. Thank you all so much. I'm gonna
Thanks for today,
set
Thrayle.
you guys down. So thank you to Zaz and Sebastian and Z. Thank you. And thank you to Philly.
You're welcome.
Kat. Thank you so much. Appreciate you all. And I know it was a very quick and unceremonious dropping of my friends, but I appreciate all of you. Thank you all for being here, for tapping the screen over 159,000 times. That's pretty fucking amazing, so thank you for that. Also, thank you all for sticking it out through the whole live. Those of you that did, those of you that fell asleep, those of you that stayed awake, interacted, all the comments, all the tapping, all the gifting, all of it makes all the difference, and I appreciate every one of you. Thank you so much, fellas. Every one of you. Thank you. All have wonderful days, or evenings, depending on where you are in the world. But thank you, and if you do want to be a part of this community and see what we get up to between the lives, there's of course a link tree in my bio, or in the Batcolyte's bio. There's of course a link tree in my bio, or in the back. We'll take you to where we tend to gather in darkness, or in daylight, I should say. If it looks a little lonely when you get there, just make sure that you read the rules. And if you can agree to those, you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree, and you want to show your support that way, I really do appreciate you. I appreciate every single one of you who helps that way. It makes all the difference. So thank you, truly. And if there's anybody I forgot, did I say W mods? Because W mods, you guys really, really make this the greatest chat, the greatest audience on TikTok. So thank you. Thank you all. And with that, I think there's only one more thing. You say you're certain in your knowing, in all that knowing you've accrued. You're so lucky to have such knowing, while others merely conclude. Now your knowing builds on other knowing, like a tower stacked in you, cemented by the knowing that your knowing must be true. And when someone dismiss the knowing in their question, because their knowing knows more than they ever knew. But their knowing has a knowing, and that knowing knows what's true. It knows that the knowing that you know is a know. It really knew. Still every knower keeps on knowing. The other's knowing is askewed, since knowing is the art of holding whatever one wants to have construed. Yet the knowing of your knowing is not yet knowing born of habit, a reflex to hold your view. So you know that you are knowing, and you know that they don't know, and they know that they are knowing, a kind of knowing you could never grow. But knowing new knowing on any old knowing still can't make that knowledge true. It only grows the quiet fiction that knowing is even what we do. But doubt is also a kind of knowing, in a softer, humbler view. A knowing that all this knowing is a mask that we talk through. And when the knowing finally falters, if you can freeze that point of view, you may find that every knower is only guessing at what could be true. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.